morning, everyone, and welcome to this continued meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee in consideration of the Mayor's budget for fiscal year 2013-2014. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee. I'm joined by the entire contingent of the committee, Mr. Labange, Mr. Kretz, Mr. Englander, and Mr. Rosendahl. I apologize for the weather-related delay in getting started, but we're ready to go today, and we're going to begin with our general public comment cards, and then following those cards, we're going to go, members, to approval of the list of Budget and Finance Committee questions as of last Friday. So go ahead and have a look at those, make sure that those meet with your approval while we proceed with general public comment. Our first speaker will be Norris Bird, followed by Arnold Sachs and Judy West. Good morning.
Good morning, councilors. My name is Norris Bird, and I'm a member of SCOPE, a community organizing community and organization. I stand before you today to talk briefly about some of the support that we would like for the council to look at our community and give us this support and protect us from some of the programs that will affect our families, and depending on things like the parks, the library, and first response. Our community have gone through many different things, and we will appreciate if you would support us in keeping some of those services for us. A few years, last year to be exact, we did 30,000 voters supported us in doing various things in the community to keep our community safe. And we will appreciate if you will support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Arnold Sachs, followed by Judy West.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. Piggybacking on what the young lady just mentioned, there's 5 councilmen on this committee. Where are the other 10 council people? You use this committee as a forum to discuss items of concern in your council districts. Why would this young lady have to get up and talk about her private nonprofit group, what they need in their council district? Where are the other 10 councilmen? I know one is vacant, but where are the other 10 councilmen to talk about pet projects in their committee? You are responsible for a city budget. If you have particular problems in your council district, use some of the discretionary funds that are available to all the council districts to handle that. But talk about a full city council budget. You do a disservice to the city by putting your pet projects on a budget committee hearing when it's not the location.
Our next speaker for general public comment is Judy West. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm talking about recreation and parks, restoring the programs that are for the at-risk youth. The proposed budget, while it's restoring services in a number of the areas, removes $1.68 million to fund recreation centers at housing authorities and $900,000 in the Class Parks program. This is serving the at-risk, let me say that again, at-risk youth, okay? I don't know if any of you have worked with children. I do every day. But if you don't keep them busy with positive things, then the negative elements come in, and if they get started with gangs who would give them a lot of attention, the city will get to pay a heck of a lot more on juvenile courts, on jail, and other things that to keep the general public safe, just because you didn't do the common sense thing, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, that concludes our general public comment for this morning. And members, we can go now to the list of Budget and Finance Committee questions as of last Friday that are pending review and approval. Does any member have any comments or proposed changes to the list, which should be before you? Mr. Englander.
Yes, thank you. First on page 3, item 176, that should actually be a budgetary impact item instead of a special study. On,
I'm sorry, that was 176?
176, item 176. On page 6, number 207 and 214, those can actually be combined into one. Would be on the, that was on the zoo, whether we have authority to increase the fee or in the study. And then also what was missed in there is if we can add to it the impact on six successive increases, and to address any concern that there might be on doing that 6 years in a row. We can look at that. And that's all I have.
Great, okay. Anything further, members? Mr. LaBonge?
Great. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, you mean no comments? Okay, very good. Well then, seeing no other comments with the changes recommended by Mr. Englander, if it looks like there's no objection, so it will be, the report will be deemed approved as amended with the suggestions by Mr. Englander. So that brings us first to our presentation by the Coalition of City Unions. So I would like to invite the union representatives to come on forward to the center table, and as they do, I think we've said it many times and in many ways, but the path that the city has taken over the last 5 years since the collapse of the economy in 2008 has been a rather remarkable one, that we've been able to erase as much of the deficit as we have. It has certainly been a combined effort that has been contributed to by our workforce, as well as our constituents and our staff and this council and the mayor. So I want to thank our union representatives who are here today for the ongoing partnership that we've had in getting us to this point, and look forward to hearing your comments today. I believe last year, when I first invited the coalition to appear before this committee, I believe was the first time, at least in recent memory, that the Budget and Finance Committee had heard presentations by the coalition. I felt that it was important because the vast majority of what we spend as a city is spent on our workforce. And so when we can get input from our workforce on how to operate more efficiently and cost effectively, it's certainly valuable for everybody concerned. And I think that, as I mentioned, it's been an important part of our budget solutions as we've gotten to this date, to hear the suggestions and the analysis that our unions have provided us. So I want to thank you for being here. And Ms. Parisi, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We appreciate this opportunity very much. I think we just want to begin by maybe everyone around the table could introduce themselves, and then we're going to hear an opening statement from Ms. Julie Butcher. James?
Hi, I'm James Johnson, SEIU Local 721, a member of the board of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference of Greater Los Angeles.
Julie Butcher, SEIU 721.
David Sanders, Regional Director, SEIU Local 721. Victor Gordon.
I need a mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julie Butcher. Oops. Julie Butcher, SEIU 721.
David Sanders, Regional Director, SEIU Local 721.
Victor Gordlow, Secretary, Treasurer, and General Counsel to La Una Local 777.
Cheryl Parisi, Executive Director, AFSCME District Council 36.
Molly Rhodes, SEIU 721, research analyst.
Gavin Kuhn, business rep of IUOE Local 501.
We have provided copies of a written report. I think that all of you have in front of you. Our report will begin with an opening statement. Molly Rhodes will then review sort of the financial picture, and then we will move into specific suggestions on this budget. So let's open with the statement from Julie Butcher.
Thanks for this opportunity. Angelenos deserve an honest budget. This budget was introduced in a dishonest way with dishonest economic projections and hidden accounts. And city leaders who know better should be ashamed of themselves for misleading the public and making the livelihoods of city workers appear uncertain even when they aren't. This utter disregard for the truth is an unfortunate hallmark of the ongoing mismanagement that starts at the top. Angelenos deserve leaders with principles. They deserve to know where all city leaders stand up when it comes to workers' lives and livelihoods. Don't we want workers in this city to be lifted up? Don't we want to make the present a snapshot of what the future could look like? This is, we believe, necessary that all working people in Los Angeles be treated fairly, with dignity, and after decades of hard work, working people should be able to retire with security. It should be inscribed on the walls of City Hall. Labor is the engine that makes this city run, and we will not accept a race to the bottom, not for public workers and not for our sisters and brothers in the private sector. Today, we could, and rightly should, be jointly celebrating, alongside the mayor and the CAO, our city's reemergence from the worst recession in over 80 years. City workers made hard sacrifices to keep this city afloat over the past 5 years. We saved the city almost $1 billion when we didn't have to. But we did it because we are stakeholders in the city that we love. We care about our jobs and our families, but we work to serve Los Angeles. The mayor, CAO, and everyone on the council will eventually leave, but we'll still be here trimming trees, staffing libraries, picking up trash, and taking care of parks. However, instead of celebrating LA's new day, the top leadership of the city hit us with more doom and gloom predictions, even though the actual budget numbers don't bear that out. What we have now is another chance to start over. Let's be completely honest with each other and with LA residents, and let's be very, very clear that our city is back. Unemployment is down, tourism is up, economic growth is up. Revenues increased for the first time in years, blew the door off the CAO's predictions. That's the truth. So now we're met with a different challenge, a challenge of leadership, and it starts right here. Oh, and we got eggs. We urge you to meet the challenge head on. With this budget, let's be bold enough to give people real hope and provide the real leadership necessary to move LA forward. If you take the ideas of dedicated workers seriously and implement them, we will vastly improve the lives of all Angelenos by improving the city's services they count on each day. Thank you.
We now are going to turn to Dr. Molly Rhodes. Dr. Rhodes has done an analysis of the accounts in the budget and will provide an overview of our analysis of those separate accounts.
Hello. So some of what I'm going to talk about, the committee is extremely familiar with. You know what your savings accounts are. You know what the general fund is. The general public doesn't have that understanding, and our members as well as part of the general public don't. So I'm going to do a little bit Budget 101 as I go through this document as we were trying to follow money. The good news is that savings accounts for rainy days have been rebuilt in no small part because of the hard work of this committee, as well as the sacrifices made by our members. And the economy is clearly in an emerging turnaround. The accounts that I charted out in Table 1 hold $302 million, which is about 63% of general fund revenues. The CAO presentation reported reserves at 5.2%. That's accurate in terms of a strict what's a reserve and what's not a reserve, but it doesn't show what the city has in savings. So this Table 1 lists out what those savings are, and I'm going to walk through them for the benefit of the public. Because there's a real transparency issue in the budget. We basically had to do a bunch of detective work to find, particularly in the UB, revenue for economic uncertainties, as well as proposed contingencies for obligatory changes. We believe there's no need for those last two accounts that are listed in Table 1, and recommend that the committee instruct the CAO to return those funds to departments. The departments need that money. And removing the two funds still creates a savings buffer of 5.64% of projected general fund receipts. So now I'm going to do some of the Budget 101 I talked about. The general fund reserve, which is the 5.2% presented by the CAO, is made up of two funds, the emergency reserve and the contingency reserve. Together they total $255 million. The purpose of having the two funds, as you know well, emergency reserves are for an urgent economic necessity that would be based on a significant economic downturn, basically a disaster, an earthquake or an economic disaster. The contingency reserve is to be used if there are, quote, unanticipated expenses or revenue shortfalls impacting programs approved in the current year budget. And those are all funds that can be allocated with a majority vote of council. As this committee very well knows, the general fund health is critical to the city because it's monitored by bond ratings analysts who determine how much it will cost us to borrow money. Other cities who are still struggling to rebound from the economic downturn have suffered downgrades in their bond ratings in the past year because they have been unable to replenish their depleted general fund reserves. But that's not been the case in Los Angeles. As council reserved in this year's adopted budget, quote, the city has earned some of the highest credit ratings for large cities in the nation. The restoration of the general fund is key to those ratings. The city has brought the fund back to pre-recession levels, budgeted above council's 5% rule for the first time in a decade. And then Table 2 is a chart of the history of that general fund reserve. I think we all saw the CAO present a similar table. Oh, his was prettier. So you can see that in that chart, we're back to fiscal year 2001, 2002 levels. At where the general fund is set. And that, again, is at the 5.2%. And then additionally, as part of the growing the reserve fund, the city has weaned itself from the practice of transferring money from the reserve for operational expenses during the year. So in Table 3, you see that you've stopped transferring money at all since 2010-11. So those are the general reserve funds that are specifically captured in the 5.24%. In addition to that account, the city has a budget stabilization fund with deposits to be made when the economy is strong and actual revenue exceeds the projected target revenue. And while funding sources for that are not cataloged in the proposed budget or supporting information from the CAO, it looks to us like the fund had swelled from last year's budgeted $500,000 to $69.5 million. And we base that conclusion on the CAO's supporting information memo on general fund allocation, which takes note of the president of the budget stabilization fund of one-time revenues of $53.45 million, and also the mayor's fast fact sheet identified other savings to be left in the account totaling $16 million. So that's where the basically $70 million comes from. We would like to note, and personally as someone who is part of team encumbrances, that part of the growth of that fund was in no small part, I calculate we gave a 26% bump to that fund by the work we did on encumbrances, where we yielded $18.2 million for the Budget Stabilization Fund. There's another $9.6 million in special funds that we don't know where it is, but I'll talk about that later. Then there's, now we get to the sort of creative accounting that we think is really just wrong. It's not transparent. This isn't the way to do good public budgeting. There's this brand new fund created called the Revenue for Economic Uncertainties Fund. It's tucked within the unappropriated balance, so that folks understand what the unappropriated balance is, as opposed to these other savings account. The unappropriated balance account provides funds for appropriations after the budget adoption to meet contingencies as they arrive. There's specific funding, personnel, equipment, and or procedures that cannot be adequately defined for contingencies that occur during the year. By recognizing such contingencies in the unappropriated balance, startup funding is provided. So that's cash that you can spend during the year, basically. The proposed budget is in right now, the proposed budget book that we're all looking at is the first stage of defining the UB during deliberations. You can see in Table 4, I charted out a history of what happens with the UB during the 3 stages of the budgeting, where we look at the proposed budget, then you all make modifications with council, and then the mayor's final approval. This fund is flush at $77.2 million, an increase of about $50 million, or 181% from last year's budgeted $27.5 million. And it's above the pre-crash impact year of 2007-8, which you can see in Table 4. This line item that we have concerns about, the Revenue for Economic Uncertainties Fund, it's valued at $21 million, and we think that line item includes obligations to fund the general fund portion of already negotiated labor agreements arrived at through concession bargaining during the economic crisis. During these negotiations, the coalition agreed to postpone receipts of raises that were due. Although these funds are now set aside in funds to handle quote-unquote contingencies, we doubt that any responsible institution with regulatory authority would consider the terms of our agreements to be contingencies. They're agreements. There's nothing contingent about a collective bargaining agreement, or there shouldn't be. So it is our recommendation that Council reduce the $77.2 million to $56.2 million and restore funds to departments so that they can pay negotiated raises to avoid an unnecessary crisis. And then lastly, these special fund schedules, so our members are paid off of general funds and special funds. The proposed budget also includes a new line item in special funds, which we believe is intended to cover the portion of those already negotiated labor agreements, again, arrived at through concession bargaining, and attach these special fund positions. And I think earlier in the week, you heard from one of our members who testified about how he is on a special fund, but took the concessions because he wanted to help the city. His concession, his furloughs, had no impact on the city deficit, but he did it because it was the right thing to do, because he wanted to help save the city. We're a little sore on this issue. Since the mayor and CAO's proposed budget does not itemize these in a single document, we did some detective work to cull them from their individual special purpose fund schedules and provide them in transparent form to the committee and public in Table 5. Table 5 does not exist anywhere in your budget documents. I just have to say that when the city has been in actual crisis, our members have responded, agreeing to make economic sacrifices to protect the city. Now, however, the coalition is concerned that a lack of transparency may provide cover for those with an ideological agenda of dismantling public services to create an invented crisis. Our members and the public at large deserves transparency as a minimum standard in budgeting. The amount allocated in Table 5 totals $10.2 million. As with the revenue for uncertainties line item, we recommend these funds be restored to departments. So that's the end of the budget story.
We are now going to hear from Victor Gordo, who will make a presentation on the important role that the City of Los Angeles and the public sector play in the Los Angeles economy.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the City Council, I think it's important that we take a step back and view the importance of the City of Los Angeles from a 30,000-foot level to not just the people of Los Angeles, but really to the regional economy and probably to the entire state of California. The current recovery is all about jobs. And we have to remember that jobs equal services in the city of Los Angeles. The current recovery has seen an improvement in the jobs market, and we've begun to see an improvement as a result of the improvement in the jobs market around housing and travel and tourism. All of the indicators that we're looking at, including the TOT and some of the other relevant indicators, are positive. Not just for the city of Los Angeles, but the region as a whole. If you look at the latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you'll see that LA job growth beat out the entire country. In fact, we've seen the largest year-over-year increases in employment within the metropolitan division when we added 82,600 jobs year-over-year in the metropolitan division. That's an important fact to keep in mind, because most of that growth, if not overwhelmingly all of the growth, has occurred in the private sector. Clearly the private sector is doing its part with the, many economists will tell you, the public sector dragging the economy or slowing it from picking up steam. When you look at, and I'll refer you to page 10 of our report, when you look at the chart of unemployment in the last few years, it begins to draw out the story of the metropolitan area's jobs numbers. In 2007, unemployment was at 4.8%. In 2008, it rose to 6.9%, and we were beginning to see the impacts of a slowing economy. In 2009, we went to 10.9%, and then we reached an all-time high in 2010 in the midst of the recession, when we were talking to you about services and protecting the city's budget from a disaster, a budgetary disaster, when you were asking our members to do their part, and they responded positively. So in 2010, we went to 11.8%, and then we began in 2011 to see some movement back towards the positive side, and we saw a slight decrease to 11.4%, and then in 2012, 10.10%. And now, as of last week, the latest numbers show us at 9%. I know the CAO's numbers show us, I believe, still at 10%, but these are the latest numbers as of last week from the BLS. So you can see that more and more our economy is improving. And it's important to keep in mind that LA as an institution, the city of Los Angeles, plays an important role. 7 of the 12 largest employers in the region are public employers, including the city of Los Angeles as the largest employer overall, not just in the public sector, but public and private sector. Over the last decade, the City of Los Angeles has become the largest employer. As the city has grown, as the region has grown, you've played an important role, not just in the job sector, but in the services that you provide to the people of Los Angeles. These services become important not just for your constituents, but they play an important role in what people see and go away with when they visit Los Angeles. Do they see clean streets? Do they see a city that's well cared for? It also is an important role for the business environment in the city of Los Angeles. Are you providing a business environment that will allow the smaller business to thrive in your communities? The private sector is clearly doing its part adding jobs, but the public sector at this point is not. And so we would urge you to lead the way, to look at numbers that are clear and transparent, to stop closing jails as the City of Los Angeles is proposing to do. Imagine the impacts to public safety when you close a jail. And officers are then forced to come to the MDC to book someone. Not only are you affecting the community where you close the jail, but you're taking officers off of the streets for an extended period of time because they've got to commute and transport that individual. The coalition and its membership has been a partner. As this committee is well aware, workers have done their part. The coalition workers agreed to wage freezes, wage increase postponements, cuts to their health plans, increases in retirement contributions, and the coalition partners agreed to shrink the city's workforce when it was appropriate to do so. Through the Early Retirement Incentive Program. Now it's time to really set the stage for a greater city, a city that provides services that allows business to flourish because you do a good job in your business districts and in your neighborhoods. And when people visit Los Angeles, they'll walk away with a view of the city that will encourage further tourism in the future. And so we're asking that you take into account the city's role as an employer, as a service provider in the region, and do the right thing by looking at a budget that's transparent.
Thank you. We are now going to cover 16 specific recommendations that we have regarding this budget, and we've organized those in two ways. One, along the lines of what the chair of this committee has set, sort of immediate actions that need to be taken, and sort of the B category, which are sort of ongoing investigations, reports, and ideas that really need to be taken on. And so we have characterized our issues as immediate versus and ongoing. Some of the issues in this budget, particularly departmental consolidations, really go beyond the realm of the sort of policy investigation that this committee can undertake. And so we would ask, as an ongoing principle, that you would incorporate into your work the creation of joint labor management committees to really, at the ground level, work out all of the issues that confront departments when they're in the process of consolidation. So far, that's been a missing element. And we believe that it's critical so that really the kinks can be worked out, problems can be anticipated by those who are doing the work and should have the opportunity to really be engaged in this process. Additionally, we want to say that we vigorously support the work of the Inspector General in really tackling the backlog of good ideas on how to generate revenue. We respond enthusiastically when approached as real partners by city staff, and we urge the committee to instruct the CAO to program reasonable revenue projections for the outlying fiscal years, 14, 15, and forward, derived from the Inspector General's work. Account restoration, number one, immediately. We have asked that the account entitled Revenue for Economic Uncertainties and Proposed Contingencies for Obligatory Changes Within the Special Fund Schedules, be immediately reprogrammed back to the departmental budgets so that departments can provide the fullest opportunity of services in each of their areas. There has been, again, we want to begin to talk about revenue opportunities and efficiencies that have simply not been acted upon or incorporated into this budget. Specifically, we want to deal now with the whole area of workers' compensation. There was extremely positive testimony given by the City Attorney's Office about the improvements that have been achieved in the pilot project of the alternative dispute resolution for workers' compensation. It is a pilot project that was spearheaded by SEIU 721, who sought the necessary changes in the legislature to begin to incorporate some of the great ideas created by the building trades in the private sector. And essentially what the process does, it tries to provide workers treatment promptly so that they can cure, get back to good health, and come back to work in a timely fashion, and really move away the incentives to litigate. We believe that when workers are denied care, when they're denied the opportunity to heal promptly, that creates and fosters an environment where litigation seems to be the only way to secure your needed treatments. So essentially, we are calling upon the city. The coalition has indicated our interest to do this. It has not been acted on, but we are ready to be signatories to alternative dispute resolution processes in all of our bargaining units to really expand the incredible savings and good outcomes that have been demonstrated in this pilot project. Ambulance billing, immediate and ongoing. Again, we were very concerned when we looked at the revenue line for ambulance billing. When this service was contracted out, it was contracted out in concert with new technologies that provided handheld devices to the paramedics in the field who could immediately enter accurate information so that the billing process could be processed more smoothly. We saw a $9 million spike in the first year, really attributed to the new technologies, and revenues have been flat. Now that we are on the cusp of implementing the Affordable Health Care Act, which in our community will see large numbers of the uninsured now having access to the insurance markets, whether it be through the expansion of Medi-Cal or through the exchanges, we think that we are going to be in a very different environment. We are calling upon you, and we support the Inspector General in this, to conduct a full and complete audit of the ambulance billing process, the ambulance billing contract. We believe that there needs to be an analysis as to cost effectiveness and the efficacy of continuing this contract. So again, this is an important area of revenue. We expect that there is much more potential than has been demonstrated. So we think that this is an important area to explore. Animal services, the ACE pilot license collection program. Again, this should be an ongoing opportunity to expand the opportunity to license and to resolve disputes as it relates to animal care. We are calling upon the Council to create a pilot project, to create a task force within the context of a joint labor management committee to report back within 90 days of the passage of the budget with a proposal for pilot animal license canvassing test program. The task force would review the potential use of entry-level vocational workers or similar trainees, utilizing updated technology to maximize the licensing of eligible animals and the collection of outstanding license fees and renewals, coordination with the DWP and the City Attorney to send inquiries to unlicensed dog owners, and the development of an in-house door-to-door canvass operation aimed at improving service and generating revenue. Blight. We introduced the whole idea of holding banks accountable for foreclosures several years ago. And although an ordinance was adopted, nothing has moved. I want to turn this presentation over to James Johnson.
So we want to move quickly to collect what's left of the fines owned by the banks. One of the unfortunate circumstances, at least from our perspective, is that because of the delay of allowing bridge loan on the registration fees from the housing department to the Department of Building and Safety so we can actually implement the program, we're at the cusp where now the housing market is beginning to rebound, and we've missed likely an opportunity as much as $40 million to collect from these banks. Nevertheless, it's never too late. We recognize that obviously in many communities the crisis has not been averted, and so the program is in many cases critical now more than ever. We hope that in the next week or two that we can move forward once and for all on making sure that the banks that in many cases caused this crisis in the first place, that in many cases bring us to the point that we are now, just figuring out a way to come out of this economic crisis that the city faces. The unfortunate reality is that lost opportunity. Martin King says that the tide does not remain at the flood, it ebbs. We may cry out, passionately for time to pass on, but opportunity is opportunity lost. And this should be a lesson to us moving forward, that when we work together to solve problems, we can do it together, but we got to do it with all deliberate speed, and 3 years is way too long. So we recommend that the committee put a little heat on the Committee of Jurisdiction to get this thing moving so we can take the opportunities that still present themselves.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to talk now about the Bureau of Street Services. This budget contains $3.5 million for the outside contracting of street services, of tree trimming. It's important to remind this committee that during the economic hard times, literally every tree trimmer and the entire tree trimming unit in the Bureau of Street Services was dismantled. And those workers were sent to other departments to do other work. Tree trimming is an important first responder activity for the city of Los Angeles. When there are windstorms, when there are weather issues, there need to be first responders in tree trimming who can report, who can basically help our communities in this kind of crisis. As we saw during the last windstorms in the San Gabriel Valley, those cities who relied on contract tree trimming were paralyzed for weeks. They simply did not have the capacity. The city of Los Angeles cannot retreat from this important service. We think it is important to revitalize and bring back these workers. They are skilled. They're still working for you. They're now in other city positions. They need to be brought back. We need to restore in-house tree trimming services. In addition, we're concerned about the whole idea of contracting through budget. The charter has very specific requirements as to the review of contracts, and those include an analysis of not only feasibility but cost effectiveness. Again, we think it's important that you not engage in contracting through budget, but instead look to restoring this critically important service, this critically by in-house capacity. Community development. There is a merger of the Housing Department and the Community Development Department in order to really hone and expand the city's focus on economic development. We think that's a good idea. Again, we've called upon a Joint Labor Management Committee to work through all of the details of that. We are inextricably opposed, however, to the allocation of $4.5 million to the creation of a private nonprofit economic development entity. First of all, the state, through SB 1, is now reviewing the redevelopment tools and is working through legislation that will restore these tools to cities and counties in California. We think it's important to wait until this legislation passes and then be able to utilize these tools in a new economic development model in-house. We've looked throughout the country, areas where redevelopment has been basically sent off to the private sector have been rife with corruption, rife with problems. This is an area for transparency. This is an area for public accountability and public input. So we would ask that you reprogram this $4.5 million. Encumbrances. This committee has followed the work of, as Dr. Rhodes said, Team Encumbrances, who worked very successfully last year with the CAO's office to identify funds that could be freed up through extended encumbrances. We have not, again, as Dr. Rhodes indicated, we do not see where the $9.6 million in special funds has been placed, and we would ask that you make an inquiry on that. But more importantly, the encumbrance policy needs to be phased in. We have not seen any reports from the CAO about the carrying forward of the encumbrance policy and the revenues that will be freed up as a result of implementing the encumbrance policy. And so we would ask that there be a report on that matter and a commitment. Again, during the work of the committee, the CAO reported that over $50 million could become available subject to department spending. So we think it's important that you ask for a report back on this issue and an implementation ongoing of the encumbrance policy. Finance Department for restructuring collections. We absolutely support the recommendation of the Inspector General for collections to centralize city collections in the Office of Finance. There are disparate, although there is one policy that exists, there are different practices on collections that exist throughout all of city departments. And this results in oftentimes collections not being made expeditiously and efficiently. We think it's very important that collections be centralized in the Office of Finance and that the minimal investment in the necessary software be purchased so that the work can go forward. So we think this is an important investment and an important efficiency that can be obtained. Contracting. We've raised this issue before and continue to raise it. While the city has come back to us numerous times during this economic crisis to ask us to look at our labor agreements and to partner in terms of reopening those agreements to assist the city in its financial challenges. This council has never adopted a similar policy as it relates to all outside contracts. Again, we want to emphasize with you, we think it is important that you adopt a policy that would require anyone who contracts with the City of Los Angeles to allow for a reopener and adjustment in cost in the advent of fiscal crisis. We wanted to talk about human resource benefits. As part of our agreement and sacrifices made with the City of Los Angeles, we agreed that we would drive down costs in the health benefit area by 10%. In fact, over the last several years, as a result of rigorous plan redesign as well as returning to the city's general fund those funds that come back from the carriers due to better than expected experience, $30 million has been restored to the City of Los Angeles. This represents over a 10% in structural savings based on the plan redesign. We ask that the shortfall in the human resource benefit account for civilians be restored. It is important to note that we are the most cost-effective plans in the city. Our plans are 14% less expensive than the plans provided to police officers and 24% more cost-effective than the plans provided to firefighters. And we have done this, we have achieved these efficiencies through rigorous plan design. I do want to note, however, that all of our health plans are now out to bid. And we fully intend to negotiate rigorously with healthcare providers who want to do business with us in the city of Los Angeles. And so we have a commitment to achieve further savings in those contract negotiations. Having said that, though, the funds need to be restored, and the hard 10% savings and sacrifice that city workers have made through plan design needs to be acknowledged and recognized. Civilianization. We continue to raise this issue because it is fundamental to the efficiency that we would expect from the Los Angeles Police Department. Efficiencies have been expected from virtually every city department, but for some reason in the police buildup, we've also seen a commensurate decline in the number of civilian employees. This simply does not make sense. I mean, over time, over the last number of years, with the decline in civilian employees, we have seen police officers take on duties of much lower compensated civilian employees who are trained to do the specific work that's being done, whether that be in the jails, whether that be in clerical functions where officers, because of a lack of staffing, have to do things like timekeeping, putting their own reports into computer systems. This is an absolute waste of resources. And we really call on you in a serious way to ask that there be a full civilianization analysis done of the Los Angeles Police Department to really determine the right worker and the right classification for the right job. We think this approach could result in lower costs overall for the department, but most importantly, freeing up officers to be deployed in the streets doing police work so that our communities can have even better response times and higher levels of safety. Municipal marketing. The city has not had a comprehensive review of how its assets can be capitalized in a systematic municipal marketing program since former Mayor Hahn and Councilman Garcetti commissioned a study in 2004. Los Angeles is light years behind other municipalities in capturing revenue opportunities in this field. I'm going to quote from the 2004 report. Explanation of the fiscal problems facing municipalities nationwide, a contextual analysis of all aspects of municipal marketing, a report of research findings as well as suggestions for entering into complex public-private partnerships. Included in the 2004 report are transcripts of all stakeholder interviews conducted, a list of relevant professionals in the field of municipal marketing, and a comprehensive resource guide compiling all relevant source materials and sample municipal policies and a policy brief for distribution to interested parties. Sadly, the work in this report has never been moved at a policy level. Its basic findings about potential revenue remain relevant, but the city needs a careful look at marketing agreements in different departments and should conduct an inventory of assets that could be part of a comprehensive long-term revenue strategy. The parking occupancy tax. We have raised this issue for a number of years now. The Corps Commission took up the issue and issued a set of recommendations that we believe would be highly effective if fully implemented. And so we ask that you endorse the recommendations made by the Inspector General to further enhance revenue collection and potential in future budget years and implement necessary changes so that, again, good operators who pay on taxes that are collected not be disadvantaged in the marketplace by those operators who essentially short and cheat the city. I want to remind you that the parking occupancy tax is actually paid for by those who park. The operators are simply fiduciaries who are supposed to transfer that money to the city of Los Angeles, and it's not happening. The Inspector General's report calls on specific remedies that need to be implemented now to ensure that there is accountability, the potential for an audit trail, and to really restore transparency and the effort to enforce collections in this important area. I want to then swing back to the zoo. We were asked, the Coalition of City Unions was asked by this committee to engage in a working group on the zoo. And we worked for months generating a number of significant ideas that we believe collectively, again, the working group was made up of zoo management, CAO staff, and the coalition, to look at ways to enhance revenue, the revenue position of the Los Angeles Zoo. That commission report identified key areas of potential revenue enhancement, whether that be the use of business intelligence systems, the creation of a signage district at the zoo, the implementation of preliminarily a municipal marketing study, and then a full-blown partnership on municipal marketing. We cannot express our frustration that this report has never seen the light of day, that this report has not been brought to the full council for review and implementation, and instead what we heard the other day in budget hearings is that there somehow has been created an MOU between the zoo department and GLAZA on marketing. It is important, number one, that this MOU see the light of day and be scrutinized by the council. But more importantly, we're concerned about the way in which it might limit the maximization of full and potential revenue through a full-blown municipal marketing plan at the zoo. It was certainly our view that the zoo would be a perfect pilot project, if you will, for the opportunities to determine municipal marketing opportunities, to evaluate their effectiveness, and then certainly use this tool throughout other city departments. So we are enormously frustrated, number one, by the fact that, that the working group report has not come back to the council for review, and number two, that there has been this side MOU that somehow has been negotiated. We would ask that this committee not accept the MOU, that it be brought to the full council for review, and that the working group report would come forward so that you can review all of its aspects and embark on a more fulsome municipal marketing plan, which is contemplated certainly by our working group study. The last item has to do with the Department of Recreation and Parks. We were quite dismayed to see the retreat from services to the most disadvantaged youth in our community by the elimination of funding for recreation services at the HACLA projects. Literally since the late 40s, when these developments were constructed, Recreation and Parks has been a partner in serving the youth of those communities. This budget has a deletion of $1.68 million that would essentially pull back the Department of Recreation and Parks and the services provided to youth in those communities. We think that that's unconscionable. These are centers, Nickerson Gardens, Imperial Courts, Jordan Downs, Ramona Gardens. These are communities and children who need the city to stand with them, who need Recreation and Parks to provide services to them. And we can't tell you how important it would be to restore this $1.68 million. As a corollary, the budget also defunds $900,000 in class park programs. These are programs that were specifically designed to keep at-risk youth off the streets in the after-school hours through positive programming, whether that be homework support, cultural programming, athletic programs. I mean, creating a place, a safe place, and opportunities for these children to be involved in positive programming in the after-school hours. The defunding of this program is unconscionable. And again, in light of revenue enhancements, we think that this is a place where these revenues, where these fundings, these two funding areas need to be restored. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. We have a few cards related to the presentation before we go to member comments. So the first card is Nadie Makeling. Sorry if I mispronounced. who will be followed by Gus Malkoon. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nadie Mackling. I'm an associate engineer with the Department of Public Works. As a public service worker, our department's bottom line is to provide good public service. As a member of the coalition and as real partners to keep LA moving forward, we, the public service workers, realize that our bottom line is to provide the best service and to the community and for less cost to the taxpayers. I'd like to ask the Budget and Finance Committee and the City Council as to what has been done to make banks pay or clean up. For 3 years, the foreclosure registry ordinance has been on the books, authorizing the city to fine banks $1,000 a day for failing to clean up foreclosed homes that blight neighborhoods, but the city hasn't collected $1 in fines. This failure has left $45 million revenue on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gus Malkoon, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Good morning. My name is Gus Malkoon. I'm a civil engineer from the Department of Public Works. I want to congratulate the city on improving its budget and having a surplus. This was done by working together and listening to the city employees and the suggestion. We are working together as a family, and the city employees make a lot of sacrifices for the last several years. The time has come to work with the city employee, listen to their suggestion, and stop contracting work out. The city employee do a much better job than any private industry. Please work with us together. We can make LA a much better city for all. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully ask, since this presentation was so much longer, that we get a little bit more time, but that's not going to happen. So I appreciate the fact we got Budget 101. We have a general fund, we have a general reserve fund, we have emergency fund, we have a revenue uncertainty fund, we have a special fund, and we have a contingency fund. Collections to be centralized, to be more efficient. Outside collections, everything is collected. Outside contracts reopened due to fiscal crisis. There's no inside contracts to be reopened due to fiscal contracts. The housing and the tourism market is up. There's an article in the LA Times regarding 500,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost in the county of Los Angeles in 20 years. Those aren't, building a better sandwich is not a manufacturing job. So when you look at 500,000 jobs and you compare that tourism and other jobs are going up, there's no comparison. It doesn't really make sense to, there was a quote. I'd like to just take 30 more seconds to read a few quotes if you don't mind.
No, but you can finish the thought. Finish the one thought.
This is from the CEO, from Mr. Santana, from April 16, 2012. The city has relied heavily on one-time solutions to close the budget gaps. Rather, they have not taken into consideration the needs of departments and whether the impacted services are core services city. Rather, vacant positions were targeted for elimination to achieve the highest savings possible with the least layoffs impact. How come you consistently allow vacant positions to be funded all the time while you're having...
Got the point, Mr. Sachs. Sorry, we've got to be fair to everybody. Got to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is David Bunjak. Oh, I'm sorry. The next speaker is Adrian Buchanan, followed by David Bunjak. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Adrian Buchanan, and I've been with the city for 25 years with the Department of Building and Safety.
Move the microphone closer to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Adrian Buchanan, and I've been with the city for 25 years with the Department of Building and Safety. My title is the Secretary of ASME Local 3090, and we represent more than 5,000 city support staff and clerical workers in the city of LA. I'm here today to talk about the inefficiency of contracting out. Let's start with the fire department ambulance building. Promises was made about the revenue, promises was made about the revenue. It was not made and it was not kept. Even worse, the patient's personal information was compromised and used illegally. That is why we believe city workers are better qualified and better prepared to do the jobs like these. And we believe that we will be cost effective. So no more contracting out, and we believe that city workers can do the job the best. Also, I am here representing more than... Could I continue?
Finish the sentence.
I'm here representing more than 200 clerical workers that will be merged into the one department, City Planning and Development. 4.2 million will be cut when the departments merge. So our members would like to know what's going to happen to the services we provide, and also what is going to happen to our jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Bunjak, followed by Jim McQuiston. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm David Bunjak, Department of General Services, 25-year employee. I work at Supply Services. Supply Services is an internal department that supplies all of the other departments in Los Angeles. You know, General Services, when I started with the city 25 years ago, had 3,600 employees. Now we're down to about 1,200, so we're at a third operating capacity. Supply Services, after Prima, we had about 300 employees. The Prima study said we were efficiently operating at 200, and we are less than 100 employees, and we're trying to service all of Los Angeles. Right now, we're so thinly operating that we're consolidating warehouses, and we're actually unstaffed warehouses. And to be honest, that's a revenue loser for the city because we cannot control inventory at warehouses where we do not have staff. So currently, they're testing for storekeeper, warehouse, senior storekeeper, and we know that this is for positions that are opening up at Department of Water and Power at 50% more pay, and where they're going to get the positions are from our staff. So what I would like to point out here is that we need to start restoring these positions back to our side. Great. We need to start restoring our positions in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The final speaker that we have on this topic is Jim McQuiston, and then we'll open it up to members. Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston. Remember the old phrase that they say, the promises of a sovereign are written on the wind, but I don't think the city's promises are written on the wind, and I can see in the vast reaches of the city that we can afford to come through on our promise that we said that we would pay this budget year. I'm not going to say that we won't cut the wages after that, though, but we should really fulfill our promise exactly as we put it down, and then we'll go on from there.
Thank you. I got a late card. I'm going to make an exception this time and go ahead and invite Charles Leone to come on up.
I appreciate it. Won't
no
happen
problem.
Again.
I know.
Mr. Chair, members of this body, thanks for this opportunity. And again, you come to see why, at the end of the day, the best ideas in the city of Los Angeles are those that come from your labor organizations and your workforce. From the ground up, we have the ideas. I want to speak before you today to piggyback a little bit about what was said in this presentation about contracting out through the budget. It was more than 10 years ago that SEIU 347, along with our labor brothers and sisters, had a significant victory in the city of Los Angeles when we fought back to the forces that wanted to contract out bargaining unit work. You heard the stories about how they wanted to contract out sanitation, and you heard the stories about how they wanted to contract out DOT and how they wanted to sell off the LAX and the harbor, and we prevailed. As a result of that, the labor force was able to negotiate, SEIU was able to negotiate in our contracts Article 2.10, which gave an obligation to the city of Los Angeles that they would notify us when they contract out bargaining unit work, to work it through a clearinghouse. What's happened is that we've seen labor lines added to vendor contracts. It hasn't been transparent. So, for example, if you are putting an effort like what's happening now in GSD to lease vehicles, they want to have labor lines, as-needed labor. It's undermining our bargaining unit. It's undermining the integrity of labor relations. And we're hoping that with your leadership, Mr. Chair, this body and the City Council, we can put an end to this rogue effort that's been taking place in the City of Los Angeles. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let me first thank the coalition as usual. This is I think, very helpful to the committee to have your presence here, first of all, and to have the in-depth recommendations that you provide on an ongoing basis. It's always a productive endeavor, I think, for us to go through each of these recommendations and discuss them. And I think each of them is going to merit substantially more discussion than we were probably going to be doing just this morning off the top of our heads. So I think I'm going to start off by recommending to my colleagues that we get some reports back on each of these recommendations, and then when the reports come back, we'll have a greater opportunity to discuss them. You'll be here, I assume. We'll have staff the benefit of staff recommendations, and we'll be able to have a more thorough discussion. So I'd like to ask that we have budget impact reports in response to the coalition's budget recommendations number 1, 2, number 1, number 2. I think that merits more immediacy than the coalition did, actually. I think the workers' comp issue is vitally important, so I'd like that to be a budget impact report. So number 1, number 2, number 3, and by the way, on the ambulance billing issue, I will just say we are going to be having a fairly thorough discussion when the Inspector General comes to speak about his recommendations. So we'll already have that as part of our discussion, but I think it merits a specific report back as to this recommendation as well. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. And just a comment, by the way, on number 7. No, actually, skip that. So number 7, number 8, number 9, 11, 14, and again on 14, the Inspector General has done yeoman's work in really tearing apart the issue of parking occupancy tax collection, and this council has done a significant amount of work, I think, in trying to develop ways that we can get a better handle on that, but we will nonetheless have a report back on that issue, as well as the IG's report when he comes back. And number 15, on the zoo, and I'm going to, and by the way, in case it wasn't clear, we are going to be getting that GLAS-AMU back in this committee. When they appeared, we requested that it be provided to this committee, and that will happen. But in addition to that, I would also like to get back from the CAO the report, the final report that was the product of the coalition work effort, task force work effort in trying to find additional efficiencies and revenue opportunities at the zoo. And then number 16 as well. So those I would like to request as budget impact reports. The rest of them, I think we should still keep on our parking lot here. It's probably not the right phrase. We should keep it on our to-do list here as special reports back for further consideration as we move on through the year. And with that, I'm going to open it up to members for questions or comments. Mr. Englander.
Great. Actually, you can give a lot of comments, but this is very thorough, and I really appreciate it. I know we all do. And it's not just the work here that you've started, Mr. Chair, in bringing coalition to the table as you did last year for the interaction. It's actually the fact that it's been going on throughout the year. There's a lot of participation, a lot of what was done with the encumbrance policy, and what was done to begin that process. So I want to compliment you on your partnership and your help and input on that as well. I had a lot of these checked off as well, so I appreciate that. I would like to add number 12 as a budget impact as well, because this is a critical issue, PD, that I'd like to explore and talk about as well. And then on 16, to expand that report to include, because it simply talks about those specific properties at those facilities, how that relates to the other funds we're spending as well with GRID and other at-risk youth programs. So to capture what we're doing because it's peppered throughout the budget in different categories, in GCP and in other places on that we're actually spending some or a lot of money, quite frankly, and for good reason, but at a lot of these facilities with other programs. So how does that relate? Not just that these aren't being funded because they may be picked up in other places. So if we could look at it from that lens.
So with regard to all at-risk youth programs provided through recreation and parks?
Well, not just provided through recreation parks, provided by the city as a whole. Because while we might have taken some programs out of rec and parks, we might have also, we're focusing on working with LAPD and other nonprofits and GRID and so many other things, Summer Night Lights, and all the other things we may be doing at a lot of these facilities. I think we've got to measure it as a whole.
Okay. Was that it?
That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one other thing, I agree with you about the importance of number 12 on civilianization in LAPD. I agree entirely. My only reservation is in order for us to look at this thoroughly, it is going to take many, many months of review. So I don't know that we'll be able to make a comprehensive judgment on this within the context of this budget. Maybe we can have a cursory initial report back that will be a budget impact report for purposes of this budget. But I do want to also not lose sight of the much more thorough analysis that's probably going to be necessary, the full civilianization review. This has been done many times. This has been done by many many controllers. This has been done in a variety of different contexts. But the context now may in fact be different. For example, we are now in the context where we've had an actual pay cut for entry-level police officers. That changes the economics of it. So I think bringing all of these things current and analyzing it in the current context is important. I just want to make sure that we have sufficient time to be able to do it in a comprehensive and thoughtful way. So why don't we ask...
Let me bifurcate that then, if I could, and ask that the budget impact only relates to what's being proposed this year in positions and what's in part of the budget, and then the overall study back for policy is ongoing on the bigger picture, as you explained.
Hold on. Okay, perfect. Mr. LaBonge.
Mr. Rosenthal, you want to go first? Yeah, that's all right. Just he was prepared.
All right. Okay. Sorry, you were behind the screen there,
Quite
Mr.
all right.
Okay, go right ahead.
Not to make any publicity, but Cheryl Parisi got a half a dozen eggs because she has been fighting hard. Not just the mayor and these other people, but the people in the community that represent the people. And now I see a grin on your face because we have to be positive in this crazy world that we live in. I just want to say, historically, I've been on this committee for 8 years, longer than any other member, okay? And when we finally grew up enough to make you part of it as family, we came a long way. I think what you did today was clear. I have no comment on the specifics. We have to do our homework on that. But what people don't understand is working men and women is what we're all about. We believe in living wage. We believe in people getting this support system. It's the people we're talking, not big, bad, ugly unions. These are people. Maybe it's big, bad corporate world out there. That's a different story. But when it comes to unions, I just want to go on record and say, when you first came in here, we saw the beginning of it. But under the leadership of Mr. Krikorian, we have an even more informative collective strategy. And like you said, the whole issue is transparency. Getting that out there, getting people to know the truth, rather than all this crap. we see right now on television, they're directing it at the mayor's race. I'm not going to get into the mayor's race, but it makes unions attack unions and people having fights with each other. And I just want to say, this is the collegiality of the family, the city family, and I'm very grateful for you all sitting here. We'll look through this stuff and we'll work together and make things happen. Just wanted to...
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Osno. Mr. LaBonge.
Well, I just wanted to give Mr. Rosendahl for 8 years on the Budget Committee. Give him a better hand, Bill. And you stuck in on it, man.
You deserve a medal for that.
You're battling. Good morning to everybody. It's a very nice presentation that everybody made. I hope whoever he or she is the next mayor, that they have a deputy mayor of labor relations, and I would like to see labor relations handled in a way with the CIO's office that works to better success. The people who work for the city, and I, Mr. Krikourian, let you know, I love my job like thousands of other city employees. It's very special to work for the people of Los Angeles, and I got a special role, but I worked up 38 years, starting out of a yard on Romaine in a summer program Mayor Bradley had. Wow. Some of the keys that I think they're real important that you have to have a thought of, and maybe you don't, is collaboration. Collaboration is key. And also, contracting is key, too. To have a success, we cannot have a steady high force, but sometimes we should balance it out. There's very skilled people who work for the city, but there's also partnerships. A collaboration of city and private forces rebuilt Mount Lee Road that was hurt by a broken water main and then a slide just this last year. A collaboration. So I don't want you to lose the word collaboration. And also, I don't want to see signs everywhere, signs like the J.L. Giles band had out at the zoo. I want to see the beautiful care of the animals by the hard-working people. I don't want to see a big advertising program out there for that. I do want to see partnerships, and GLAZA has been a great partner with the City of Los Angeles for over 40 years. Just like the County of Los Angeles members through the LACMA, Los Angeles County Museum of Arts, through the Natural History Museum, the Hollywood Bowl. There's partnerships if we're going to survive, because it's a changing dynamic than what it is. Also, I do support this, and I don't know if this is legal, but the Inspector General, I think I had a committee recently, and I like when the Inspector General lives in the City of Los Angeles. I understand that, and it's nothing personal, but I believe he doesn't live in the City of Los Angeles. And I understand it's important for people to find housing, and I wish we had a low-interest loan for our employees to live here, because in an emergency, they're going to fight to get here to help us. But if they're far, far away, it's difficult. City employees, and I got one, he has a beard in here. There he is right there. He's on his neighborhood council and his neighborhood association. City employees make great neighbors in the city, but it's challenging right now. But when you make policy like that, I do feel it's important to have that as an Inspector General so they could see it and live it, because you quoted him so many times in this particular report right here, Cheryl, that I think is important. There's a lot of ideas that we could put forward, but collaboration is the key. And there's a guy named Martin O'Malley who's a mayor, or no, he was the mayor of Baltimore, but he was the mayor of Baltimore. Now he's the governor of Maryland. Do you know anything about Martin O'Malley? His work with labor?
Yes. He works closely with our union in Maryland.
And it's been positive, right?
Yes, good relationship.
But also he sometimes has the city union bid with the private person. It's not just, there's an opportunity to be competitive. That was what I remember reading in Government Today like 25 years ago about this guy from Baltimore who was Irish, who plays a guitar, who does good work with labor. Just if we could look at some of those methods that are there. It takes an absolute collaboration as we go forward, because it's not going to happen, and it takes volunteers too. And I think when I mean that is because at the parks there's more volunteers in our park system than anywhere else, but it takes a skilled person to do the work of the skilled work that's necessary that's there. So this is a good start. And I just hope that we could continue there. But I do want to say collaboration for the 19th time, because we're not going to get through the day if we don't have collaborations. We're fooling ourselves. And the thing that I hear from the public, I just want to tell you right now, they think some of us, and I'm talking about all city employees, because I'm proud I started here at $3.56 an hour in 1974. They think some of us live better than they do. So where you hear some hostilities towards unions, it's because they think we live better than they do. And that's the question that you have to ask when you're doing it. It's a very serious time that we're in. And when I explain to them what my Social Security is, which is zero since 1974, and those who work for the city, it's zero. As union reps, do you pay Social Security?
Yes.
Yeah, city employees pay zero. So it's important that they do have a retirement system that is there for them, that is well-meaning and good. In my neighborhood, I'll close right now, an ambulance driver lived in Silver Lake, and my mom was so proud because he could live in the neighborhood. This was 50 years ago because he made enough money to live in that neighborhood because it was an opportunity the city gave him. So we got to remember that we can't live better than the people we serve, but we also got to be fair to the people that we serve as well. So I just made a lot of points there that I hope you all understand and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge, for those points and for the cultural infusion. Mr. Johnson quoted Martin Luther King, Mr. McQuiston quoted Shakespeare, and you quoted Paul Revere and the Raiders. That was very good. I recognize it. I know the lyrics. Mr. Koretz.
It was a five-man electrical band. It wasn't Jay Guile. Jay Guile wrote, "Oh, where could my baby be?" So, okay.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, a lot of things to think about, and a lot of these suggestions I've spoken to over the last 4 years in bits and pieces. First of all, your number one issue under the hidden accounts, I don't know that they're even that well hidden, but I do think it's a mistake to actually budget an item assuming abrogation of your contracts and givebacks, which I don't mind us asking for because I actually think we're in worse shape than you do, but actually predicating a part of the budget on it I think doesn't make any sense. So I agree with what you suggest on the first one. I do think there still is a need for us to approach the budget more carefully. When you project out, not this year but further years, we anticipate a significant shortfall, and we create one if we pass this budget as it is, because there's also kind of a time bomb in it, which is the mayor's assumption that we're fine in the future, and so we have a bunch of unfunded positions which will come to roost in the next budget year. We have a bunch of partially funded positions, which again we'll have to pay for in the coming year, and we have some fully funded positions that aren't necessarily clearly critical positions either. So I think we dig ourselves in a deeper hole, and I'm hoping that as part of our analysis, we look at each one of these positions and determine whether they're absolutely essential or whether we're jumping the gun and going back to business as usual. And after doing all this managed hiring, adding a bunch of positions that we're not even sure we need, or as critical as positions that we're not hiring because of our managed hiring approach. And so I don't necessarily object to putting more money in reserves than probably unions would like. I come from a city with a different culture where we actually put in 5% of our entire budget on average into reserve every year for about 20 years. And so speaking of the city of West Hollywood, they have about a budget year in reserve. Obviously, you hit a budget shortfall. They didn't actually have to blink. They didn't even slow down on their capital programs because they were in such good position. Now, I'm not suggesting that. I don't think the city of LA can ever do that. But I don't mind putting some additional money into reserve. I think we have to call it what it is, know what it is, and have a real plan to do that. Now let's see what else you have that I wanted to address. I've talked about trying to find ways through the workers' comp system to save money. I think there are multiple ways to do that. I think we need to have an outside consultant that specializes in workers' comp savings identified and develop a program to save money in this up and down the program. I know it's been done in other places, but I think the alternative dispute resolution approach could be very helpful. And I think we absolutely have to look into this. I think there's a lot of money to be saved. On ambulance billing, I know when we did this outside contract, we were assured we'd be saving a lot of money. It doesn't look like we're saving any money. In fact, it looks like we're probably doing worse than we would if we were still doing it in-house. So I hope we'll review that. This was supposed to be a big revenue raiser, and it doesn't seem to be. Obviously, I agree on the ACE program with animal services. There's a number of things they could be doing to bring in revenue, and I hope we'll be doing that. Let's see, on street services, I'd already suggested that we look at making our tree trimming contracts more permanent and bringing back employees. In theory, we were told the $3.5 million for tree trimming is a one-time expense. I can't imagine that next year we're going to say, okay, we're going to stop trimming trees again. It's such an integral part of the core service that we do, and we know when we go this long without trimming them, we start having limbs fall, we start having extra liability, as we've been seeing. I hope we'll make that change and stop contracting out this particular area and hopefully save some money in how we do it. I think there are plenty of in-house tree trimmers that have already been moved to other places that could be moved back.
But they won't come back to water power.
They may not. That's probably true.
I did but I wouldn't have.
The municipal marketing thing, I've talked about for years. I think this is a huge missed opportunity. We don't do it in any kind of coherent way, and I think it's time for us to jump on that. LAPD use of civilian employees. I've talked about this in every budget year. The problem is, and I can't tell whether the mayor's departure will solve this, that there's such an attachment to the number 10,000 that if we took 100 jailers that are sworn, took them out of the jails and replaced them with 100 civilians, LAPD would still feel a need to show 10,000 officers. So they'd have to hire 10,000 more sworn officers. That approach guarantees we can't engage in efficiencies and we can't civilianize positions that should be civilianized within the budget. And I think at some point we just have to say, no, that doesn't make any sense. And that 9,900 officers and 100 civilians in the jails are the same thing as what we have now with 10,000 officers and no civilians in the jails. At some point we have to recognize that. Otherwise there's no way to implement any kind of efficiencies in LAPD. You can't civilianize them. When you're removing sworn officers, replacing with civilians, but you have to keep the same number of sworn officers. So I'm hoping at some point sanity prevails and we recognize that. Parking occupancy tax collection. I know in audits we were told at one point that we thought we could save $23 million a year. I think there's still plenty of money to be saved here. we only captured a tiny amount. If I recall, it was $400,000 in this year's budget for greater efficiencies in parking tax collection. And I think we should absolutely be able to implement every piece of the core recommendation regarding this and save another $5 or $10 million. It's definitely a miss. On the zoo, I wasn't aware, I don't know how many folks are aware that this agreement was executed by the GM without council involvement, or even the council committee that oversees it. That seems questionable. I don't know whether it's even legal or not. But we should take a close look at that as well. So just a few thoughts. I think there's a lot to this. I think there's a lot of money to be saved. My biggest objection to the budget process in each of these 4 years as we're trying to get through with efficiencies is that we talk about them, but there are plenty that we year to year don't capture and don't implement. And then we go into the next year and the ideas are still out there. We don't capture them in the budget and we don't implement them. So the question is, how do we make some of these things actually happen that should happen and aren't happening?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kretz, and thank you on both scores for reminding us about the things that sort of remain on the to-do list year after year in terms of realizing efficiencies, and hopefully we can start to cut into that to-do list and make some real progress this year. But also thank you for reminding us of the need to think about the out years in this budget as well, because it will not be the task of this committee to limp through another budget year. I can say that definitively right now. We have long-term concerns in this city, and we're going to take steps necessary to make sure that we get the city back on long-term sense of stability so that we don't have the sort of Damocles hanging over everyone's head year after year, so we don't have the instability that comes from uncertainty in our workforce and not knowing whether there's going to be furloughs or layoffs and so. So you're absolutely right that our task is not just balancing this budget, but thinking about what that is going to mean in terms of the next fiscal year and the next fiscal year after that as well. So all to be further discussed later as we get these reports back. Again, my thanks to the Coalition for your thorough work on this, and we'll look forward to continuing the discussion when we get these reports back. Thank you all very much. All right, next up will be the City Ethics Commission, and just so everyone knows, for purposes of time planning, we are going to try to get the Ethics Commission and the City Clerk's office done before the lunch break, and then after the lunch break we'll begin with the CAO's office. So if we could invite up the Ethics Commission first. Ms. Holt, welcome.
Thank you.
I don't have a letter from you in front of me. Did you submit a letter?
I did, and I have an extra copy here if you'd like.
I do have some notes on it, so I can just work off of that, I suppose. I just wanted to make sure that that was in fact provided by you. So.
Yes.
Okay, good. So,
yes.
Why don't we go ahead and if you can, just give a very brief overview, particularly in light of the large number of elections that we have this year and the number of new people who are going to be taking office, what that means to your workload, and what you anticipate to be the impacts in your audit responsiveness in particular.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you today about our budget. I also want to thank the Mayor's Office and the CAO's Office for working collaboratively with us through this process, and we are pleased with the Mayor's proposed budget for us this year. For the first time in 6 years, no staff cuts are proposed, and that's a very good thing. However, we are still at a 15-year low in terms of our staffing levels. From a high of 31, we're now at 19 staff. So we do need additional resources, staff resources, if we are going to be able to meet our obligations with regard to the elections. This year we were given the authority to use $100,000 to hire as-needed staff to help with our election-related mandates heading into the elections, and that has been absolutely essential to our ability to stay afloat during these very competitive elections. But Election Day is not the end of the work for us. It is simply a shift in the focus of our election-related work. Heading into an election, we have filings, we have disclosure focus, we have compliance assistance that we focus heavily on. We process matching funds claims. After the election occurs, we continue to have filings and disclosure to focus on, as well as some matching funds claims for about 3 months after an election. But we also take on the added responsibility of mandatory audits of candidate committees. The 2013 elections are so huge and competitive that we estimate that we will have 147 candidate committees to audit as a result of the 2013 elections. The closest comparison is the 2001 elections, during which we audited 81 candidate committees. At that time, we had 5 auditors on staff, and we currently have 2 auditors on staff. So there's a huge difference in terms of an increase in the number of audits and a decrease in the number of staff that we have to do those audits. Under our fast-track audit policy, one auditor can complete one audit of one committee in 1 month. And at that rate, it will take over 6 years for us to get through the audits that are associated with the 2013 elections. That's well over our 4-year statute of limitations, and it puts candidates in the undesirable position of having to run for election again without having had the input of the audit process, which can help them improve the way their campaigns are handled and avoid inadvertent mistakes. So, and we cannot absorb the auditing functions with our current staff. Just to give you a brief idea of some of the other workloads that we have that occupy the rest of the staff, since January 2012 through the primary election in March, we trained over 1,200 individuals. We processed over 20,000 filings, and we had over 30,000 compliance assistance contacts. And that's all with 19 staff members. And I should add that it is only because they are 19 outstanding staff members that we are able to shoulder those responsibilities as well as the other significant responsibilities that we have. And it would actually be impossible for me to overstate how hard they have worked in the last year. But the work continues, and the audits are mandatory. They are required by law, and we will not be able to meet the statute of limitations on those audits unless we have at least 2 additional auditors to assist us with that. If we have 2 auditors full-time, year-round, for the next 3 years, 2 additional auditors, we will be able to complete those audits within the 4-year statute of limitations. We want to continue to provide excellent customer service to the city family and to our regulated communities and the public. We just simply need additional resources to do that.
Thank you. Is it possible for you to utilize the controller's pool of auditors that she's created, or does this require a level of specialization that wouldn't be able to call upon that resource?
That might be a possibility. I would wonder about potential conflicts issues because we audit the controller's candidate committees. There's also a huge issue for us in terms of confidentiality. We need to conduct our investigations and audit work confidentially. So that would be a question that I would have.
So I just want to say I served on the Ethics Commission in the late 1990s. And since then, I think that the direction that the staff has taken in focusing on the most impactful use of resources has been a welcome one that has somewhat allowed a better utilization of your resources. But this issue of delays in audits continues to be, I think, troubling. And again, this is a resource issue, as you've just laid out very, very clearly. It continues to be troubling because the public is not served if we can't get audits done for one election before the next election rolls around. The public may end up having a complete election, voting on a person, before knowing whether or not that person committed significant ethics violations in the previous election, which is an absurd situation to be in. Equally absurd is when we have delays in the audit cycle so that a candidate is facing the prospect of a resolution of an ethics investigation with an election right around the corner, in which case a candidate might feel that it's in their interests to resolve rather than fight an ethics investigation just because of the pendency of this election. So we just, I mean, it's in no one's interests to have these long delays. And to me, it's a disservice to our democratic process if we have that. So I think it's really important, and I think we need to have a report back on, the possibility, the resources that might be available to restore 2 additional auditors in order to bring that backlog down. Now, if you had 2 additional auditors, what would that do to your audit backlog? Right now, you're estimating over 6 years?
Over 6 years with the 2 auditors that we currently have. If we have, for the next 3 years, 2 additional full-time year-round auditors, then we will be able to complete the audits for 2013 within the 4-year statute of limitations. However, we will be adding, well, I should add that is only candidate committees. That is no audits of independent expenditure or ballot measure committees. And in the interim, we will be adding on additional elections, the 2015, 2017. So those all get added to the audit queue.
And this is another really important point, the outrageous abuses of these independent expenditure campaigns that are already shadowy and anonymous as it is. And then if we have to wait years to be able to get audits back of the expenditures of those committees, it's Alice in Wonderland. We should just never be in this situation. So I think this is very important, and I'm going to want to report back on that. Mr. Santana, you wanted to...
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, I think one way of looking at the function of the Ethics Commission around elections is the same way we look at the elections themselves. If you look at the city clerk's budget, it grows and contracts depending on the election cycle, and we often lose sight of the fact that there are secondary departments that are also impacted by the elections. And so I think we'll certainly report back on 2 positions, but there may be other options that your committee may have, looking at outside auditors, especially dealing with whatever huge backlog they may have in the short term, using as-needed employees. So we'll put together sort of a laundry list of potential options to address this unusual time when we have so many seats up.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Yeah, I second that and echo those remarks as well. I also wanted to compliment your department on the customer service that you just sort of briefly went over on the customer service that you've provided over the past, certainly just from my personal experience, has been incredible. And if we could somehow bottle that and share that with other departments, it's incredibly responsive. One of the things you did not mention is all the new regulatory requirements as well. And not only from this body, but others that have passed in just in the last couple of years. The additional regulations and rules that are also part of an audit. And so that changes not just the volume itself, but the detail and the investigative function of those audits is a lot more cumbersome. And so that should be highlighted. With that, has there ever been a discussion or an idea of doing any sort of spot auditing, or say we're going to, randomly look at 50% or 80% or some other number? If we find something, we go further. Sort of what other audits do as well. Certainly, what the IRS and other types of audits do is rather than, and then if there is, something that requires further detail, certainly by all means it should be done. But has that been considered in the past?
Yes. We are required by law to conduct audits of all of the committees that are controlled by candidates who raise or spend $100,000 or more, or who receive public matching funds. That is not all of the candidate committees that exist, and so we can and are supposed to randomly audit the remainder. There is no specification in terms of mandatory audits for lobbying committees, not committees, but the lobbyists and the lobbying entities that we have in the city. That is also something that should be done. And there is no mandatory audit process for the independent expenditure committees or the ballot measure committees. They also would be subject to a more random approach.
And with those special committees we're talking about, because of the volume, the fact that they've got to file fees with the city as a committee, and it should be full cost recovery. Is there a way, and if I could get a report back on a fee structure that would represent the staff support for that, as we do with almost any other fee, quite frankly? We sit here and talk about collection of trash fees and full cost recovery and other departments. Let's look at the idea of passing on those costs, so you can, in fact, have the additional staff, where it's those special committees, particularly the independent expenditure committees and others, because those are over and above those candidate committees, should have a fee structure that is commensurate with the workload the city has to take on. So if we could look at that, I think that might be an option. And that could go along with the staffing levels that Mr. Santana was indicating. As it grows during those needed times, well, the fees would reflect that then, and you'd be able to have that fluctuation in staffing as you need, as more committees come on, or the volume of the work they do. So if we can tie that together somehow, I think that would be a simple solution that we should explore. The other part of that is with the contractual services. If we can get a report back, I know we've done that in the past, where we've set aside money in contract services. I think you have about $250,000 to $290,000 now that hasn't been utilized in the past. I know last year this committee, under my recommendation, you allowed those funds, and we passed that to use for auditors. If we could ask for that again and report back, that could take care of at least those two auditors, because the money's there, and allow that flexibility to the department to utilize that if need be. I would recommend that as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
I must say, both of you covered all those issues that really matter to all of us. But the confusion is with this new technology. It is so difficult. If you let your finger hit the wrong button, you might end up with something that might be considered to be unethical or something. A lot of that is the new technology, and people have not worked them out. I, for instance, use my iPad and my iPhone, but half the times if my finger goes the wrong way, things go out differently. So there's a lot of misappreciation, especially maybe older people like me, who had to adjust to this new technology rather quickly, which I had to, obviously, because we're living in an age that's transitioning dramatically. So your job is beyond your ability to do, frankly, under this day and age, because it's so difficult for everybody to understand it. I get more notices every day about discovery this and get your emails for that. I don't know what they're talking about. And so my staff does it. I mean, Norm Cullen, who's a lawyer, takes a hard look. Mike Bonin, who knows what he's doing. Laura McClellan. They all look at these things. But a lot of this is naivete or mistakes. And when you see this presidential, whatever, the mayor's campaign, they're all attacking each other on that stuff. But part of it is, in my opinion, the new day that we're not all there. So whatever staff you should get should help everybody understand these rules and be able to deal with it quickly so you're able to obviously do your job. That's how I feel.
Thank you. I could not agree with you more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, a couple of questions. I believe last fiscal year the city adopted a budget appropriation of around $1 million to the city's matching fund. And then I think the estimated expenditures that were given to the fund in fiscal year 2012 to 2013 was around $11 million. So where'd the $10 million come from?
We have the Matching Funds Trust Fund that accumulates money over time, and that is money that had been appropriated in previous years and was waiting to be used for the 2013 elections.
So we went through all the money that was accumulating through that period, or most of it,
Not quite yet. To date, we have issued a little over $9.5 million, and so we still have the elections coming up on May 21st and a probable runoff in July in the special CD6 special election. And we will be paying out more for those. We also pay out matching funds up to 3 months after an election occurs, so we will still be receiving claims for the primary election in May for a little bit yet.
And so how do we think we look going forward? Were we dramatically shorted? Were we really expecting a run on this much matching fund money?
We were anticipating that we would end the trust fund with about $250,000 after all of the elections this year were said and done. So we're on target for what we assumed based on the magnitude of the elections.
And where does that leave us in the coming 2, 3, 4 years? What do we anticipate?
The charter requires an appropriation every year of $2 million adjusted for inflation. It's a little bit more than $3 million at this point. And that can be reduced or eliminated in certain circumstances, but only if doing that does not leave the balance of the trust fund below a certain amount of money, which is $8 million adjusted for CPI and is currently 12-something million. So this year's appropriation, the past couple of years, because of the fiscal emergency that we have had, the appropriation has been lowered. But this year, because we are below that $12 million floor, the full 3-point-something million dollars will have to be appropriated, and it will for every fiscal year until we hit that floor and have another fiscal emergency, which we hope we do not have.
So we don't consider ourselves, for this purpose, to still be in a state of fiscal emergency?
Not for the Matching Funds Trust Fund. Even though there will be some competitive elections in 2015, we anticipate that the fund will be sufficient to cover those.
And is there any way that we could streamline what some consider an onerous and overly complicated process to save money so that we wouldn't have as many calls asking for assistance and we could reduce some of our costs that way?
In terms of compliance assistance?
Yes.
That would be wonderful. Our goal is always to make the laws as easy to understand as possible. We're actually in the process of, we just completed a review of the campaign finance ordinance and improved some of those laws. We're about to tell you in the next couple of months about some recommendations that our commissioners have for improving the governmental ethics ordinance and streamlining and clarifying some of those laws. So we are constantly trying to improve the laws on the books and also the way that we communicate about those laws. So even if the law itself is complex, we figure there's got to be an easier way for us to explain it, and we do try to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I think it's still way too complex, way too difficult to understand. I mean, I've been in an elective office for a long period of time, and to be sure we were in compliance, you've gotten a lot of calls from myself and staff and my wife and everyone else involved to try and figure it out. It shouldn't take that. It should be something that someone without that level of experience could understand easily, and it's nowhere near that. So I have to believe, despite best efforts that we may be covering too many relatively minute issues and have designed this in a way too complex a way. So I appreciate the fact that you're trying to streamline and identify it, and encourage you to move more aggressively in that direction if possible.
I would like that as well. One of the issues has been the overlay of state law that plays on issues as well as city law, and particularly with the governmental ethics ordinance, the recommendations are to a great extent to eliminate the duplication or the not contradiction, but the accumulation of city law with the state requirements, and that will hopefully alleviate a lot of the confusion on that front. But yes, there is room for improvement in all of our laws.
And on an ongoing basis, whether state law is wonderful or not, to the extent that we can keep up with it and try to match as much of it as makes sense, this will be a lot less confusing process.
Yes, absolutely.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
I just want to let you know the DWP bill for Heather's office probably is a little high because I always see her car here late. So, but anyway, I just wanted to say, along with my colleagues, it's important. What you also mentioned, period hiring. I remember when I was in school, some of the teachers that I had also had other jobs, part-time somewhere, but they became a cadre. And I don't know if you have a cadre of people you could call, but I think, Mr. CIO, that should be made available where it's seasonal but specific for that issue there. And I also, philosophically, I think the Ethics Commission should be on the third floor, right where people could walk right in, or the second floor, as opposed to in the tower. It sometimes doesn't seem as it's hard to get to, but I see it a lot because I go to the tower a lot because the view is so nice from the Tom Bradley Tower. Avak, I know it's the Tom Bradley room, but Avak corrected me with an email saying it's the Tom Bradley room, but Tom Bradley Tower. Heather, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We have one card on ethics. That's from Arnold Sachs.
Ethics and lettuce. Well, yes, thank you. Good morning again. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Mr. Krikorian, you mentioned a problem with the limitations on investigations for ethics, questions of ethics, and it was mentioned that there's a four-year statute of limitation that must be met. And your concern is that the person would be out of office. So why not lower the statute of limitations to 3 years, require the audit to be finished in 3 years, and that way the person is still in office, you know the answer to the question. I believe you have a councilman who's being audited about where he lived, and it's taken 4 years to find out where the man has lived. Why should it take 4 years to find out where a council person lives? He'll be out of office. 3 years, he's in office. The funding, isn't there an election next year for council offices? So where is the election funding? Excuse me? This year isn't.
Okay. Thank you. No, we're going to. Thank you. We're going to be hearing from the clerk next before we break for lunch. And just for time planning purposes, we'll begin the CAO after lunch. Ms. Holt, thank you very much. And also for purposes of time planning purposes, Mr. Sachs, I just want to let you know, I have 10 cards from you. We're not going to hear from you 10 times. We're going to hear ethics, clerk, and CAO as separate departments, and then everything else will be other budget-related matters, so we can plan your time accordingly as well. Thank you very much. That'll bring up the clerk.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember Krikorian.
Ms. Legman.
June Lagme, City Clerk.
Good afternoon, but good afternoon, Ms. Legman.
As you are aware, the City Clerk's operations are mandatory functions mandated by the City Charter and the LA Election, Municipal, and Administrative Codes. The Mayor's proposed budget does provide funding for continuation of these core services. Holly Walcott, our Executive Officer, will be presenting details of our budget and also bring to your attention some long-range structural items we hope can be addressed in the near future that we have some suggestions for. May I give my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Mayor's Office, the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the CAO, and the CLA for all their support helping the Clerk's Office be the best we can be over the last 4 tough budget years, which has seen a 45 decrease in our staff. Finally, my gratitude to every single member of the Clerk's staff who ensure the operation of the Council and committees goes as smoothly as it does, who show devotion and flexibility administering city elections and neighborhood council elections alike, who have achieved history with the city's business improvement districts, who vigilantly support the mayor and council's fiscal and personnel needs, and our records management and system staff, who with single-digit staffs provide amazing support and efficiencies, not only for the operations of our office, but so many departments as well. My heartfelt admiration and affection to each and every one of you. I now turn the mic over to our executive officer and welcome any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Holly Walcott, Executive Officer, Office of the City Clerk. First, I have to make my public service announcement, which is today is the last day to register to vote for the May 21st election. So if you have not registered to vote, please do so, and I encourage you all to vote. To provide a brief cap of our letter, we have 2 filled positions that are deleted in the proposed budget. We understand that there's a layoff avoidance position in another department for the office engineering tech that was deleted because of the ending of the 911 program. But we are asking for the senior clerk typist to be restored to our budget to mitigate the layoff and assist with workload. We have asked and received support from the mayor's office for this request. Also in our letter, we identified a Schedule 29 problem. That issue has been resolved. The CAO has worked with the Controller's Office, and therefore that is no longer an issue. We are excited about sharing the Neighborhood Council election responsibilities with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and each department was funded accordingly. And finally, in our letter, we pointed out some long-term structural vulnerabilities in records management, our AB 1290 administration, and the Business Improvement District program. And with that, we open up for any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Can you explain the $110,000 set aside for neighborhood council elections, how it will be used? Do you foresee a jointly administered neighborhood election council process to be more efficient than having your department conducted alone? Talk about the cooperation and how it's going to work, which is what I'm very happy to hear about.
Okay, basically what we're doing is capitalizing the strengths of both departments. The city clerk will be handling what is largely considered the administrative portion, candidate filing, preparation of ballots, what Dunn calls the backroom functions, and so our staff will be providing those services. And then the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment will be taking on all the outreach and the day-to-day communication with the different neighborhood councils. So yes, we do think it's more efficient because we're all putting our best resources, bringing our best resources to the table.
Let me ask you this. A public comment was that election next year, and I slapped them down and said, no, the elections are this year. But there is one next year, isn't there, for the seat of the new member of the House of Representatives? It's an open seat, and there's a race. I think a date is set for somewhere. When is that date for that election?
The city of Los Angeles does not have any races next year except for a possible runoff in CD6 or some other.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah, our CD6 is in July. The runoff is in July if it's not decided on May 21st.
Okay, so what he said makes sense in the context if there's a runoff, right? It would go to the next year?
It would be in next fiscal year, yes.
Okay, so
but there's money in
apologize for that.
There's money in the UB for that if it goes to a runoff.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, neighborhood council elections were a big topic of conversation in this past fiscal year. What have you learned in practice from last year, and how will you be able to do better in your future relationship working with Dunn on elections and executing them?
Well, I think one of the key improvements for us has been having Gracie Liu as the general manager of Dunn. I think she's done an amazing job, and I think she's very easy for us to work with. So having that good relationship with that department is a key to that success. We have very defined roles, and we'll continue to work together. We do plan on putting together a memorandum of understanding so that there is key expectations from each department. I'm not sure if I answered your question completely, so I may have to ask you if I missed something to repeat it.
If you learned anything from these past elections, that you can apply to future elections.
We've done it. The city clerk assisted in 2008 and 2010, and then Dunn did it themselves in 2012. Do you have anything specific, Jacob? Maybe you weren't even here, were you? No. We've learned things along the steps of the way, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head, so I'm going to have to get back to you.
Okay, maybe we could have asked for a report back on that. Also, are we seeing positive trends in getting volunteers for our city elections?
For our city elections, we hire as needed poll workers, but we hire in the neighborhood of 10,000.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't call them volunteers, but they're obviously not well paid, and they're just election day folks. Are we able to attract the number that we need to do the job properly?
Yes.
Very good. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. Thank you very much for all your support and your customer service as well, by the way, which is incredible. A couple of things just as it relates to your memo. On the bids, you mentioned in your memo that it may not, the positions may not be sufficient to sustain the bid for the long term. And so long term, do you see any, you're pointing it out now, but is there anything in the immediate future this fiscal year that you're deeply concerned about, or is it pointing out that it's absolutely not sustainable going forward in the future? If you can define that.
One of the things is it's kind of one of those things where the whole is more than the sum total of its parts. And the way that it's going right now, for example, Miranda Pastor, who is our acting chief of administrative services and who is the reigning bid expert, wouldn't be going. So that's kind of one of the issues is you don't have the expert going with the program. We're going to try and work with the new department and CAO and everybody in the next 6 months, since we do have 6 months in order to make the transfer, to try and resolve some of those issues. But there are other, support positions that we provide that provide other services for the city clerk that are not going.
That's what you'd mentioned also in the memo. So can we get I think we need to see a budget impact statement back on what those other support services are. If they're not going, what do we need to do to either move them or maintain them, as well as...
The problem with why we
or move
can't
the
have
function.
them go is because we need them to support our existing operation.
Right, because it's that's what I'm saying. Unless you move the function and you're still responsible, but you don't have the bodies to do it, It's got to be one or the other. You need the people or dissolve the function.
Right, but that's basically our systems that support, for example, council and and our accounting services that pay all the bills.
So if we get a list of what those are, because it sounds like there needs to be support for those positions to continue that function, the operation of that.
We can speak to what would sustain the program if it remained in the city clerk's office. We have not been able to fill some vacancies that we have experienced because of managed hiring, but as far as what the new economic development department determines what their need is, that would be their call,
So it may be a matter of have the CAO come back. It might be a matter of if there's an opportunity to earmark something in the UB as that progresses and we see what their demands or requirements are. As that comes forth, it'll then determine what your support staff levels would be. And we can't wait through managed hiring or next year's budget to figure that out, because those are going to be ongoing needs. So I understand what you're saying, so I'm trying to plan for that.
Right, and hopefully there's some money in the bid trust fund. We did set aside funds for example, some of the technology that they'll need in the new department to maintain support. But it's possible that perhaps other support could also be taken from the bid trust fund. So it's not an impact on the general fund.
Might just be simply a budget instruction to allow, if that's available, to utilize for staffing for your support for that function as well. So I think that's a good idea. We can look at that. And then moving on to AB 1290, there's a couple things that you mentioned on there as well. The backlog. The requirements of, I'd like to see the idea of your recommendation for the $5,000 level, that you wouldn't necessarily trigger the requirement on contracts. You could be similar to GCP expenditures. So that policy item should come forth as a budget impact report back as well. So we won't get that backlog. So I support that, and I'd like to see a report back on that as well, as you outlined. And then the other thing on the 1290 money, says here that you're not qualified to administer the grant according to your note, but you, in terms of construction public works contracts, if you can explain that. Sometimes proposed in these funding allocations, you have responsibility over those?
Well, basically, when we get the allocations for constructions, we're kicking them back, because they really should go to the departments that are more qualified to handle construction, and they're also technically supposed to go out to a competitive bid.
And shouldn't those just go through contract administration then, and not the clerk?
Well, they should go through Public Works, yes.
So can we have a budget instruction that should be the case? And it sounds like they've got the expertise and support staff. That's what they do. It would make sense. So, okay. I'd support that as well, but would have to have a budget instruction back for that, so I'd request that as well. And then on the records management, one of my concerns there was the archivist, and if you can explain, I think it's important to hear, I've seen in your memo about just the volume of 190,000 boxes provided, and that provides a scope of what that center actually is the capacity of, but the records management office and the expertise that brings, I believe you already have that one position, that office is already closed now every other Friday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So with that, that really goes to support staff for council, city attorney, writing ordinances, all the things that we need to do collectively to pull archives and information as things are going forward. Can you speak to a little bit about the functions of and the responsibilities of what?
I'm going to have Todd Gadowski, our records manager, give the best overview, better than I could do.
And I would imagine LAPD probably uses it quite a bit as well.
Thank you. We operate two facilities, the City Record Center and the City Archives. The Record Center is considerably larger than the Archives. The Archives is for our permanently retained, historically valuable records. Most of our cost and staffing day-to-day operations go into the Record Center. The Police Department and the City Attorney's Office are our two largest users. Between the two of them, they're probably 2/3 of the Record Center, which is currently filled to capacity at 190,000 boxes. They're also the major users of commercial storage. We have additional storage. The city has additional storage beyond the capacity of the Record Center in commercial record storage centers right now.
Well, if we could, I would imagine that's critically important to not have a backlog or not have a vacancy there, as that is the backbone of support services for all those records management functions for various departments. So in other cases we've looked at, and it's minuscule in the scheme of things, but in terms of the budget, but support staff cost to those various departments who utilize it most, if we could look at an idea of creating that, because they are a direct support staff for both city attorney and LAPD as the bulk user. And again, minimal compared to what we're talking about, but critical in terms of function. And so perhaps there's a way to establish, and we've already got the nexus in several other departments for other support staff. If we can look at a report back on the ability to charge, a chargeback or a cost recovery from those departments for that service, so we could utilize that, and we have that full-time archivist at all times. And it sounds like if we're already at capacity, we can't afford to go any further. So if we could have a budget impact report on that as well, I think that's probably an easy fix.
Yes, we could absolutely provide
and
that.
I appreciate you bringing that to our attention as well. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Rosendahl, yes.
Historically, for the last 8 years, I've been really talking about that we should combine elections to the even years, where we get a large turnout and we get a lot of participation. And the story for all the 8 years was there's no way to put it on the ballot. Well, BS to that. We got to find a way so that we're in the document. You know, if we have to look down for council, then we have to look down for it. But it's ridiculous that we have an independent, expensive sidebar in the city of Los Angeles. And it's about time that there was real leadership coming from other places, not in Mars City. We've been screaming this for a long time. But it should all be consolidated in one elections. The turnout will be the kind of turnout you get in those elections when you got the Senate and the President, a lot of these governors, all these other things on the ballot, rather than being separate. Secondly, which I've been saying since day one, which you can do nothing about, is it should be all public finance, period. The taxpayers should pay for it all, and that's part of their responsibility to make the democracy work and get rid of all of the independent expenditures and all that. So America's got to start growing up so the corruption issue disappears based on the empirical fact of where we go as a nation. I know my people in my district, and they know I had no hidden agenda, no games to play. Nobody owns Bill Rosendahl. I came from the private sector after running a corporation and doing a public affairs television show. And I would sit here in the beginning and watch people screaming, "It's all your fault." And I'd look around, and I joined the government when I was 60. So it's like I'm not a career politician. But the issue is getting money out of politics, period. But more importantly right now, or as important, is tying it into the even years. I know we've been fighting that. Is there any progress, any opportunity, or are we still behind the 8 ball on that?
The county is working on a voter assessment project, and they are in the progress of getting a new voting system. But until that new voting system is operable, there would be no opportunity.
Can you get a time frame report back or anything like
currently
that?
They're looking at 2015, but I doubt, well, I shouldn't say I doubt it. They're right now projecting 2015. But it is a brand new system, so we'll see.
And it is to consolidate them all on even years.
It is to create a new, our technology that we use to vote on dates back to the early 1960s. We're still using what is called a 312 card.
Yeah.
So this is the capacity issue. It's because there's only so many voting spots on the ballot without going to multiple ballots and really confusing the voters and having problems, logistical problems.
Well, I can say my people are pretty smart and engaged. They can figure that out, too,
Well, when we have the new voting system, then it becomes a policy decision of the council if they want to change the charter and go forward, then at that point in time. But right now, there's no capacity.
Okay, well, I'll watch it from the sidelines going forward.
As a point of information, Mr. Rosendahl, as recently as a week or so ago, the Board of Supervisors engaged a request from the Santa Clarita Valley Unified School Districts, a number of them. They petitioned the county to run their elections on even years and presidential years, and the Board of Supes turned them down. Also, please be advised that we are currently operating what we're calling the Alternative Voting Methods Group. We're having a meeting actually this week. These are the best minds that we could procure from the voting advocacy community and some of the ethnic voting groups. We're going to split our work into 3 parts: improving voter outreach, suggesting methods of changing how we vote. And the results of that study, we will be happy to share. And remember, too, that if elections were consolidated with the presidential, essentially in the ballot would be the presidential election, then the Senate, then the Assembly, then the county, then the measures, and then way at the end would be the city races and the measures. And that's just how the way the county registrar would conduct its election.
Well, all I can say is, in the last comment I'll make on it, the city of Los Angeles, the people are smart, all of them. And if it's tied into that election and you do special announcements, the people are going to vote. I know my people will vote. And I know that we can educate the entire city so we can all be part of that process. And it's irresponsible for anybody not to put us in the even years. It's crazy. And it's about time we showed real leadership from the supervisors and other groups. The people are for it. I can tell you, my constituents would much rather that have to go through a whole nother set of elections, all the confusion of that. It should be on the same ballot so we can be confused once every presidential and every other year, rather than the insanity of what we as a city have to spend and what our constituents have to go through. That's why the percentage is so low.
Okay.
Okay, enough.
Thank you very much. We have one card for the clerk's office, and that is Mr. Sachs. And then we will break for lunch, and we will resume at 2 o'clock.
Yes, thank you again. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. It was mentioned, again, 1290 funds, and the city clerk's office was not qualified to administer the grants. But 1290 funds aren't really a grant. They come from the state. They're funds that were from redevelopment. Even though redevelopment is no longer with us, state legislation, the county report said state legislation is still being considered to keep 1290 funds alive. So it's not a grant. So, and then going along the same venue, do you administrate for the pipeline revenue? Do you administrate for the bus bench revenue? Do you administrate for the Sunshine Canyon revenue? Do you administrate for any of those sources? And finally, Councilman Rosendahl, you mentioned open and transparency, private firm. Why don't you just mention you worked for Adelphia? Okay. They went bankrupt, and they owed a lot of people money.
Okay. We're now going to recess until lunch, and we will see you at 2 o'clock.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
A lot of thought went into making sure that this room was really environmentally protected, as well as just kind of a nice environment to be for the officers.
Yeah, I was expecting my old gym locker in here, and these are pretty nice.
Let me show you
it's
one
like
of the
a country club. That's what it reminds me of.
It is like a country club, almost like a fitness room.
Yeah.
One of these lockers here is really displays the differences between back in the day and now. They have a place to put their wet goods in the tray here to protect the fine wood. They can put their boots in the small drawer that's here at the bottom. They can lock up personal items here. But what I really like, as innocuous as it may seem, is that little hole right there at the very top.
Oh, yeah.
Each one of these lockers are individually ducted into the air conditioning system of the facility.
So it's their own vent.
So it's got their own vent. It cuts down on odors. It makes this place kind of a pleasant place to be, not your typical locker room. They can plug in their radios and flashlight and equipment so they can charge up overnight. If they have any personal gear, they can go right here, lock it, take the key with them until the end of their shift.
Wow, that's pretty nice. And every pair of smelly boots are combated.
Let's hope we don't smell them. Yeah.
But no guns are left in here?
No weapons are left in the locker room. The officers typically have all of their work equipment with them at all times.
All right. And the force, how has that changed over the years since what you've seen?
Well, first and foremost, I think the younger officers that we have nowadays, they're more intuitive. They come on the job, they're tech savvy. We have a smart group of folks who know what's going on both in the street, and they're very intuitive and adept with the law enforcement mission. So we get these kids who know what they want to do and they know where they want to come. Our force now is more diverse, too. We've got more female officers on the force than we've ever had before, especially for a specialty type law enforcement, where we spend quite a bit of time out in the water and in the rough environment. So it is different.
Yeah, that's cool. So a pretty good balance between men and women now, you say?
Not exactly where we want it to be. I'd like to see some more females in the command ranks. So as soon as we can, we'd like to promote some of our female police officers into the supervisor and management ranks. But we're getting there. For a young force, I think we're doing pretty good. This is the detention area.
Oh, yeah, this is detention.
It's temporary detention. It meets the state requirement, but this isn't the final location for anybody that would be arrested by one of our officers. There is a cuffing bench here. Where somebody would be brought in. We can live scan them with the equipment that'll be coming in here in a few days, and they'll be fingerprinted. We'll be able to do some of the preliminary work and finish up the reporting process prior to taking them over and booking them at an LAPD facility. They're typically here less than a couple hours.
Okay.
Then they move out. But we also are responsible to make sure that we have the chain of custody, the integrity of the custody chain in place all along. So it starts from a search out in the field of the prisoner, making sure that the police car is sterile, make sure this area is sterile, and even if they use the restroom, they don't flush. We flush for them. So the officer, once they're sure that there's no contraband, can come here and they press a button, and then...
And the Port Police and the LA Police is different jurisdiction, or how do you guys work together in conjunction, or?
Yeah, well, when it comes to the difference between the city police and the port police, the city police operate under the city charter and responsible for the entire city of Los Angeles, and they operate out of the general fund from the city of LA. The port police are not paid for by taxpayer dollars, they're paid for by port revenue. They do have the same authority as any peace officer in the state of California, and they do the same type of police work in general. But our primary responsibility is making sure that commerce flows, that goods movement operates appropriately. Actually, we get along pretty good, not only with our city family, we get along pretty good with the feds, which is kind of unheard of around the rest of the country. The city of LA is actually well known for the ability to have unified commands and a lot of collaboration between the law enforcement agencies. So specifically between ourselves and LAPD and our fire department, certainly we're family. And then when it comes to the other partner agencies, you realize that we're here in the port, you got a lot of interaction with customs, with the immigration and customs enforcement folks, with FBI and other federal agencies, especially the Coast Guard. We need to be able to work together on a regular basis. So we train together, we talk together a lot, and we collaborate on a lot of issues so that by the time the flag goes up and we need to respond to something, we're doing it in a unified fashion and there's no egos. And so this is our firearms training unit, and this is our brand new range.
Oh, firing range.
Watch this.
Oh, let there be light. Look at that.
This is where, at the end of the day, most of our officers, at some point in time during their career, they start out in the academy getting their basic training, but throughout their career, at least once a month, they have to make a visit to the range and qualify. Once every quarter, that qualifying score is written down to make sure that the officers are proficient with their firearm. And to do that, to make sure that they're not stale, they have to shoot a number of different scenarios so that they don't just shoot the same way over and over and over. If you see the markings on the floor, the 5-yard, 7-yard, 15 and 17-yard line, we shoot at different locations. They shoot different types of scenarios. The targets are able to pop and turn. They're able to do different things so that the officers remain proficient and they don't anticipate the type of threat that's coming at them. These targets do turn and face the officers while they're in training and the trainees. We're about to upgrade the brand new facility that we have here. This is the basic model, and we're finally going to have the tracks that go forward with the various positions. But we really needed to block it out too to see if we'd be able to fit the mock-up vehicles in here that we intend to use because we think that's more realistic.
Yeah, sure.
One of the things we're most proud about this building is the environmental responsibility. This is a LEED's Gold building, and that means that most of the things that are put in this building are recyclable, including the backstop for the firearms range. So this reused pelletized rubber, these are actually used truck tires and car tires that were used to create the backstop, are encased so that they can fend off the rounds as they stop them when they come in. We're able to then take this facility, and twice a year the lead is cleaned out and is removed from the rubber backstop and recycled and placed right back here in the room again. I showed you quite a bit of the building, but there's some technology that we've got to really showcase. That's over at our Threat Detection Center in Water Street in Wilmington right now.
Okay, we're heading to the Threat Detection Center with Chief Boyd here. Tell me kind of real quickly, what services do you provide for the public, or does the Port Police provide for the public?
Well, for the most part, this is a public safety agency, so we're responsible for the general public safety for the folks who work and visit the Port of Los Angeles. Within the Port Police, we have obviously a patrol division. The patrol uses a number of methods to accomplish their mission. So we've got the black and white vehicles that are actually out in the streets on a day-to-day basis, 24 hours a day. A large component of patrol is our waterborne enforcement. So we've got police boats that are out 24 hours a day, and they're responsible for the police mission and making sure that the maritime waterways are open and safe. We've got bicycle patrol, we've got a detective unit, we've got detectives that are not only working the crimes that occur here in the port, but are responsible for making sure that the cargo and goods movement, once again, is safe. So they investigate cargo theft and crime. We also work along with the Joint Terrorist Task Force, the FBI led task force, and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement also has a task force responsible for border security. What probably keeps me up at night is, are we aware of everything that's going on and that is a potential threat, so that we can close the gap, if you will, if there were to be something that threatened the port or the Wilmington or San Pedro communities as part of the city. So this is for the best in the maritime law enforcement training world trained. The new Maritime Law Enforcement Training Center, we're able to teach the new young cops that are responsible for going out on boats some of the basics, and then we take them into an intermediate course to teach them rules of the road and law enforcement, and then there's actually an advanced tactical course so that they can intercept any threats that may happen. We're also able to teach them a little bit about the technology that's involved in port security, and that just happens to be the test site, beta site for our new Threat Detection Center. So here we are as far as our state-of-the-art technology. It's the Threat Detection Center.
So it's kind of like the command center here.
This is it. This is the brain. This is the beta site for what we'll see in the new headquarters on a larger scale, with video walls and a lot of technology, but really the backbone of our being able to monitor activities throughout the port starts in this room.
Wow, so this is kind of the eye in the sky for the port. So all this technology, this is new technology, or it's...
Yeah, you know, it's a blending of old and new technology. Cameras have been around forever, and closed system camera systems, closed circuit camera systems have been around for quite a while. What you're seeing now with the newest generation of cameras is the ability to blend video analytics, basically include the computer into what the camera view is. And we can draw trip lines, we can draw notification parameters that the operators haven't had in the past, to assist them to see views from all over the port on a continuous basis. The bottom line is there's over 380 camera views here, and one operator couldn't take care of it all by himself. So Officer Pfeiffer is going to show us a crime scene that was recorded back in 2009 of a burglary in progress at our San Pedro Fish Market.
Yes, sir. This was enabled through our TrapWire feature. What this does is it shows us if something is going on that we're not looking at, it will show us specifically to look at this picture. We have 5 perps here. They broke into the fish market, and they don't know that we're looking at them, but we have 380 cameras, so we see a very good deal of what goes on in the port.
We can go back and ask the system to show us events or anomalies that occurred on the screen, and it pointed back to this 6 months prior.
Officer Pfeiffer, thank you so much, huh? Great to see the amazing work. This is amazing. Chief Boyd, thanks so much for letting me see your operations today.
Always a pleasure.
Think you know everything there is to know about exports? Then take this little quiz. In 2011, what was the top export for the United States? Was it soybeans, medicine, or fuel? Stay tuned for the answer at the end of the show. Hi, Jim. Good morning.
Good morning, James. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
So tell me where we're at here.
Well, this is Price Transfer Facility. It's the largest cargo inspection station in the Los Angeles region, so we thought you'd find it quite interesting.
All right.
Would you like to come in and have a look?
Let's have a look.
Okay, great. Come on in.
Thank you.
Well, here we are, James. This is the warehouse.
Wow, this is huge. So this is all product for import-export.
Yes, going to all kinds of destinations around the world. And this is a facility that small businesses can make good use of.
Mm-hmm. So companies would send their product here, and this is kind of the middle person that then distributes this in America or gets it ready to send overseas.
Exactly. You could truck it from your warehouse or your factory and have it brought here, and then it will be consolidated into an ocean container to go overseas. And that way you can save money. You don't have to have your own container.
Right, right. So a small business, I guess your role is to kind of facilitate that and educate businesses to say, hey, this is possible, viable financially to use, take advantage of these containers, and send it out to destinations.
Exactly. We try to help give education to small business in order that they can overcome the problems that they might have and some of the fears that they might have.
Trade Connect is a simple program aimed at connecting local businesses to export markets overseas. It's a short program of around 3 hours that we hold for local companies to help them connect to the resources they need. These particular sessions are aimed to help a company in a very limited period of 3 hours to know what export resources are out there for them that they can make use of.
What kind of exporting is happening?
Well, of course, Asia is our #1 customer. And so a lot of cargo goes to and from Asia. I would say probably 85%, but we also serve Latin America and Australia, New Zealand, and the Middle East as well.
So nowhere is too far, basically?
Nowhere is too far. There's probably about 30 sailings a month all over the world.
Oh, wow. Wow. And a company like this warehouse is basically takes care of the logistics of the shipping and receiving for international companies?
Exactly. They can do the documentation. They can also, arrange for the packing. And they can even do some very specialized operations, for example, relabeling.
Okay.
So let's say that you have to change the destination or the company you're selling to. You can have all your products handled here on your behalf. It makes it simple for you.
Right. So you send it there, then depending on what you need, these guys will relabel a product for you?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
So
that makes sense.
It can be made simple.
So, Jim, one of these boxes here, if I had one of these, why not use FedEx or something to get this shipped around the world?
Well, actually, you should use UPS or FedEx to ship a small box like this, one container.
Right.
Because that's the most economic way. The issue becomes serious when you begin to be successful and you have many boxes or maybe a pallet or a carton. Then you want to maybe consider consolidating it in a facility like this. If you ship the whole container, it might cost you $1,500 to ship the whole container over to Shanghai.
Right.
But by using this consolidation, there's several small shippers put their cargoes together, and so it's maybe only going to cost you $200 or $300.
Okay.
So that's the saving that a small business can go step by step towards becoming a bigger shipper.
Right, got it. So when you ship a bulk shipment like that, the receiver then would then distribute your product to where it needs to go. instead of you trying to or mail each person or each company your product.
That's right. That's where it's good to find a reliable distributor overseas, and then you can grow organically with them. You know, actually, since the recession, trade has recovered. In the last 2 years, we're probably back to a level of shipping that we were before the recession. So trade is a very strong part of our economy locally.
What's the product that's most being exported right now from America, would you say?
Well, you know, it depends whether you look at it by the dollar value or by weight. If it's by weight, we ship a lot of agricultural products, a lot of recycled materials, whether it be paper, plastic, or metal. But if you look at it by value, actually here in LA we ship machinery, auto parts, medical and dental equipment, anything you can think of. So it's really an eclectic mix reflecting the complex nature of our society here.
Right, right. And I see there's all kinds of sizes here, so really any small business can take advantage of bulk shipping like this that's
right.
cost effective to their work.
This is a very good example of how a small business can ship. This product is being put on a pallet. This is a wooden pallet, and it has 2 holes here. The forklift just comes in, puts it on here and lifts it up, turns it around, and brings it to the truck. Our ocean container, and loads it in there. So as you can see, this is a plastic sheeting that surrounds the cartons and keeps it safe and watertight.
Right. Okay, great. And are there any special relationships you need with different countries as far as exporting your product? I mean, tariffs or taxes?
Yeah. It's very good to have a freight forwarder because they can tell you what duties or taxes have to be paid on the other side. And so you can cost that into your sale price to your buyer. And again, so these forwarders, they'll do that for you.
Right.
And you include that in your commercial invoice.
Right. And if you're asking yourself as a small business, where can I send my product to? What countries are legal, for example? Freight forwarder or a company like this would take care of those questions for you.
Right. There's like thousands of products, and each one has a number. And so the forwarder can just plug that into the computer and find out what the regulations are on that specific product.
All right. Great.
And also, there are certain countries that it's much easier to ship to, where we have free trade agreements. We just finished signing a free trade agreement with Korea. So that means our goods move virtually duty-free to and from Korea.
Very easy.
Very easy.
Yeah.
And we also have, for example, free trade agreements with Canada, Mexico, Central America, most countries on the west coast of South America, and also Australia and New Zealand.
And as a small business, if I want to consolidate or I want to hook up with another business to send my stuff to Asia or China or Europe for that matter, how do I get that going? A company like this would say, okay, I'm going to hook you up with these guys, and then you can all rent or get a box, or how does that work?
In terms of the actual operations of physically consolidating, Price Transfer are the guys who can put all these cargoes together and charge you a very economic fee or tariff. In terms of finding the customer, that's something which the Department of Commerce, which is the U.S. government, can help you with. They have local people here in the LA area who can help you find, I talked earlier concerning reputable distributors. They've got lists of reputable distributors in each country, and they can hook you up with those guys.
Okay, great, good. So it sounds like a pretty streamlined process once you get going.
What we try to do is help small businesses, medium-sized businesses, all businesses increase the trade, because the more trade we do, the more money the ports make, to be frank with you, and also the more jobs that are created. Every time you touch a piece of cargo, it creates additional jobs. And it has to be handled several times, so that it's one of the most job-intensive activities you could have, so it's great for the economy.
You have the answer for today's quiz? Earlier I asked, in 2011, what was the top export to the United States? Was it soybeans, medicine, or fuel? If you selected fuel, you were right. And check out this interesting factoid. The last time fuel was a top export for the United States was in 1949, when Harry Truman was president. I'm James Ramirez, and thank you for watching this edition of Portfolio.
to welcome our NRPA affiliates and members to a jewel of a community, El Sereno, and part of our 50 Park initiative.
El Sereno Park will service over 9,000 residents where previously there was no park before.
We had a problem with graffiti up here on the hill on these containers, and I approached Peter from Heritage Disposal. So his thought was, hey, I want to plant some trees. In our meeting with Caltrans, they mentioned that, if you like, you could take the rest of the lot and do something for the community.
We never build a park without asking the community what it wants. Like in El Sereno, the community was deeply involved.
You can't get funding if you don't get participation. And right off the bat, we got it.
We're doing with partners. We can't do anything alone.
More than 50% of this park is private donations and grants.
See, we've got tons of volunteers here from the local community. I lived in El Sereno since 1981. I call this my home, so we can make it better. Let's do it.
We can stop by and say, hey, you know what? I did that. I built that, or I was part of this.
We're our community, and we have to take pride.
One of the priorities that we also heard from the community is that adults want a place to exercise.
And then one of the most spectacular pieces that you'll see is our merry-go-all, which children of limited ability can actually sit in it and be spun around with their other friends that are more able-bodied.
We're bringing in small touches to give children the opportunity to really connect with plants and nature.
It's one of those parks that's got every component of everything that we're trying to achieve in the 50 Parks Initiative.
We've done everything we can to minimize the level of cost and personnel.
We've taken a vacant lot,
an eyesore in the community, and now will be a green oasis.
And I'm hoping that we get everyone from NRPA to come and visit this beautiful park.
Finally, we're getting it done, and it's just amazing.
And I want to thank NRPA again for selecting us, El Sereno Park, to partner for this conference. Thank you.
This is Koreatown. My name is Hwang Bae Kim. You watch LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Los Angeles, it has an area of 465 square miles. That's larger than San Francisco, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Boston, St. Louis, and Manhattan put together. So many people, so much energy, so much waste.
Keeping LA clean and green is a big challenge, but somebody's got to do it.
Don't pollute the streets, or we will track you down.
Hey, I'm Leopold. Join us as we explore how things happen in, under, and around LA.
Keeping it clean and safe.
Would you say it's safe to swim out there?
Oh, yes, Nick, very safe.
LA City.
LA City.
LA City. LA City.
LA City works.
The reason we level course the street is to keep any imperfections that are on the street from reflecting through to the finished product. Once the level course is down, it prevents those imperfections that are in the base material to affect the finished product.
Just so they can hurry up and sit back, get this job completed in an accurate time.
Actually, I am happy. I'm very happy what they are doing. The city is taking care of the streets. That's very important.
Well, what we really want to do for the Bureau of Street Services is to show people that we are here to do the work. That's what we want to do. Show them that we do the work, and we want to show them they tax dollars at work. That's what we really want to do.
feminine men. Which is the rooster, which is the hen? It's hard to tell them apart today. And say, who's been reminding? Nobody knows who's walking inside those masculine women and feminine men.
Crews to assist all the other city departments that are cleaning the Skid Row area, and so I have a bulky crew. It's dispatched out of North Central, so we monitor that, the collection activities, those kind of things.
Where we have a service that we can pick up your bulky items, furniture, e-waste, which is electrical items, white goods, which are your refrigerators, stoves, etc. And it's for a minimal charge that is built through your DWP if you live in a multi-family apartment.
That is trash, which is a resource that we call it now, and to produce energy, to reduce the dependency on fossil fuel.
So we don't want to use the landfills anymore or minimize the use of them. So it's very important to divert most of the material from the landfill. And by doing that, we're approaching that by recycling, reusing, and also composting.
I'm Linda Granados, and I'm the program manager for the Multi-Family Bulky Item Program and LA City Works.
We have a great team. Everyone helps each other. And also, it's quite challenging because there's always new policies and systems that's constantly ever evolving. So it's a great place to come to work and learn, as well as getting things done. So this is what I love about my work, challenging and the friendliness of my coworkers.
The thing I love about it is working with the community, letting them know about the Multi-Family Bulky Item Program.
For whatever reason, people will dump their bulky items out on the street, their old couches, fridges, tables, things they don't want anymore. They'll just dump that out on the street. So simple to just call 311 and say, listen, I have an old couch, I have an old mattress that I need to get rid of, and can you pick it up? It's so simple and it's free.
You have to call LA, Los Angeles City Pickup. You see? I give you the number right there.
311, that's the number right there. I bet you didn't know that I knew that, but I did.
They come and they bring all the bulky trash, they put it on the truck, and they haul it away.
All right.
Hollywood, one of LA's best kept secrets.
I love this place. So green, so clean, so gorgeous.
We can see all of Hollywood and all of LA from here.
Did you know that LA is considered one of the greenest cities in America? Yeah.
It's so green that other cities and countries are coming here to follow our lead.
I love this park because it's small, it's got beautiful views of the city. It's one of the most beautiful spots, and it's kind of hidden. A lot of people don't know about it. And it's just a gorgeous place, amazing architecture, view of the beautiful skyline, Griffith Park. It's beautiful. It's LA. Yeah. When my dog poops, I pick it up, and so should everybody else. You got to pick up your poop. You got to pick it up because eventually it makes its way to the ocean, and you don't want that in your water, and you don't want to step on it. And it's just the right thing to do to keep our streets clean. We got to keep them clean. We got to keep them, looking nice so that our neighborhoods are as beautiful as they are.
Folks want to lay on lawns. Dogs poop on lawns. So the person who has a dog and is responsible and understands the importance of that brings a little doggy bag, or poop bag, whatever it is, picks it up, scoops it, wipes, keeps it clean. We water the lawn every night so it cleans itself off as well. That's just a great partnership that the people have, the dogs and the green areas.
You're watching LA City Works,
a program with sheer edutainment.
What's that?
Education and entertainment?
Okay, well, remember, you have to keep an open mind. Rex, come back! Rex, come back! Rex, come back! No!
Take a look at the back. No! Call 311. Dad, animal pickup.
Okay, people think that sanitation just, is just picking up trash or, cleaning the streets. When in all actuality, it has a lot to do with public health, public safety, the environment, keeping it clean and safe.
What did you pick up today?
A few cats, a few raccoons, and a couple of squirrels. Well, you can get some bodily fluids on you, and if it smells, you'll wear it all day. If it's one spot, one drip, it's an honest day's work. I love it. It's great. Yeah, when the West Nile virus was killing the crows, we're getting about 100 calls a day per unit in the valley.
If you like.
How you doing, man?
Good. What you got? I picked you some avocados.
Oh, thank you, sir.
They live in the backyard.
Oh, really?
It's on the ground, and so I grabbed the avocados.
Man, that's firewood there.
What do you got? Ride along today?
Yes, you are going to be on TV, sir.
Oh, there you go. All right. Best DAC guy in the city.
No, don't say that.
Samuel Dennis. I'm a WCSD supervisor. I work for the City of LA Sanitation, and we're here to protect you.
Did you know that LA sanitation trucks run on clean fuel? It's all part of a program to try to get our entire fleet of 770 trucks to run on clean fuel. LA City Sanitation has one of the largest fleets of clean fuel trash trucks in North America.
Part of the facilities planning section of the Bureau of Sanitation Solid Resources Support Services Division, and we take care of major repair and improvement projects for our 6 district yards.
We're trying to schedule a pre-construction meeting. We're just trying to round up our plans, make sure we are in the right track, on the right track.
They take the metals from a refrigerator or from an old dishwasher and make that into something new. So that's another way of diverting materials away from landfills.
Guys, we all need to reduce, reuse, recycle.
You can compost because it's better to use the composted materials that come out of our green bins. Basically, all the compost that we provide to residents comes out of our green bins. It's processed and then made available to residents so that they can use in their own garden.
Well, we're reusing what they're taking out, which they would just take as trash and put somewhere else. So why not take it and use it in our yards? It's clean, it looks good, and saves money.
We also have our bulky item pickup. Residents are welcome to leave those items at the street as long as they arrange for pickup with the city by calling 311.
Hello, bulky item pickup, please. Yes, I have 3 bulky items, 3 couches, and a chair. Could you come as soon as possible, please? 1515 West 3rd. Thank you very much.
We work
24/7 to keep our environment green and clean.
Right now I'm working on some advertisements for the Bureau of Sanitation. They're going to be hiring some more truck drivers or refuse operators, refuse truck operators. Well, this advertisement is going to be going into the newspapers and periodicals. They're probably going to have a spot on the TV on the city channel. But we're responsible for annual reports, brochures, information pamphlets, flyers, invitations, truck signs, bus shelters, billboards, anything that gets printed pretty much comes to this office.
My job is I am a principal public relations representative for the City of LA Public Works, and that means that I do community outreach and media coordination for Public Works regarding our programs and services. I love it. It's always something different. We get to work with the community, we get to work with elected officials, students. It's always something different and very rewarding.
My name is Jackie David, and I'm a Public Information Director for the Public Affairs Office, Bureau of Sanitation, Department of Public Works. The Public Affairs Office is the face, we are the people and the faces behind what you would see on television, hear on the radio, read in the newspapers, see out for advertising and public education. We're the folks that handle all that behind the scenes. Enrique Zaldivar is the director for the Bureau of Sanitation. That means he oversees everything to do with solid resources management, wastewater, and stormwater for the entire city of Los Angeles.
Well, the water that's in this river, it comes from our water reclamation plants. So we have to always ensure that that water is of the highest quality and that there's always water in the LA River. We are in the arid zone, so for a good part of the year, it would be little water, if any, in the LA River, were it not for the water that we put in it after our water reclamation process.
The Tillman Water Reclamation Plant is one of our newer facilities, constructed in the early 70s. We're very proud of it. Quite a bit of the water is recycled and used for beneficial purposes. That water is treated to very high quality standards, and a portion of it is used for recycling, landscape irrigation, and industrial uses. And some of that water also goes to the Los Angeles River, which helps support the wildlife habitat along that water body.
It's always important to keep the environment clean. It's just a very sensitive situation in a lot of areas. To help the environment, everybody can keep their trash out of the gutter. People can make sure that they're not just throwing things out the windows and stuff as they're driving along. That takes a lot of energy and manpower to clean up.
Look at all this. This is a total mess. You've got trash, plastic, styrofoam. All of this stuff is non-biodegradable. We have to do better, people. This is our city, too.
So we're testing the water in LA River for metals. Right now we're filtering the water sample that we just got so we could get the results for dissolved metals. We found bacteria, and right now there's a TMDL being developed for bacteria, and there is currently a metals TMDL, and that's what we're required to test every month.
We in sanitation, being part of the city family and in collaboration with all the other departments and our leadership in the city, when we do a good job, as we all feel we do, you can sleep much better at night. The strength of our department is the employees, all 2,800 employees. We have a culture that is palpably one of customer service, one of wanting to do right by its residents, and one of tremendous commitment to the environment.
This is a partnership, and that's what makes Los Angeles a great place. We come together to make a big difference. So I think without the partnership and the collaboration, this project will not be successful.
Approximately 75,000 water samples a year from the environment and water treatment plants.
We'll be lowering this to the surface down below, and we'll let it sit for about 90 seconds. The Hyperion plant is doing their job on discharging the effluent in a proper way.
Provide an accelerated environment where the same recycling bacteria in nature we use to recycle within a small amount of land and a small amount of energy as possible, and it converts all the sewage that would destroy the ecosystem. We basically convert it and or remove it and render it safe so that it can be safely reused in the environment and within our community.
What do you do with your hazardous waste?
Hazardous waste. We really don't have too much hazardous waste either. But let's say like what, oil or
Paints and chemicals like cleaner.
Well, usually we just throw it down the drain. Is that bad?
It's not the best thing.
I killed a lot of fishes.
Poor fishies.
So everything that you illegally dump, your cigarette butts, your dog poo, your motor oil, it all ends up here, which leads directly into the Pacific Ocean, which harms our environment.
I mean, it affects a lot, basically, when you're paddling and you're actually focused on the wave and you just really want to focus on that, and all of a sudden you see a paper bag or something in your way. Sometimes, I've been paddling and I felt something on my hand, and at first I thought it was like a jellyfish or something like that, and then all of a sudden you look and it's a plastic bag. Yeah. So it just, more than anything, it's like you're in the water, so it's like you're swimming with trash, so that's kind of how it affects you.
Also just affects your mentality out there. You're out there trying to enjoy the ocean, and you see trash, it kind of ruins the spirit of everything. Yeah. So it's nice to keep it clean out there, and I don't want to be ingesting the trash that people leave when they're done being at the beach. I'd rather everyone just pick up after themselves, and we keep it all fresh, and so I can enjoy my experience.
What do you do with hazardous items?
I personally don't deal with hazardous items, but if I did deal with hazardous items, I would find a hazardous material waste disposal unit.
We're at the Balboa Nicole Bernson Safe Center. They're getting things ready for the grand opening later on in the month, in October. And what you have here is they're creating these are the storage areas for some of the household hazardous waste. And the way this is going to work is people will bring their household hazardous waste, they'll drive through, not get out of their car, they'll just drive through the area, round it like in a horseshoe and out. And our people will come to the vehicles and get the household hazardous waste from the vehicles. This is a big deal right here.
Big hurdle we have is to finish the wiring, to finalize the wiring on all the coaches. It's really just tying our coaches or lockers into the fire alarm system.
Mm-hmm. Have let's say 1,000 cars. You still how big is our storage facility?
The storage is very large. That's one of the problems. The contractors know if they have to, they'll ship waste out on Saturday.
Okay.
They know that. What this is, I think, is these are 5 individual units pieced together.
I see.
So they're more modular. notify their constituents that it's open.
Yeah.
And then we'll go from there. I mean,
You know, it's a convenient place to legally and environmentally dispose of hazardous waste in their homes.
So it takes the people to really get engaged, the people to do the right thing at home, in their businesses, at school. You know, it takes a village.
These facilities not only being a treatment facility or a collection facility, but they're actually the recycling facilities, because much of what we collect will be recycled, including the paint and some of the other materials, solvents. Many of them are recycled as well. So
I just have some electronics in the back, a satellite receiver and a cell phone charger. Thank you.
We're here to drop off a TV for my grandmother.
And safe centers are an integral part of that because they take residential special materials out of landfills where they can cause environmental harm, and they dispose of them properly.
And so we're well on our way. We've now got the #1 of any large city volume in recycling and reuse. We're at 72%, which is just phenomenal. And so we're close to zero waste, and we're meeting the goals every day.
I'm fine.
And what do you have for us today?
I have some light bulbs and stuff I'd like to get rid of.
Oh, okay.
I put them on my trunk for you.
And,
oh, thank you for your help.
That's 311. That is also the number for city information. And I would be known as a walking information center. Take that to the bank. City works. Thank you.
Well, the 6th Street Viaduct replacement project is a really exciting project here in the city of LA.
My name is Jim Wu. I'm with the Bureau of Engineering, City of LA. And here we have a new bridge in the process, 6th Street Bridge Viaduct. This is by far the biggest project we have in the Bureau of Engineering. And the bridge, as you can see, has a lot of interesting curves. It's going to go from Arts District, from West Side, all the way to Boyle Heights. It's going to connect and become a place of gathering and of excitement. And as you can see, there are up and down features of the bridge, and we have even the under crossing. Here's the LA River, and we have a bridge underneath there, if you can see. And we're going to have stairways up and down these curved arches. And this will lead pedestrians to wander and then to look out at various interesting points of the city.
As far as the improvements have gone, definitely taken steps forward in the right direction as far as clean energy goes. And you know, one thing that's really stood out for me is the public transportation. As far as the metro line goes, I use that every single day now. I've been able to even sell my car. So I know for me, for one, I no longer need to rely on gasoline.
And the city is really committed to revitalizing this LA River.
We work 24/7 to keep our environment green and clean.
It's not tough, it's not hard. We simply need to do our part. It's an ocean, it's a mountain, it's a field of flowers. We all need to sanitate if we want the world to stay green. All we need to do is keep it clean.
In the case of a disaster,
You need to be able to communicate with emergency personnel and your support network, as well as to stay current with the latest information. Make sure all batteries are in good condition. Keep an extra supply of batteries on hand for your hearing aids or cochlear implants in your emergency supply kit. Rotate them regularly. Install both audible and visual smoke alarms, where at least one should be battery operated. And test them regularly. In case you're left without your hearing aid or cochlear implant, plan how to communicate with emergency personnel. Store pens, pencils, and a small notebook with your emergency supplies. Pre-printed messages with your medical conditions or allergies are also a good idea. In order to get emergency reports, determine which broadcast stations provide continuous news coverage that's signed or captioned.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Budget and Finance Committee is back in session. It is 2:15 and we're ready to proceed with the report on the CAO's office. So, Mr. Santana, you're wearing two hats, I guess, right now. So, welcome.
Who do we have to ask for reports back from?
Thank you very much. We did not submit a letter, so that's why you do not have one with you. We are satisfied with the budget that the mayor provided. I just want to, like many of my colleagues, also thank my staff. In my 25-year career in public service, I've never met such a hardworking and resilient group of people as the folks in the CAO's office, and who are really ready to roll with the punches as they come, as we experienced last week with the opportunity provided to my executive officer, Ray Serrana, and we wish him well and support his appointment. He's acting interim for the pension fund for fire and police. Yes. No, he did not. So to summarize, we also experienced a 10% salary reduction in our budget, resulting in the elimination of 2 resolution authorities. Those positions are not filled, so they're not going to result in any layoffs. The Office of Public Accountability is also in the CAO's office, and those positions will be regularized. There are 4 positions in asset management that are expected, some of which are expected to be transferred to the new Department of Economic Development. We're hoping to resolve which positions in concert with the CLA and the new general manager of that department once it gets established, as well as general services. So that should occur sometime in the mid-year of next year. As part of the creation of the Department of Economic Development, we're also transferring the position that is the liaison with Film LA. We are requesting 1 additional position for employee relations. We have most city contracts are expiring at the end of next fiscal year, and we are requiring additional help in that regard. And then there is a $2.5 million revenue target for the Inspector General on revenue. That is just sort of a placeholder. It's not intended to go to my office. It's just a basic placeholder for the future so we could track. My office also oversees the ACP budget, which is the conflict panel that is used in case of any litigation where the city attorney is conflicted. It includes an 8.2 increase to reflect spending patterns. Much of those increased costs has to do with our pending litigation, as well as sort of the oversight of the dissolution of the CRA and all the projects related to that, as well as cases involving our labor challenges to both the retiree health care, ERIP, as well as furloughs that were adopted in previous years. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lamonge.
A couple of things I said earlier about a deputy mayor, labor relations. How does that work? If that would it be in the CAO's office? Would it be in the mayor's office, or just a concept? Because far too often, a lot of things I think should be solved before it gets to the city council, at least liaison and whatnot. So you're going to look at that and let us know.
Well, the charter is clear. The charter establishes the CAO as the lead negotiator for the city. Right. We receive our bargaining instructions from ERC. That is, as you know, a committee of both the mayor and the council leadership. Each office assigns a particular staff person to be a liaison to our office, and I foresee that the next mayor would do the same.
Liaison, but is it called the Labor Relations Administrator, or what's the title?
Well, we're the Labor Relations Administrator, but
there's no one person.
The mayor's we have an office headed by Marita Aspen, right, in the Employee Relations Division of my office. But the next mayor, I assume, and I would expect, would assign 1 or 2 individuals to continue to liaison with our office.
Okay, so that's good. So just wanted just to do that there. And the other thing, too, I mentioned it briefly to you, but I think in 1970 we gave up our health department and our hospitals and all and combined with the county. I do not want to see a Los Angeles City Health Department. I don't think we could do nearly what the county does, but I also think there should be someone who's a point person, whether it's in the CAO's office or whether it's in another department, but who is a liaison to the county health department, both from environmental sciences and public health. So if you could look at that and report back, I do hope it doesn't go to a ballot, because sometimes people would, there'd be a campaign that doesn't need to be. I think the county is important. There's only, I believe, 3 cities, Pasadena, Long Beach, and I don't know the third. Vernon maybe has their own health department in the county of the 88 cities. So I think that's something to look out for, because it could happen on that issue there as well. And so I just wanted to say that, and there's one other thing I can't remember, and if I do, I'm going to ask to speak again.
We'll be happy to come back to you. Mr. Englander.
Yeah, just to be quick on this. On item 13, it has 9 months of funding for PBB. Is there a reason we don't have full year? Should we?
That's standard. We always have about 9 months when we put positions in contracts.
Right.
You know, we're hoping to move as aggressively as possible with that contract. Our goal is to have to select a partner to help us develop a strategy around that. So certainly if you want to include a full year's funding, I think that would be appropriate.
I think it'd be important. It's one of the cornerstones of what we're going to be doing and moving forward this year with full implementation. And so I think the sooner the better. So I would request that we look at that.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if we asked for the CAO to report back.
We'll be happy to report. Please.
Thank you.
And actually, along those lines, you might include in that report what work has been done to date with regard to performance-based budgeting in preparation for incorporating those methodologies in this budget, and laying the foundation for future budgets as well. Anything else, members? Mr. LaBonge.
Years ago, I don't know if you know the name Mike Reagan, but he was the CAO's representative long before 9/11. It was one person who was responsible for all that. And I guess how many people we have now because of 9/11. That being said, who in your office is the emergency preparedness administrator?
Bill Koenig.
Okay, good. So he's all key on that. That's very good. And then who's the petroleum officer? Do we still have one?
David Hirano.
Very good, because with all the new issues coming up with what's under the ground throughout the country, we should be aware of that, because you never know what they find at 3rd and Fairfax, or whatever the case may be. All right, thank you.
Thank you. On the subject of reports back, since we were just discussing that, the current schedule has us voting on some of the budget impact reports back, or considering them on Wednesday afternoon. In order to do that, we really need to have those reports back by tomorrow morning. And we've requested now about 90 members, believe it or not, 90 budget impact reports, and we only have about 3 so far back. So I just want to urge all departments, it is essential, it is not optional, it is essential that we have those reports back by tomorrow morning, period. And especially those that are requesting augmentations or positions and discussing things that you want us to discuss, that will not happen unless we have your reports back by tomorrow morning. So I hope that is crystal clear. Reports come back tomorrow morning. Okay? So with that, we're going to go next to, oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I did have a card for the CAO from Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. And just so you know, Councilman LaBonge, Karen Sessions was the CAO before this gentleman. And she mentioned in 2007 that at that time the emergency budget, the budget was zero. The emergency fund was zero. Can you explain the difference between the budget deficit, we've heard so much about it, and the structural budget deficit? The fact that Karen Sessions, the pay raise Mayor talks about is 25% in his last budget, and what was done by the council with negotiations was a negotiations to failure, that if layoffs occurred, a 5% pay raise would be instigated. And so you failed to cover the layoffs. You did never mind, it's over. We'll get to it.
Mr. Rosendahl, did you want to be recognized?
And I appreciate, I was just a little late in getting here.
No,
Thank you for that.
not a problem.
Okay, Office of Public Accountability. I know just a few weeks ago the council approved the additional positions to support Dr. Pickle in the Office of Public Accountability. How close are we to filling those positions?
Mr. Pickles joining us.
That ordinance goes into effect on May 10th, and I hope to be making announcements shortly thereafter.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And now let's just have one more issue. The unions have been really asking me to ask this. Contracting issues that the Coalition of City Unions raised. Can the city create a mechanism to negotiate with our vendors for better deals?
If you recall, a few years ago, when the city was confronted with the worst crisis in the city's history since the Great Depression, we in fact did that. We asked all vendors to come back and reduce their overall contracts.
I remember.
We were successful with a number of contractors, some big, some small. I know in my office we approached all of our contractors, financial advisors, and others that we use, and we're successful in reducing their amounts by at least 10%. So it is one of the first things we did during that time, and it was part of an overall solution to the city's fiscal crisis.
Okay, I'd like a report back at this moment where we're at, because your 10% is great. I want to know what other groups, other setups have done. Frankly, everybody has to participate in this reality, and I don't want us to have a vendor that doesn't work with us in that kind of cooperative way. So we'd like to know who's who and what's what on that.
And we'll do that.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I think related to that, some quantification of the success of those requests would be helpful, because I certainly recall that we were trying to be as forceful as we could in pursuing renegotiations of existing contracts, but as with any renegotiations, sometimes you don't get what you're asking for. So it's important, I think, for us to have some sense of how successful was that. Was it in 1% of the contracts or 90% of the contracts that they were able to achieve results?
I think we did do a memo at that time, but we'll certainly resurrect that.
Thank you. All right, that brings us then to General City Purposes Funds.
Jumping on a conference on an interview with the press in 5 minutes on the Supreme Court ruling. I had some GCP a couple days ago.
All right, and we're going to start with Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you. I imagine on GCP we're just going to go right into questions, but just a couple of things. One on some new things that were funded. I just didn't know how or why we derived at that, or if they fall within core functions of GCP. If we could report back on item 23, 1.25 million, as well as the buses that go along with that, and what the precedent might be for that, where we've done those similar things perhaps in the past or where we haven't, and why we would be doing it now. On number 24 and 25, the doubling the efforts for that program from 1 million to 2 million, we report back on the justification on that and what we hope to earn. What has that done in the past, and do we have a benchmark of what that is supposed to produce and how we measure that? What's measurable?
I'm sorry, which item were you referring to?
That was on items 24 and 25.
All right.
Youth employment.
Oh, youth employment, got it.
And then on item 32, my question on that is why is it in the GCP? And if it's not just funded directly, if there's a reason for that initiative, why it's being put out of GCP. Same question, but as it pertains to item 39, the Office of Contractor Relations. Not sure exactly why that's being funded that way either. So if we could shed some light on that. And then the last question on number 50 is why the SCAG dues have gone up so much. Those were my only questions on GCP.
All right, thank you, Mr. Englander. So those will all be reports back. And then I think I've already touched upon this, but on item 39, the Office of Contractor Relations, what I'm curious about there is why that office would not be included within the new Economic Development Department, whether there would be efficiencies to be realized in having that rolled into that same function. And likewise, the Office of International Trade. And the Green Retrofit and Workforce Program. Those are all, I requested those with regard to the Economic Development Department, but just so that we're clear, I want to see how those are most efficiently created and whether they should be in the Mayor's office or in the new EDD. It doesn't need to be duplicative of the previous report I requested. I just want to make sure that concept is captured. Okay, Mr. Rosendahl.
I might say, and I just want to praise Mitch Englander, he asked a lot of good questions that we had in our report, and I know Nicole is the most amazing lady, so the combination of the two has been very helpful to all of us around here.
Thank you, Bill.
Adult Daycare Center question. The minus of $238,123, full funding eliminated. The $238,123 budget for the adult daycare centers has been eliminated. I understand that the Department of Aging has completed a redesign of the program where services are now self-sustained. I'd like to get a response back on that.
Ms. Trejo is on her way up.
Oh, here she is. Great.
Good afternoon, Laura Trejo for the Department of Aging, sir. We're actually very proud and really thank Council and the Mayor's Office for working with us, CAO staff, in doing this transformation. Over the last 3 years, we transformed adult social support services into evidence-based health promotion programs. We went from being able to serve about 300 clients a year in the adult day model to now we're serving almost 1,400 seniors a year. The reports that I'm getting warm my heart in terms of people having restored capacity that they had lost. The levels of socialization, the level of health improvement. We actually have metrics across the board. The federal government has now identified the city of Los Angeles as one of the high achievers in the area of bringing to scale evidence-based health promotion programming. We've been recognized by the state leadership as well as the federal leadership. Foundations are starting to call us, but the best part I can tell you is going to our centers and seeing the seniors participating in these classes and telling me, one of my favorite stories is a 76-year-old gentleman who told me they rolled me in here in a wheelchair, graduated me to a walker, moved to 2 canes, and he said, now I have a walking stick, and he is now an instructor, and that happened in less than 2 years. He said, I was waiting home just to die quietly. He says, that's not going to happen anymore. And so the transformation of our programs has been an amazing, I think, contribution to the community in terms of caring for older people, but more importantly, to the deliberations of this committee. In the process, we have saved the city almost $1 million that was going to fund these programs. And so we believe that this is one of those win-win opportunities. We've been able to partner with LAUSD, who provides instructors for these programs. Our agencies have been able to more effectively attract grant funds. We have partnerships with universities. So a lot of the state-of-the-art work that we've been doing is supported currently by the field. The other model we had really was withering on the vine. We were losing capacity daily.
Right.
It was a burden to our agencies. I literally had executive directors coming to my office saying, we can no longer bear the burden of managing this program, so we don't want the city's money anymore.
Right.
And that's a tragic thing when you lose something.
Right.
I think what we did was to re-engineer and transform a program that was literally going nowhere and losing capacity very quickly, to creating not only a thriving opportunity for the seniors to get well, but we've also created a great opportunity for our providers to be competitive in grant seeking and developing meaningful programs in the community. The staff, if you think the seniors are excited, you should see the staff in the agencies. They stop me when I visit and they tell me, they say, we didn't get it before, we get it now. Our clients are doing better because we do this and we're never going back. So it's been a real transformative effect, not only fiscally, programmatically, but I think in the quality of the care we provide and the quality of care people receive. So
it's a great story, and I wanted the viewers watching this to realize that the city ain't that stupid.
No.
And then what they put together here, is cheaper than any other program for a senior.
Yes.
And it's fantastic. I'd like you to write that up so we can share that
Be happy to.
with other groups, so that seniors throughout this great state can learn that they can be effectively treated at a fraction of the cost and create those relationships. So hats off to you and your department in doing
and
that.
thank you to the committee, mayor's office, and staff that supported our presentation to do this transformation. I thought it was a very thoughtful way of realizing an economy while at the same time we were building something much, much better.
Well, bless you for that. My last question has to do with the homeless shelter program. And it goes like this. Is this proposed $9,175,500 allocation sufficient in light of the loss of ARA funding and the increased cash match required by HUD from a 20% to a 25% match for the Homeless Management Information System? I'd like an update on that.
I know LAHSA submitted a letter in that regard. There is an increase in the match, as you indicated, and that's certainly something we could work with LAHSA and report back on.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of things. I think it's very important. Item 1 and 60 to 35 all has to do with international. We have the largest concentration of consulates outside of New York City and Hong Kong. Third in the world, and that's supportive outreach, and that's a good investment with the dignitaries that you host. Also with the Office of International Trade, which is so important, also the International Visitors Bureau. That being said, our sister city program, which I had, does not have anything in there, which is okay with me. Okay, we raise our money from sponsorships at that time, but I would ask that we have the Mayor's Office of International Trade work closely with our sister cities. Recently, the mayor of Guangzhou, China came, and Jeffrey Chung, who's the chairman of the Guangzhou sister city, met as well, and a San Gabriel Valley engineering firm got a bid and got awarded a contract for 500 environmental applications for facilities within China, which is a big thing and a small thing all at once, but local business was getting through the sister cities, so that's real important as we look forward on that. But all these are valuable components of Los Angeles' efforts to try to do things. And lastly, I'm on LAFCO, which is the Local Agency Formation Committee. I just asked members, and I know Mitch is away a little, stepped away here, but he talked to me about it too, that maybe we look at the next 60 days, all issues related to LAFCO, if there's any annexations that we would want to look at in the future to be better governance as the city goes. And your familiarity with the County of Los Angeles, we've had conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just for clarity, Mr. LaBonge, I missed the last point on LAFCO.
Just in the next 60 days, what happens?
Budgetary?
Not for budget, just for business.
Okay.
So that's all. I just wanted to get the business down. We got them in the budget. That's okay. But just the business that we look to see that we're doing, and maybe give the council a report on issues related to annexation, of which there's some things pending somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kretz, questions on GCP?
Sure. How many of the GCP items are new?
Jennifer Lopez with the Office of the CEO. There are actually 3 new items in the GCP, which is the Museum of Contemporary Art, funding, the Office of Contractor Relations, as well as the performance-based budgeting module.
I wonder if you could give us a report back on why these are being suggested for addition when we're still in the financial situation that we're in. We're not exactly in crisis, but we're still in difficulty. So if we could get a justification for it. On the performance-based budgeting, can you give us more of a description of what this amount gets us? And why not more, why not less, why this particular amount?
At this time, it's still unclear as to how much the actual module is going to cost us. This would just be the first phase. ITA has estimated that it would cost about $3 to $5 million for it to be complete. So this would just be the first phase of transitioning and adding the module into FMS.
No, I'm trying to stay off.
And do we have a sense of what this actually gets us? And whether these departments are the right ones to be chosen for a pilot, or whether there are others where we might stand to gain more from including them as the pilot?
That's currently in the works right now. I believe there are certain departments, I believe in Public Works, that we're going to be in the pilot, but I can defer to.
We'll certainly report back on that. This is an effort to try to establish a better way of accounting for specific outcomes through our budget process. And I was fairly involved with establishing a similar process in the county. It took several years to actually achieve. So this is the beginning. We are recommending that our office and ITA also be administrators of this particular issue. Your council approve it, since we're responsible for many aspects of that. So we'll report back on the details as to how this initial phase is being contemplated.
How well did it work out in the county? Were you actually able to quantify savings that occurred directly from using this process?
Well, it helps in establishing priorities. So it starts with a strategic plan. So each department is expected to have a mission and then specific goals that they establish. And then from that, you identify particular outcomes that you want to measure. And then from that, the policymakers are able then to establish priorities and identify ways to get the best bang for their buck based on larger priorities. So it is an extensive process, but if you go to the county budget in every department, you could see exactly what you're buying. So constituents could see with these dollars we're purchasing X, Y, and Z in a tangible way. And then there are specific goals that are laid out. And then every general managers and everyone is ultimately evaluated based on achieving these goals. So it becomes a tool to help not only budget, but also to set priorities and to hold general managers and departments accountable for particular outcomes. So it's a useful tool, but it does involve a lot of work, and so doing it phased in it makes the most sense, and it frankly starts with you as the policymakers establishing sort of priorities and missions for each department.
And also, I noticed there's a large amount of money that we're allocating to seniors service delivery, like meals, etc. Do we think that'll cover the losses that we're going to, I wouldn't say enjoy, but that we'll be stuck with from the sequester?
I'm seeing Ms. Trejo saying no. Why don't we invite her up?
So in other words, did we anticipate the problem, and is this a complete solution to that, or partial solution, or is this just where we would be before the sequester?
The amount included is where we are now, sir. Already, those funds have already been part of our baseline for many years. Council and Mayor have approved those funds historically to avoid our development of waiting lists that were chronic prior to the funding being made available. That will not resolve the sequester. The sequester is brand new, and so it would erode from the current base that we operate with. So it would not solve that problem.
So are we anticipating having to solve that problem?
Yes, sir, we are.
And so should we have a dollar amount for that included in this budget?
That would be my recommendation if that were possible. Currently, we project that in the coming year, just in the congregate and home delivered meals, we will lose $1,081,948. That's the impact of our reductions for the coming fiscal year.
And if we just ignored it and just cut the budget by that amount, what would the impact be on seniors?
We will lose over 88,090 congregate meals and 111,250 home delivered meals. That will affect about 3,000 unique clients at minimum. Given that people come in and out of the program all year, I've made a good guesstimate of what I think the net impact is, so it probably will be in the 3,000 plus range. So that's a lot of older people that will be put at risk of being placed in nursing homes and other institutional care.
So hopefully we would at least have a line item to consider for the possibility of restoring that.
I would appreciate that.
I don't know whether we'll be positioned to do it or not, but it certainly seems like something that would be a high priority for the affected residents.
That's it. Okay, thank you. On the Lifeline reimbursement program, there's an increase of about $1.2 million, and that correlates to the increase in the subscription ceiling, I'm gathering. The reason for that is because of the increase from 40,000 to 51,000 in the subscriber ceiling. Is that the reason for that increased funding? Yes. All right. So I'm not recalling right now what the basis for that increased number of 51,400 was. I don't know if you can recall that.
It was actually a reduction from prior levels. We've gone through different iterations on the Lifeline program, and of course we have not only the Lifeline program but also the wastewater low-income program as well. Where we're at currently, we have the number of subscribers. We have a wait list of over 19,000 on the wait list. There was a deficit in the current fiscal year of a little over $1.1 million. How we were able to deal with that deficit without further impacting the general fund was to, time in terms of how we would add people from the wait list into the regular program. So as we did that, we were able to bring down the deficit. As we look at the next fiscal year, we also are faced with the challenges given the transition over at Department of Water and Power. Their customer care billing system is going through a complete new system implementation. What that means for us is we would have to act very quickly in the first quarter of the fiscal year to add any subscribers we're going to add, because once the program is being implemented, the new system, we will be unable to make any major changes in terms of the subscriber base. So as we're looking at this now, we would be able to add roughly 13,000 of the 19,000 on the wait list into the current approved subscribers in the Lifeline program. We would need additional funding beyond that. If we were to add, say, the 19,000 fully, would cost us about $310,000 approximately, because we'd have to add those subscribers right away, as I said, in the first quarter.
And Councilman, to respond to your question about how the 51,000 came about, the number had been about 58,000 or so, and then I believe it was last year, the number was reduced to 40,000, and then the council in its deliberation raised that to 51, basically to cover all those eligible people under the Lifeline program. So, and that's an important point, is to ensure that it's the 19,000 actually is the number of eligible folks as opposed to some who are and some who are not.
Okay, so the 19,000 already reflects the eligibility review, the purging of the list for those who shouldn't be on it, all of those steps that we required be taken.
So, sir, the 19,000 represent applicants that have gone through the Office of Finance application process. The Bureau of Sanitation every 2 years does an audit of all the current subscribers. We will be doing another audit towards the end of the next fiscal year. We've already completed our first audit, and we'll be going to our second one, as I mentioned, towards the end of the next fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, very good. Anything else, members on GCP? Okay, so we have 3 cards that were specific to GCP, and out of respect to those folks, if they want to just come and speak now so that they can leave before we hear the rest of the other budgetary items, that would be fine. Mr. Sachs, I know that you have a card on GCP. If you'd like to speak now, you can, or you can do it later, but not both. So it's up to you. So we're going to start with David Johnson, who will be followed by Michael Harrison. It doesn't look like, it looks like they didn't want to wait till after lunch. Okay. And followed by Jeffrey Deitch. Mr. Deitch. I'm sorry, or Deitch. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you. Tom, thank you for your ongoing engagement with the art community. And Bill, good to see you again after about 15 years. So if you came to the Museum of Contemporary Art this morning, which I'm the director, you would have seen the entire museum filled with school children, sitting in circles with their teachers. We are an active adjunct of the school district in providing arts education all the time. If you would come to MoCA Saturday night a week ago, you would have seen in our Grand Avenue building 1,000 teenagers there for teen night. It's a completely diverse group from all walks of life, from all over the city, coming together with a shared interest in participating in art. And Teen Night, which is so anticipated every year, is organized by our MoCA apprentices, all also coming from the school system. So just wanted to let you know that we're so committed to supporting art education and hope that you will consider supporting us. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you very much. All right, then we will move ahead to, Mr. Labange.
Nothing is prettier in the city than a sea of yellow buses by an institution, whether it's city, county, state, or local, and I bless the school bus drivers.
All right, that brings us then to the unappropriated balance. Members, with these other non-departmental aspects of the budget, we're just going to go straight into questions, I think, rather than hearing overviews. The overview should be before you already, so any questions on the unappropriated balance or requests for report? Mr. Rosendahl.
I just want to beat out Mr. Englander before he asks them all. Operation Healthy Streets. 1,200,000 new line item. Based on the testimony of our Director of Street Services last week, I understand that 28 weed abatement personnel, many of whom clean homeless encampments, are going to be reassigned to their positions in the Bureau, to other positions in the Bureau. He has requested 10 additional positions as backfill due to the reassignment of these positions. I would like to request that the Operation Healthy Streets item number 18 on page 803 be considered in the context of Budget Impact Memo number 106 as it relates to the service impacts on the cleaning of homeless encampments.
We'll do that.
Next question is sidewalk repairs. 10 million new line item. And we love that, by the way. I would like to request a report back on the feasibility, as I had mentioned before, of reinstating the 50/50 sidewalk program, including options on the flexibility council offices would have in the use of their portion of this fund, subject to any concerns the city attorney may have on this matter. That's the report.
We'll be happy to. We already have a report back on that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Just very closely on weed abatement, just look at that. In the hillside area, the fire department, and we should get clarification, does send a notice and then has asked for some optional fee. Are you familiar with this notice? If you live in the Mountain Fire District, you get a notice for pre-inspection or whatever the case may be. Weed abatement is so important, and I just want to make sure, Mr. Rosendahl, did you hear that they disclosed or stopped weed abatement? Is that what you just said?
No. Who's going to do it?
Well, I know, but I got the homeless encampments. I'm talking about the weed abatement. The weed abatement means the hillside areas behind Station 69. If there's no vacant lot that's cleaned, then there could be a fire problem. So I just want to know about weed abatement. I want to know what we're not doing because of the budget cuts, so we can look at what we could do. And then also, there were two things that I asked you, and if I'm out of line, Mr. Chair, let me know. On the fee, whether it's optional on the inspection, or you get a big lengthy notice from the fire department on that if you're in the Mountain Fire District, which spreads from Mount Washington, Highland Park, all the way west through the Pacific Palisades. And that's why, and also in Baldwin Hills and the hills as well there. Also on the issue of whether the fee for ambulance service, like other counties have, can we generate any money from that? You pay the fee if you need it. If you don't use it, it just goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, the adopted budget for petroleum products in the GSD last year was $9 million, and this year the budget appropriation in the UB is $3 million. Why $6 million difference?
It's added because the base is already, this is in addition to the base that you just mentioned. So this is an additional $3 million on top of what's already budgeted this year.
Oh, it's an additional.
So why the additional $3 million?
Well, we set it aside based, it's hard to predict ultimately what the price of gas is going to be, but this is the best estimate that the department provided given trends that they're seeing.
So is the $3 million basically an extra just-in-case fund in case it goes up?
Yes. It's a contingency based on potential increases in the price of petroleum.
But we're hopeful that $3 million doesn't wind up being necessary.
Yeah, but in the past we've had to make adjustments in the mid-year, and so we're trying to avoid having to do that in the future.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Mr. Kretz, if I could just clarify before you move on that subject, I'm unclear because the detail of department programs shows $9 million budgeted for 12-13 on this line item, and it shows $3 million budgeted for.
No,
why are we not comparing apples and apples?
It's six. The base is $6 million. You're adding an additional $3 million for a total of $9 million. So
then why does it say $9 million for the 2012-2013 budget?
If I may, Councilmember. So for the petroleum products account, which is in the General Services Department budget, what we did was we took, of the $9 million, we took $6 million of that, added it directly to their base. So if you look at the General Services Department base funding for petroleum products, it went up by $6 million. We know that based on price history, it's not going to be any less than that. But there is still volatility. Prices have come down somewhat. So rather than increase their base by a full $9 million, which essentially is in the UB right now, we've increased it by $6 million as part of their base. We left $3 million in the UB so that if the price comes down, that it can be swept and used for other purposes.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
And last question. The mayor's budget allocating $4 million to the unappropriated balance for outside counsel, including workers' comp. It appears to be $1 million over last fiscal year. Why the extra $1 million?
It's essentially tied to what we're actually expending this fiscal year. This fiscal year we've had to make some transfers to outside counsel to actually cover what's been expended. And so rather than have to look for the funds in the mid-year process next year, this is being appropriated in the UB for that potential purpose of basically making sure we budget to the levels that we're expending.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Thank you very much. On the contingency for bank fees, we put the typical fee costs in the Office of Finance, I believe, but didn't fund any contingency as we normally do for it. Did we need to? Or do you feel we're sufficient?
I believe in the past, the bank fees we felt were being very sporadic in terms of the increases we were seeing, but over the last couple of years with the efforts of finance, the Inspector General, we have a better sense as to what we have to pay for bank fees, and that has been budgeted in the department for that purpose. We're actually also see special funds paying for some of those bank fees directly, so we don't have to budget as much from the general fund for that purpose as we have in the past.
Okay. Then on line 14, the disaster planning, another $500,000. We do that every year, and then we end up giving it to them, and there usually isn't a work plan. I think we held it up the previous year because there was no work plan for it.
I think that relates to the ADA challenges that we've been confronting around emergency disaster.
Number 14, the city disaster?
Yes. Well, we've been challenged. There's been some legal challenges pertaining to the city's capacity to manage disaster management for specific ADA populations, and so this is as a way of putting together a plan for that.
Can we highlight that as it only relates to ADA?
Sure.
Okay. And then on the Civilian Flex Healthcare Reform Act of $2 million, can you just talk about that a little bit, about why it's $2 million?
In response to national health care reform, we're now required to provide additional benefits, particularly for part-time employees. This number, $2 million, is what the department has estimated would be an additional cost to the city to cover those part-time employees that are currently not covered, but are eligible under the national health care reform.
Got it. As it relates to, on 19, police overtime, one of the, somebody had come to me with an idea to ask the question as well, can we get a report back on the idea of, and it shouldn't just be for police, quite frankly, but any overtime, that it be converted to a dollar amount versus hours? So it's accrued on a particular dollar amount, and it would carry over on what they earned it at, rather than carrying it on the books in hours. So as people pull the money out 10 or 20 years later, it's based on that current salary, not at what they earned it at, but a budgetary impact on what that would mean citywide. And it would only be moving forward, not retroactively, but just as a term of discussion.
Sure. It's something certainly worth pursuing. We would have to negotiate that with labor to be able to to be able to do it.
We can note that in the memo as well.
Sure.
But we can look at what kind of long-term effects that would have, if we can get some projections.
And Mr. Englander, if I may, that report back may also require the city attorney's participation, because it's my understanding that that's mandated by state law, but I would welcome the city attorney's view of it as well.
Yeah, okay. Great, we can add that to it as well, see if there's any state law issues on that as well. And on the sidewalk repair for the $10 million, I know most of those locations are ADA in nature, and some of the areas where we've had incidents as well in terms of litigation and claims. Is that covering only those, or do we have a breakout of exactly what that might cover?
The reason why the money is being put aside in the UB, because there really isn't a policy yet. So what the expectation is that the department will come back to you with the policy. It'll go through the various policy committees, and then those dollars will be drawn down once that's approved.
Okay, and then on the VMS system for number 23, vehicle management, that's in the UB. Is that because it's out to RFP, or is that because we haven't yet narrowed in on exactly what that would mean? And does that include some of the fuel issues we've had with tracking fuel on certain vehicles. For example, some of the fire department vehicles, as well as the motors that don't have those systems. Does that include any of that, or is that?
So, sir, what this represents is initial funding towards a phased replacement of the existing vehicle management system. We have our public safety departments, police and fire, obviously heavy users, as well as general services department. And there has been a joint report that was, I believe, sent already through ITGS committee regarding the replacing the vehicle management system. We put in the UB because there are still some issues that we're working to resolve with those departments to make sure they are all on the same page moving forward in terms of what the system will be doing for them. Right now, they're at a version that it's roughly 15 years old or so. It's just not very operable. It's not efficient, and there's a lack of transparency there, so that the current system will require a lot of manual efforts by general services staff and system staff to extract information, then to give to the departments about the types of vehicle repairs that are being done, the cost for parts and everything else. What a new system would provide would be an access point for all the departments to look at the system to see what is being done with their vehicles, where they're at the period of repair, what the costs are, how those costs are attributed. And so there's a lot of efficiencies that could be gained by replacing the system.
Let me ask you this. Do the proprietary system departments have their own systems?
They have different systems. They have different vendors in some cases. I believe one of our proprietaries has the newer version of the system that general services, fire, and police are using now, but ours is just so far behind.
Have we looked at consolidating those systems with the proprietaries to create some efficiencies, or look at if we can get better pricing points?
And that's why it's in the UB.
And that's
because
why it's in the UB.
Because it has not been completed yet, but we all realize that we kind of need to move this forward.
Got it. I don't need a report back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Englander covered much of what I wanted to cover, but just quickly, if I could get a report on the Strategic Advisor for Technology Services, including what work has been done with regard to that office, and what are the plans for the use of the $300,000. On the CRA pipeline projects, $1.7 million. Has the policy for implementation of that been determined yet, or is it in the UB because we're
That's
still
exactly
developing
right.
it?
It's in the UB because we
so
need
then
to
I don't need to ask you how it's going to be allocated because that hasn't been determined yet.
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't need a report on that then. There's a $6 million allocation for liability claims. I just continue to have kind of a discomfort level for whether we're sufficiently budgeting for liability claims. I assume this is a buffer in the UB in addition to what's already been budgeted in the city attorney's account. So this is our margin of error essentially. Okay. And what have we budgeted historically for that margin of error in the UB, or have we?
In the UB, we haven't. This is somewhat of a new item at that amount.
Okay, so the idea here is that because there are potentially significant cases out there, we could get hit for a significant liability. We have a little bit of a backup plan for that. If we don't, we have $6 million extra that can be reallocated.
That's correct.
All right, very good. And likewise, the police sworn hiring plan, $3.2 million in the UB. Again, what's the reason for budgeting that in the UB as opposed to the police department's budget?
We could report back on that.
Okay. Okay, I think that covers my questions. Members, anything else on the UB? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. McQuiston, just so you know, because I don't think you were here earlier when I indicated it, all of the remaining items we're taking as a single item of non-departmental budgetary considerations. So if your question is specifically about the UB, you're welcome to come up, or you can wait until later so you can comment on everything. It's up to you. But it won't be both, is my point. I don't want to have comment on each one of these things.
Yeah, Jim, a question. I just want to point out, both on the weed clearing and the sidewalk repair, that's supposed to be paid for by the property owners, and we haven't been doing that for 2 generations, so people have forgotten about that. But it is a state law, and we have to start following it pretty soon. So we really don't need that money if we actually bill people. We can actually bill them with 40% profit after all our expenses and all our G&A is put in.
All right, thank you. That brings us next to discussion of our reserve fund. And on this one, Mr. Santana, I would like you to give a 2-minute summary of where we've been and where we are with regard to the reserve fund.
So as you've seen in previous charts, this is the first time in over a decade that we actually reach not only reach a 5%, but we exceeded at 5.24%. The total of it is $255.2 million, of which 134 is in the emergency fund, which is mandated by charter, and 121.2 is in the contingency fund. The amount that exceeds the 5% is about $11.6 million. In addition to the reserve fund, we also have increased the budget stabilization fund from $500,000, which is about the amount it was when it was originally established, to close to $16 million. There is a pending report by myself and the CLA before your committee on a policy regarding the budget stabilization fund, and we hope that that will be considered shortly.
Thank you. Members? Any questions on the reserve fund? Or Mr. LaBlanche.
If you were in a small business right now and you had a budget problem and you had 17 people working for you, you'd stop spending right now, right?
Right.
What happens in the month of June in Los Angeles? How do we, because how much carryover comes from this year's budget to next year's budget?
So typically what happens here in the city is around towards the end of May and June, controller will issue instructions to departments, in essence, to stop spending for the rest of this fiscal year so that they have sufficient time and an opportunity to close the books for the fiscal year. And then what happens is that per policy and the charter, funds that are left in departments revert back to the reserve fund. And so the reversion occurs as part of the year-end closing of the fiscal year. What council typically will do, though, is for those instances where departments have requested a reappropriation of funds, those funds will be reappropriated or rolled over to the following fiscal year. And
so something like, if let's say there's a traffic light being installed at Vermont and 7th Street, there is one there now, but if there wasn't one, if that is the case and it didn't get built by they'd hold the spending until next year and then the money goes back to the unappropriated balance?
It all depends on the source of funds for the project. What I'm talking about is the general fund. If it's a general fund appropriation, those funds by charter and by policy revert back to the reserve fund, and only if council and mayor decide that they want to reappropriate those funds into next fiscal year will that happen.
What's the usual rollover the last 5 years?
It's varied. It could be anywhere from as low as 20 million to 40 million. It all depends on what's going on from one year to the next and what has to be paid.
So you're watching it. That's the key. Yes. Thank you.
And then it gets reconciled with any loans that are made from the reserve fund.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz, anything on the reserve?
Yeah, I'm just curious what the impacts have been in terms of the various levels that our reserve has been at. How has that impacted our bond issuance and bond ratings and all of that? Were we treated worse when we were below 4% than now as we go above 5%? Is it making a significant difference? Are the rating agencies taking notice?
Well, we'll be testing that shortly when we go out for the TRAN. That's really when we get a full assessment of our credit, and particularly when the reserve fund becomes especially important. And so when we go out and meet with investors and the bond rating agencies just in a few weeks, it'll be the first time in over a decade we'll be able to show that we're hitting the 5% and actually exceeding it. So I think the most important question that they ask is, what is our policy and are we meeting it? And so we'll actually be able to show that we are. And then we'll also be able to show that we're building a budget stabilization fund, which I think is going to be part of addressing at least a portion of the deficits that we're projecting out in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I think we've said multiple times that there's a lot of good news in how far we've come in creating this reserve fund. It's taken considerable effort and sacrifice. It's taken reduction in programming. It's taken sacrifice by our city employees. There's been a lot of pain involved in getting there, but I think that it's something that everybody can agree is a very important step for this city to have taken. And I guess the first thing that I would like to know, and this, you don't have to answer this off the top of your head, but maybe a report back, not a budget impact report, but a special report back on how the 5%, how our reserve fund at 5.24% compares to the 10 largest cities in America with regard to their reserves, and also where they've trended. So over the last 5 years, if you have that information, I think it would be important to be able to tell that story about where we've come. Number two, is the reserve fund as it's currently budgeted consistent with the requirements of Charter Amendment P? I'm assuming so.
Yes.
Okay. And then the coalition today discussed the various extrapolations of funding sources that could be relied upon in the event of uncertainties. Not all of them are designated as reserve, but taken together they again create a bit of a margin of error, I guess, if you will. And I think I would like to get a report back that delineates what those are and what their what the expectation is for the expenditure, for the utilization of those funds in similar fashion to what the coalition did today. So it would be basically reflecting on their analysis and if there are any differences that we have in what they've presented. I guess the obverse of how difficult it has been to get to this point. We've gone through considerable pain to develop a budget stabilization fund in the neighborhood of $70 million. And it was always the expectation of developing that fund two things. That one, it would help reduce the pain that we would suffer in the coming fiscal year of having to make much more dramatic cuts. But two, I think the idea was that it would be consistent with a longer term policy to eliminate some of the roller coaster that we go through in this city with such volatile revenue sources, to try to smooth out the ups and downs. And I'm not sure if we're where we need to be yet in fully developing a budget stabilization fund policy for the long haul. But I am concerned, and I guess I would like a report back on the rationale of why we are proposing to spend about 3/4 of that budget stabilization fund in one fiscal year, this year, when we had to work so hard to compile that money. Does it make sense? What's the justification, the policy justification for spending 3/4 of it and emptying that tank to the extent that we do in one fiscal year, when we know that we're facing deficits in out year 2 and out year 3 and probably thereafter?
We'll be happy to report on that. I think part of it, that we're in a unique place where we haven't really been able to hit the 5% until this year. And so that once we've established that, then we have other policies that your council has approved, like the CIEP, that we haven't been able to meet. So I think part of the direction that we will need from your council and from the mayor is how to prioritize those policies. So in essence, what this budget does is that once it addresses the reserve fund, then it went on to the next policy, which is the CIEP, and met that policy for the first time since it was actually established. And then, of course, you have the Budget Stabilization Fund. So our report back is going to raise those different policies and request direction in terms of how do we proceed in the future.
Very good. All right, thank you. Anything else, members, on the reserve? All right, that brings us then to Mikla. You want to speak now, Mr. Sachs? All right.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. I have to speak now because otherwise I'm just going to vomit. Your pain and sacrifice you just talked about, the mayor's budget just mentioned that you just gave out a 25% pay raise over the last 5 years. Each 5% totals $30 million. So that's $150 million that you've given out in pay raises over the period of time while you struggle to get to the reserve fund. But what makes real sense here is what the CAO said about they're going to have an assessment about where you stand financially. So you're getting ready to refinance your structural deficit, like remortgage your mortgage. You need to be at a certain point so that you can restructure your financial deficit. Payments on the LA Coliseum, payments on the zoo, payments on the new police station. That's over $1 billion between those three items, and you're looking to refinance them. That's why it's so important to have the reserve fund. Man, I'm telling you about open and transparent. What a load.
All right, that brings us next to Mikla. So, Mr. Santana, just quickly, if you could identify for the public what Mikla is, what it's used for, and then we'll go into questions.
Mikla is essentially, the easiest way to consider it is our credit card, is what we use to borrow. We have a policy around what we borrow for. We try to avoid borrowing for operations and seek to borrow for capital, buildings, things that you can't move. And if we're going to borrow for equipment, there are things that have a lifespan of a significant period of time. So fire trucks and other major heavy equipment, we try not to borrow for things that have a shorter period of time given the period it takes to borrow. To the extent possible, we also try to use our commercial paper program first when we borrow through Mikla, because the interest rates are so much lower. So for example, there's about $66 million being proposed for Mikla financing that involves the fire alert system, fire vehicles, GSD vehicles, non-black and white vehicles, and LAPD, and an additional $28 million in capital improvement projects, including bridges, the Civic Center tenant improvements, the South Hall concourse roof replacement at the Convention Center. But to the extent possible, if we could use commercial paper first, is particular for smaller quantities, we do that. The basis points for that are significantly less. And then once we borrow the commercial paper for the first initial years, then we transition it to long-term paper, and that ends up saving the city money up front. So we are also mindful in terms of what our borrowing capacity is. We have try to keep the borrowing capacity of no more than 6%. Where we're at now, it's close, almost at 5%. So we always try to keep some flexibility around capacities in case of emergency or other necessities that may come up.
I'm sorry, 5% based on what?
A general fund.
Okay. So, all right. Members?
Thank you.
Mr. LaBonge.
For the record, Mr. Santana, and our audience out there, MICLA stands for Municipal
Improvement Corporation, Los Angeles.
And could you say this is like a home equity loan? Meaning if you're at a home and you wanted to is this similar to that, or instead of a credit card's got a bad name. This is an investment in our infrastructure.
Our commercial paper program, you could call a home equity loan. A line of credit is probably the best.
That sounds like the 6th floor at Parker Center, commercial paper, you know. But anyway, I think it's so valuable that you have this tool, and if we use it right. And that, is there a report given to this committee? Even though I'm a temporary member of the committee, do you get a quarterly report?
Who says you're temporary?
I just got a feel. I got a feel.
Sir, we do report on it in each FSR, so the status of the program.
Very good. So anyway, I just wanted to make that point because it is a valuable tool. Sometimes critics and local newspapers write about this. This is a tool. If you know, one of the great things is we do try the best we can provide vehicles, Class A vehicles for our fire department and other things. We have to get more mechanics to help them, but at the same time, it's important to have the right equipment. So thank you and your office for your work on this.
And it's important to clarify that what you're approving is authorizing the use of MCLA for these particular projects. We don't actually go to the market immediately. It depends when we order the equipment, how long it takes, but this is the authorization that takes that.
The specs for a hook and ladder or whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz, anything on MCLA?
Nothing.
No. Mr. Englander.
I have some things, but we'll
Mr. Rosendahl
first.
Yeah, it's real clear that we've had this discussion in Budget and Finance previously. With the federal sequestration and the issue of the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds, there's been a lot of concern expressed. I also know several of my colleagues, including Councilman Engler, traveled to Washington to fight for this tax-exempt status to remain in place. What is the current status of this particular issue? What kind of financial impact would the removal of this tax-exempt status have on the City of Los Angeles?
Natalie Brill from the CEO's office. Unfortunately, our efforts didn't really pay off. The sequestration went through, and because the federal programs are line items, the Build America program, as well as the recovery zone programs, we did lose some of the subsidy that we took because they were so attractive. In 13-14, if the sequestration continues, we believe that we will lose in both the wastewater program and in the MCLA program about $700,000 in revenue. So in other words, we borrowed money and the federal government is reimbursing us for interest on that money.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Yeah, thank you. A couple things, but one, starting off on page 686, on the table of debt service and outstanding securities, the line item 3, which is the Central Library refunding of 2002, it shows there's a significant increase in years 15-16, which, if you look at the rest of the table, everything either is standardized and it stays the same across the board in all payouts throughout the years, unless there's a reduction. But that one has a significant increase. So is that tied to some other type of balloon, or I'm not quite sure? I'm sorry, it's page 686.
Right. What we usually try
line
to do...
3.
Right, so we refunded the Central Library, and so in 2002, when we did the Central Library, the debt service, you can see, was that much. In 15-16, it goes up because we also wrap our debt service to keep our debt service equal across the way. As some debt service goes away, we put more debt service to keep it even through the years. So when we refunded out the debt service, we went ahead and tried to equalize it for future years. So when we're doing refundings, we just don't look at 1 year and do it principal across the way. We look also at what's going on with the other MCLAs to keep them even. So, right, so if you reference the bottom, you'll see that we go from 237 in 14-15,
right,
to 214 to 207 to 206 to 205. So,
I see. Okay, so we'd pay more off because we have. So that 5% that you're referring to is not so much the total all outstanding, but it's what it would the service for that particular year.
Right. So the debt service for that particular year for 15-16 for that one debt service would be $6 million. Whereas in other places, you'll see that, for example, on line 10, we drop off debt service. And on line 22, debt service goes down by $1 million.
So as we pay other ones off, we increase the payments for
Right.
other outstanding ones.
Correct. If not, you would be going, from 200 to 250 to 240. I mean, it's hard to try to stabilize it, but we try to keep it as even as we can. It's not that we backfill our...
No, it's fascinating. I just never realized it. That one sort of jumped off the page at me because we didn't do it with any of the others. But okay, makes sense. Good answer. Thank you. And then on just a few inventory report backs. On the list of the new 1314 on page 697, one on the fire station alerting system. Actually, I don't need anything back on that. I just wanted to find out the status. Is there an RFP out for that now? Do we know?
No, we could report back on that.
Okay. If there is an RFP or not, if we haven't selected an actual system, what would be the process for that? So if we approve it in MICLA, would that go still back to the corresponding committee for an approval of the actual system?
I think that they're reviewing the RFPs. They're in the process of reviewing the RFPs, I'm being told. But we'll clarify that in the MICLA expenditures are approved by this committee. Your question is whether the programmatic aspect, whether that goes through the policy committee. And my sense is that it normally does.
Typically, yeah. Okay. On item 2 on the fire vehicle replacement, can we just get a list of exactly, it says like examples, an aerial ladder apparatus and ambulance. Can we get a list of exactly what those will be?
We'll do that.
Same thing on item 4 for the police non-black and white vehicle replacements. If we can get a list of exactly what vehicles those are as well.
Sure.
And then a question on 9 on the Civic Center tenant improvements. In the definition, it also says city staff relocation work. And I'm not sure exactly what city staff relocation work means in terms of MICLA, because MICLA needs to be for capital that lasts at a minimum 6 years, I believe, under the
definition. Unless it's one-time tenant improvements, but we can report back.
Well, so I don't need to report back if that's what it is. If it's a TI, that's fine.
That's what we would spend it for.
We're allowed, because we're doing tenant improvements and moving around, the law allows us to do one relocation, so we actually pay for one relocation. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Well, I don't need to report back. You just explained it thoroughly. Okay. That's all I've got. Thank you.
If you're looking for a list of fleet vehicles, on page 822 of the Blue Book, we have the fleet vehicles replacement by departments.
I thought we had it somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, except you're right, it's not.
We didn't have those particular items,
Page
though.
what? 821, I'm sorry, I apologize. You can see for fire department, there's 57 vehicles, 20 ambulances, apparatus. For police department, it's vehicles, sedans, undercover, miscellaneous, other vehicles. If you want something more detailed, we'd be happy to give it to you.
Can you break out any miscellaneous or specialized?
Sure, we'll break that up for you. Thank you.
In any departments, if there's any miscellaneous. I've never driven a miscellaneous vehicle, so I don't know what that means. But
you don't know what you're missing.
Thank you.
So not so much as a percentage, but in gross dollars, what is the city's current debt capacity, and how much of that capacity have we used as of now?
$8.
You can bring it back. It's fine. I don't need to know right now, but
we'll report back.
So I have a sense of proportion.
We don't want to do the math. We'll go ahead and report back.
That's fine. Now, with regard to LAPD vehicles, we typically fund the larger fire apparatus through MICLA because they last much longer than police vehicles typically do. Is it possible to use, or do we use, the forfeited asset trust fund in connection with police vehicle purchases?
Isn't that what I think we usually use that first?
Okay.
We use those for black and whites.
Okay.
None of these are black and whites.
Okay. Well, is any available to use for non-black and white purchases? Good question.
I'm being told that we've already programmed all of it, but we could report back to you specifically on that.
Great. And then just one other point. We have several investments in, well, we have $15 million for electrical improvements in City Hall East, and then $4 million for the roof replacement at the Convention Center. And I raised the issue with the Convention Center about their expectations of installing a new solar system on the roof. Likewise, with the electrical improvements, is there any process in place by which these sorts of significant investments in infrastructure are discussed with the DWP to identify potential funding sources relating to energy efficiency or alternative energy use? So if we're going to invest $4 million in a new roof, it might be a good idea now to know whether we can get some funding through DWP sources or otherwise to support the solar energy installation, which might reduce the cost of the overall roof construction. Likewise, if we're investing $15 million in an electrical upgrade, I'm certain that that new upgraded system is going to be much more energy efficient than the existing one. So I wonder if we've explored all options, whether it's through DWP or the federal government or otherwise, to realize energy efficiency funding sources relating to those.
I know we have looked at that. We ironically in the there was a big discussion around the bulbs being replaced in their street lights. And originally that was a loan that we got from the DWP. The interest rate of that loan was 5.25%. Actually, we're proposing exchanging that with our own program, and we're expecting to significantly reduce the interest rate to about 1.42. So, and then it saves, it's not a general fund savings, but obviously reduces pressure on the ratepayers to end up paying more for those streetlights. So to the extent possible, we look at those opportunities. I know we did look at different tax credits that we had available for City Hall East, and it didn't quite pan out, but we could continue. We could report back on specifically what we looked at.
Great. That's not an urgent report. This is more of a longer-term policy consideration that, I think we should be focusing even more of our attention on trying to realize those, particularly when we have departments expected to pay their own water bill and own electrical bill. I mean, it pays dividends for each department when we focus on energy efficiency and those savings.
If I could just jump back for a second too.
Sure.
On the forfeited assets trust fund, there is about $1 million programmed for motorcycles.
Oh, very good. Okay. Thank you. Not personal motorcycles. All right. Anything else on MICLA, members? Very good. Thank you very much. That brings us next to the TRAN.
CIEP?
I think. Wait.
CIEP?
CIEP? Yeah, CIEP.
Oh, yeah, so it is. CIEP.
Maria.
And again, just for the sake of clarity, if I could, if staff could please give an overview of the purpose of the CIEP, what it is, what it's used for, and then we can get into any questions.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is David Hirano with the Office of CAO. The Capital Improvement Expenditure Program is the area of the budget where we budget capital projects formally on budget. The budget for the CIEP this year is $201 million, and it's an increase of $16 million over the current year. And that increase is primarily being driven by an increase in funding for municipal facilities projects and for the Clean Water Program, which is otherwise known as the Wastewater Program. In your CIEP, you generally have a budget goal of investing 1% of your general fund. This year, the proposed budget includes an investment of 1.07% of the general fund, and that we get there by also adding in the general fund investment to resurfacing about $17 million in the street services budget and the $10 million in sidewalk investment in the UB. Maria Cardenas and myself are here to answer any questions for you, as is Miguel.
703.
All right, members, any questions on CIEP? Mr. Rosendahl?
Surely, excuse me, folks, I'm trying to eat, have my little bib on, and keep working. I know that we have not been meeting our minimum 1% on capital improvement and infrastructure improvements, and I understand that the 1% is the bare minimum. But I'm concerned that we are reducing the budget stabilization fund by well over the CAO and CLA proposed 25% limit to a mere $60 million when the fund balance currently stands around $70 million. I have questions about the number of capital projects proposed in this coming fiscal year's budget. 1, Sellers Kings number 3 and Lincoln Park pools, $4.5 million plus 6. Thank you. 6.2 million in one-time general fund money. While I have no doubt that these two pools are in dire need of repair, I'm concerned over the use of $10.7 million in one-time general fund money. Manchester Junior Arts Center / Vision Theater, $4 million in one-time general fund money. The line item indicates that this appropriation will, quote, fund a portion of the remaining construction costs, end of quote. Where will the remaining money come from? That's a question for an answer if somebody wants to do that. The Watts Tower conservation, $2 million in one-time general fund money. This project is overseen by the Cultural Affairs Department under an operating agreement with the state. These papers. Has the state put up any money for the conservation and preservation effort? I also understand that a new conservation management plan will be presented to the City Council prior to the initiation of these major construction activities. Should the Council wait to see the plan before approving the funding? And the wrap-up question is, do these projects I have listed meet the majority of the 8 criteria set forth for the use of one-time capital improvements? See page 703 of the Blue Book. Here you go, all of them.
I'll defer to the mayor's office on the specific funding priorities, but I will speak in support of meeting the CIEP policy. These are capital investments that we're going to have to tend with one way or the other, and some could argue that we should borrow for all of them, or you should pay them all in cash. I think what this budget does is it has a mix of both using MICLA for some capital improvements, but also using this one-time cash for that. So I think as we move forward, establishing the CIEP is, as you stated from the onset, is the bare minimum of 1%. These costs become greater in the future if we continue to defer those capital expenditures. But I'll defer to the mayor on the specific projects listed.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a great deal of need out there when it comes to our infrastructure.
I'm sorry, a great deal of what?
Of need when it comes to the infrastructure throughout the city of Los Angeles. Right. When it comes to the pools are costly items that we had seen funding essentially pulled away from some of the pool projects back as the city went into the recession. Unfortunately, a lot of money had already been spent on design, for example, on the Lincoln pool. That pool is closed. It was a very heavily utilized pool within Recreation and Parks. All the money had been spent on and completed the design work. So the longer we go with a complete design that we don't implement, then we will have lost that investment the city has made. And so as the mayor, working with the CAO, has looked at a number of potential reinvestments of either one-time funds and such, the Celeste King pool and the Lincoln pools because of the need, because of the usage, we felt those would be significant one-time investments that would have an immediate impact back on the community since those pools are either put into place or if they're kept in service. And in the case of Celeste King, that pool has great need of repairs for the roof, which we may have to close the pool unfortunately, if the roof is not repaired. So these are costs we've looked at with the Department of Recreation and Parks, obviously looking to see what other funding could be used to complement any general fund monies that are put up front. That could be Quimby monies, could be Prop K monies and such. So these represent the balance of funding needed to complete these pools. In the case of Celeste King, like I said, it would keep the pool open. And in the case of Lincoln Pool, it would actually put a pool back into service that used to be heavily utilized, where you've already made a significant investment for plant design work.
You know, it all makes sense to me, but I just wanted to go on the record there because we had a terrible situation with Venice and the pool there and the use of it. And we all know around this horseshoe, that's a preventive strategy to give kids that kind of an outlet and that kind of activity and energy.
Yes.
Anything we can do it is a very, very smart move. But we just got to figure out how we're going to make it do it.
Sir, I couldn't agree with you more, and what I would say is that I know that our Department of Recreation and Parks has completed reports every few years on the condition of the city's pools.
Right.
I think it's due time we get another report back on the condition of the pools. They can come into the council and perhaps identify funding strategies and some timelines for how we could go about leveraging outside funds as well.
I like that. Let's get a report back from the department, just the way you outlined and articulated.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Rosenthal. I was worried they're criticizing the Celeste King pool and the Lincoln Park pool. He's got the biggest pool in his district, the Pacific Ocean. And these are where pools need to be in these neighborhoods. So I know it's the greatest investment next to yellow school buses, Ms. Cardenas. There's nothing like a pool full of heads swimming and having fun. And I just wanted to make note, last summer I went swimming in the Griff Park pool, and there was a little rebar. Mike Scholl was going to take care of it, exposed. Our pools are older, and they need that love and care, and that's a good investment all the way around on these issues here. But one question on the Los Angeles revitalization of the river program, $142 million? That's not general fund money, is it?
No, it is not. Maria Cardenas with the CAO's office. Thank you.
Right.
The $142 million represents the investment that the city is making in LA River projects.
With grants and et cetera,
grants,
et cetera.
bridges, DWP, et cetera.
Yeah, right. And so I just wanted to say that's good. I'm pro-river, but at the same time, that's a lot of dough if it was general fund. So thank you for all that you do, and especially for these facilities that some people, it's their joy, and love and joy in the summertime, and even post-summer is there. And just make a note, Mr. CEO, just to report back on when do they close pools, because they usually close them right after Labor Day, and then we have a heat wave through October. This year we did provide money for weekends only. Let's just get that a regular policy, the weekends through October, through September to October, if we could budget it so people have a place to go on the weekends. They go back to school early now. Do we know that, don't you, Mr. CAO? We go back to school in August now, which is different than September, so there's a whole different calendar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, just one thought. As I recall, I think the GRID program has had excess funds at the end of the year for 2 or 3 years. I wonder if we could use that excess and use that to help keep some of the pools open instead.
Okay. We'll report back. Yeah, that's it. I think both of the last sets of questions from Mr. LaBonge and Mr. Kretz remind us that it's important to invest in this infrastructure, of course, especially the long delayed and deferred infrastructure investments that have led pools throughout our city to decay and become almost unusable in many places. At the same time, where we are impacting the general fund, it doesn't help us any to build new pools if we can't operate new pools and keep them open. And we have to always strike that balance. I think getting to the 1% is a good thing. We should certainly, I think, be doing more than that. But these are appropriate uses of one-time money. These don't incur contribution to our long-term structural deficit, but operating these facilities continues to impact us for the long haul. So we have to make sure that we have sufficient resources available to operate them as well. Any other questions on the CIEP? All right. That brings us then to the, I might have some follow-up, but I'll provide those offline. That brings us to the TRAN. And again, Mr. Santana, if you could just explain to the public what the TRAN is, what it's used for, and then we'll go to questions.
So the TRAN is our annual tax and revenue anticipation notes debt service fund. It is essentially what we use to pay in advance our pension payments as a result of making our payments by the 15th of July. We generate a savings to the city of about $32.3 million. This is short-term borrowing. It's for a period of 1 year. This year, we're recommending that our borrowing not exceed $1.4 billion. We also use a portion of this, about $400 million, for cash flow. We work with the Comptroller's Office to determine how much is needed. The reason we need this is that all of our revenue doesn't all arrive on July 1st. It comes throughout the year, and so we need some revenue to be able to make up for the periods of time that we don't receive our taxes. And so we're much like a business that way. Many businesses do that. So combined, like I said, the entire amount is about $1.4 billion that we're going to be borrowing.
All right. Members, anything on the TRAN? The one thing that I continue to wonder about with the TRAN is whether this is essentially a way to do short-term borrowing to meet immediate cash flow needs. And I'm wondering if we've explored ways to alter our revenue structure so that we reduce the amount of short-term cash flow needs. For example, some in the business community have suggested to me changes in the payment schedule for the business tax. I've heard some people suggest that if we could alter the schedule of the power revenue transfer from the DWP, perhaps doing it more frequently or at different times of the year in order to obviate some of the need for short-term borrowing. The prepayment certainly makes great financial sense. As long as we're saving more than we're expending on the short-term interest. And so in that regard, is there some formula that is applied? How is that determination made that we actually are realizing a savings from?
No, the savings
net savings.
Yeah,
as
the net
opposed to the
savings
interest
far exceed the amount that we borrow. So the savings from paying down our pension payments early, like I said, is $31 million, and the cost of borrowing is approximately, this year, what was it about?
It's 0.2, 0.3. The cost of borrowing this year for 12-13 was 0.2, 20 basis points. So
wow.
We can't even, and our investment rate is so low that it makes sense to borrow rather to invest the money.
So, as you know, there's speculation that interest rates will go up. We'll be testing the market out, but currently, with interest rates as low as they are, we're very aggressive in telling our story to investors and to bond rating agencies, and that's part of the reason why we do so well. But that may change in the future, and so at that point in time, we should assess whether it still makes sense. But as of now, it clearly does, with the cost of borrowing being so low.
Great. Anything else on the TRAN, members? Okay, very good. That brings us then to Exhibit H. And again, if you could describe Exhibit H's function, Mr. Santana.
Exhibit H is essentially various directives that effectuate various elements of the budget. So it includes directions to the city attorney to change ordinances, to specific directions to my office to adopt elements of the budget and to pursue them for ongoing years. So it's a variety of different instructions given by the mayor in his budget that are consistent with the specific elements of the budget. I got a lot of these.
All right. Members, questions on Exhibit H? Mr. Labange?
Who do we rely on statistical information for in the city? And who is there an Office of Statistics?
Generally, that's my office, sir.
Your office?
Yeah.
So if I want to know how many tickets we issued for street cleaning on Tuesdays, you could find that out.
We would coordinate with the departments to get that information.
But is it real time? I'm just thinking.
No, we don't have a person assigned to statistics.
I think some in the future, I think that's something we should really do because everything's so real time. I just got criticized by a Los Angeles Times reporter because I don't email enough. You know, they said I called somebody on the phone at the LA Times. They hadn't called me back. He said, well, email them. You know, because everything's going that direction. Statistics are very important. And I think it's just an Office of Statistics or somebody to point to. And I don't know if the CLA is that office.
Well, essentially, that's what performance-based budgeting is. So the way a budget that's founded on performance-based matrix compared to this one is that you would be able to go to every department and you'll be able to see, okay, what does this budget represent in terms of the number of trees being trimmed, the number of miles being repaved, and the cost per mile, the cost per tree. So you could get it on a unit basis. So if you wanted to increase the number of trees being trimmed by X amount, then you'll be able to know exactly how much that is, and then you could actually establish goals. So performance-based budgeting will ultimately get us to that point where the documents themselves reflect many of those statistics that you're talking about.
I'll work on that as well. But palm tree is different than a sycamore tree for trimming, right?
My guess would be yes.
Okay, I just checked it on your statistics. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Englander?
All right, thank you. So I'll try to go through these pretty quickly. On under cultural affairs, and forgive me, these aren't numbered. But under cultural affairs, it's talking about collecting the fees and then counting them as revenue instead for the Arts and Cultural Facilities Trust Fund. And that way the department can support the operational cultural programs in a different fashion. If you could explain what that change does versus the way we're doing it now.
So, good afternoon, sir. When it comes to the Department of Cultural Affairs, right now the ordinance establishes that 1% of the transit occupancy tax is used to finance the cultural affairs programs, activities, and grants of the Cultural Affairs Department. What the Exhibit H language here would do essentially would be to allow fees for services that are collected to be deposited within the special fund to be used to fund some of the activities right now, arts and other programs in cultural affairs. I believe there would be a corresponding change to the revenue outlook book, and there would be probably a change as well to related costs.
Can you give us a report back on that, on a little more detail of exactly what the cause and effect would mean? Mm-hmm. Be helpful. On page 55 under planning, the first thing is the preparation and presentation of the ordinances, and we've got in here a July 1st date. I don't know if July is necessary, if we can push that back because in the next bullet point, it talks about some of the other departments under the consolidation October 31st. But if it appears that that those dates are shifting based on what we're doing throughout the other budget, those should be reflective. And I'm not suggesting that that be a January or that July correspond to the October 31st, so we'd have it in time for the January transition, but it certainly shouldn't be July 1st.
So once your council acts on the consolidation concept based on the more recent discussion, then a corresponding change would make sense in the directive to the city attorney.
So if we could figure out how to capture that.
Yeah, we'll work with the CLA to make those changes.
Okay.
And with regard to the July 1st date, I think that's just a number of these are revenue-based issues, and generally speaking, try to have those before July 1st so they can be implemented for the beginning of the fiscal year, and the city attorney usually tries to get those out as quickly as possible.
Sure. No, I absolutely understand. But if we're going to be shifting the timeline, then that should shift to correspond to whatever that implementation date is.
That's correct.
But then backing it up and allowing that time.
Yeah, sorry, there's a separate...
It needs to come in and then 30 days for posting, and as all ordinances do, so that makes sense. But
yeah, we make sure that the actions are adjusted and reflected throughout the various budget books.
Great.
So we'll make sure this in this case too.
On Convention Center on page 56, it says that in the event of civil service positions elimination, what about the exempt positions, civil service exemptions? Would they be protected? So what should it say, with the exception of, or how do we account for those exempt positions?
Well, again, we're mandating in the RFP that's out in the street now to require that a first right of refusal be given to any city employees that are potentially impacted. Of course, if city employees want to remain in the city family, then our objective is to try to find an appropriate placement somewhere in the city family. So we should
have the language say, in the event of civil service exempt or non-exempt positions are eliminated, just to capture if there's any others, or if it's not relevant, then if it already captures that, then it's assumed, then we don't need to make the change.
Got it.
But that's fine. Okay. Under police, the same thing in terms of if you can just capture that with the other memo that we previously asked on just the overall report back on all overtime citywide, if that can reflect that other budget memo in terms of the question and the expanded question that Mr. Krikorian added to it with looking at state law as well as what options we've got. Under Rec and Parks, page 57, we talk about the expanded usage of Quimby. If we can add the same reflection to art fees. So expand that to include any potential, although that, I believe it's being researched, if I recall, in another budget memo back to see if it would require ordinances changes. But then if it does, if we should capture that as well. But the art fees, I guess, wouldn't go under Rec and Parks, would go under Cultural Affairs.
Right, and the art fees are established by ordinance, so you
that would
control
we'd treat
those.
that separately.
Quimby is state
Okay.
law.
Under, that's fine then, I don't need a memo back on that. Under 57, under transportation, Roman numeral 3, the reimbursements from private schools, do we ask for reimbursements from LAUSD now?
I don't believe so.
And do private schools request, or do we work with them on the crossing guard program, or do they just benefit because they're in the same near a location?
Yes, in that both when it comes to the private schools, they can benefit from being in the same location. Also,
well, they can benefit from being in the same location, but do we provide the service if there is not a public school?
In some cases, I believe council direction in the past had identified crossing locations for a number of reasons that they would like to see crossing guards there. There could have been fatalities or injuries related to pedestrian crossings. and there may not have been either signalized intersections or stop signs at the time. What we've noticed as we've worked with DOT, there has been more investment in signalized intersections, and there have been more stop signs and other traffic management things put in place, which may limit the need for some of the staffed locations. And
so that was based on then a council action requesting for that, not the school per se, or not anything we've done. Okay, I think that's a can of worms. If we put any language, either I would suggest reporting back on striking that, since we haven't brought that up as a policy discussion, and or adding and public schools, because it's the service we provide directly to the schools, but it's a critical service that we have to protect and maintain and preserve for school children. But I would, from a budgetary perspective, look at it as either an and or a strikeout, and if we could report back on those two possibilities.
Okay.
Because it opens up, goes down an entirely different path than what we've ever done.
And again, many of these will come back separately as policy matters that the various committees will consider.
Well, then I would
not just your committee.
Then I would say, yeah, that's why it should be considered as either strikeout completely or an and public schools.
Yeah.
Because it's a direct program we offer to the schools. So that's all I have. Great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, just one suggested on this area. Are we working on a report back for increasing the number of exempt employees? If not, can we get a report back?
That is an instruction on Exhibit H. That's under personnel, I believe.
So we will get a report back?
Yes.
Great. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz, anything? Mr. Labange, anything on Exhibit H? All right. Just a couple of follow-ups. I think my colleagues have touched upon a couple of these areas, but on the building and safety and housing addition of the foreclosure registry inspection fee, has consideration been given yet as to whether that inspection program would be proactive or complaint-driven, or is that still to be determined?
We could report back on that.
Okay. And likewise, in consideration of that, I'd like to know whether that amount that's being provided is in fact full cost recovery.
Steve O'Haley. The amount being provided, we do believe, is full cost. Well, it is full cost recovery based on fee studies that we did. In addition to that, just to answer your first question, it is self-reporting, and to that extent, I consider it proactive. What's supposed to happen is that the banks who own the property, the foreclosed properties, are supposed to register all foreclosed property. Once they do that, then any time that the property becomes vacant or is rented out to a tenant, then they have to update the system. So when they go to update the system, they find out that they have to pay an inspection fee. So they pay the inspection fee, and after paying the inspection fee, then everything is done, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. On the revenue generation and savings instruction on page 56 for the CAO, obviously it makes sense to instruct city departments to review revenue generation and cost savings and cost recovery initiatives. I think we've done that multiple times through city council action, through mayor's executive directives, and otherwise. Is this a separate authority necessary given that background? And if there is separate authority, should it not reside in the Office of Finance, in that we're trying to centralize collection efforts within the Office of Finance? You don't need to, I mean, just if you could look at that and report back on that, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Rosendahl touched on the civil service exemptions. Included within that report, if you could indicate what the current limit on the number of exemptions that the council may authorize is.
Almost made it. Good time for testing.
Okay. Just going to try and keep going until told otherwise then. Is there an impact on the is there an impact on proprietary departments from that
There's
change?
separate rules guiding them, but we'll report back and distinguish between proprietaries and general fund departments.
Very good. And then both before this budget and following the recommendations in this budget, how many of those civil service exemptions have been authorized? How close are we getting to our ceiling?
Got it.
And on page 57 under sanitation, there's a recommendation regarding conversion of the SWRRF to an enterprise fund. What does that change? What is the significance of that change of going from converting from a special fund to an enterprise fund?
Good afternoon, Councilman. So when it comes to the enterprise fund, we have an enterprise fund now for the wastewater program. The SCM is it's an enterprise fund. It has different principles under the governmental accounting standards that are required for an enterprise fund.
Sorry, one second.
Sure.
Can we find out why this is going on and get it dealt with? Is there some reason that we?
We've got somebody checking in right now. I'm checking in right now.
Okay. Attaboy. Yeah. Okay. Do your best.
I'll try, sir. So for the enterprise fund, it's reported separately in the city's comprehensive financial report, the CAFR. And when it comes to how enterprise funds are established, you have to go through a very detailed accounting of all of your assets. Enterprise funds are responsible for all their assets and all their liabilities as well. For special funds, there's some shared responsibility potentially with the general fund. It's not fully enclosed. So on the wastewater program, any liability issues have to be handled within the funding. Check.
Evacuating services at this time.
Evacuation.
The full orders to evacuate the second, third, beds, and fourth floors
All right.
to their respective locations.
All right. Unfortunately, because of an evacuation order, this meeting will recess until further notice.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Thanks so much.
Good luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We know Mount Luminous is a cinder cone, and that means it doesn't even have lava. That means our hypothesis is wrong. But I don't think we have enough information yet to change our hypothesis. Let's go do some more research and experimentation. Let's get back to the treehouse.
What's up? Could the volcano be causing the red sky? Could it be that all colors other than red are being absorbed by something? Don't miss the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Mysterious Red Light.
You're very close now. Answer these questions and you will solve the Treehouse Detective's latest mystery. What do researchers do at the NASA cave? What are two things that affect how far wind can carry particles? How does the jet stream help the Treehouse Detectives solve their problem?
What are you doing? Magic?
No, this is actually a science experiment. I punched a hole in this cup and poured water in.
What happens?
turn the lights down and watch this.
Wow, that looks like a stream of light. The light is bending, just like the experiment Dr. Shin told us at the Jefferson Lab.
It's neat, but we still need to figure out why the sunrises and sunsets are so red.
I think pollution could be the cause.
But what's making the pollution? I don't think it's the volcanoes, because they're too far away.
Maybe wind's blowing it our way.
Yeah, right. I don't think the wind can blow things this far.
Not unless it had a lot of hot air, unlike someone we know.
I know you're not talking about me. I'll go over to the problem board and try to figure out what we need to do next.
We know the sky is still red.
We know that light travels in waves and that it's also a ray. And the light we see is only a small part of the spectrum.
And we also know that light reflects and refracts.
Pollution can cause red skies.
Volcanoes cause some air pollution when they erupt dust and ash.
We need to know how far ash can travel through the air and if it can travel long distances. But how do we find out?
We need someone who knows a lot about wind.
Wind has to do with weather. I'm sure NASA has a weather expert. Let's go to the NASA Langley website.
Wow, look. NASA has a really cool place called the Cave.
It's a computer system that we can use to look at weather in 3D.
I'll go over there. This must be the cave.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jennifer Olson.
I'm one of the treehouse detectives. We're trying to learn more about wind. We want to know if volcanic ash can blow all the way from the Pacific Ocean to Virginia.
I'm looking at some data in the cave right now. Would you like to step in with me and take a look?
I've heard of the cave. Sure, let's go.
First, you'll need to take off your shoes and put on the glasses.
Wow, this is neat.
We're looking at wind vectors over the Pacific Ocean and the U.S.
What's a wind vector?
Do you see the yellow arrows?
Yeah, lots of them.
Those are wind vectors. They show which direction the wind is blowing. Their size tells you how fast the wind is blowing. The longer the arrow is, the faster the wind speed is.
What about the wind vectors way up there?
These vectors are up at 12 miles over the Earth's surface. That's well above the weather.
It looks like all those arrows are pointing in the same direction. Is that normal for high altitudes?
Yes, it is. Notice that these arrows are mostly pointing from the west toward the east. That's a zonal direction in the global wind pattern.
How fast are they blowing?
At 12 miles up, most wind speeds are between 40 and 50 miles per hour. At these altitudes, there's also something that we call a jet stream.
Oh, you mean the white stuff that comes out the back of a jet we see?
Good guess, but the jet stream is a river of very fast-flowing air where speeds can reach several hundred miles per hour. That's as fast as a major tornado. Let's step outside and go to my computer lab.
Okay. So what's the second thing that affects how far wind can transport particles?
It's the lifetime of a particle. Scientists have a tremendous amount of data available to them to study things like lifetimes of gases and particles, and much of that data is stored here at the Atmospheric Science Data Center.
I didn't know particles had a life.
Yes, the lifetime refers to how long the particle stays in the atmosphere. For a particle near the surface, ash and dust will be rained out of the atmosphere within a matter of days.
So volcanic ash would not have a very long lifetime?
Not necessarily. If the ash were injected up in the atmosphere, near the stratosphere, its lifetime could be very long, in the order of weeks or months.
Would zonal winds then be able to carry the ash to Virginia?
Yes, it could. If a volcano injected particles into the stratosphere, it could be transported for very long distances by the very fast wind speeds of the jet stream.
Yeah, but the Pacific Ocean is so far away. That would take forever.
Let's do a quick calculation. It's about 7,000 miles from here to Mount Luminous. If we take a typical atmospheric wind speed of about 40 miles per hour, what do you get?
175 hours.
175 hours to transport the dust to Virginia. That's about a week. In fact, the dust plume could be transported completely around the globe in about a month.
The sky is so deep red. Is there anything about this eruption that is different?
Yes, there is. I read that this volcano also injected a lot of sulfur dioxide and water vapor into the stratosphere. These two gases react together to form tiny sulfuric acid particles.
We learned from Dr. Paluski that particles scatter the blue light.
That's right. And these particles are small enough that they act with the molecules in the atmosphere to scatter even more of the blue light from the sun's rays.
Thanks, Dr. Olson.
Sure.
I think we now have a new hypothesis. Here it is. If the zonal winds brought the volcanic ash to this area, we would have deep red sunsets and sunrises. Smart thinking, huh?
Matt said the cave was really cool. I wish you could have one here in the treehouse. I
I think that would be a little too high-tech, even for our treehouse.
You know what, guys? I've been thinking. Our hypothesis is incorrect.
Why?
Well, you remember when Dr. Olson told us that the zonal winds would bring the ash and dust to our area in about 7 days?
Yes.
Well, the really red sunsets and sunrises came only 3 days after Mount Luminous erupted.
So it couldn't be from the volcano because it happened too soon.
But guys, you're forgetting. Dr. Olson also told us about jet streams and how they travel really fast. Couldn't the ash and dust have gotten here by the jet stream?
I think we need to find out more about jet streams.
Here comes Bianca.
Are you guys talking about jet streams?
Yes. The weatherman from Wavy TV 10 came to our school last week. He said if we had any questions to contact him. I'll email him and see if we can meet him. Thanks for seeing us, Mr. Eco. We need to learn more about a jet stream.
Sure, I can show you a jet stream.
You have one here?
Only on a screen. What do you guys know about jet streams?
We know that a jet stream is like a river of wind, way up high in the atmosphere. And that they can travel up to a few hundred miles per hour.
That's great.
Is the jet stream always in the same place?
No, let me show you. Actually, guys, there are multiple jet streams. Let's take a look at a couple of them. We have what we call the northern jet, and that is outlined in the blue. That's responsible for a lot of the cold air that comes down to the East Coast. And then we have what we call the subtropical jet. That is outlined in the red right here, and that's responsible for bringing in a lot of warm, moist air for the East Coast.
We need to know if the jet stream was passing over our area the week that Mount Luminous erupted.
Sure, let's go look at the data. Actually, look, over the past 5 to 7 days, notice how the jet stream just goes further and further south. And what that does is it brings in all types of systems, and it's basically just below us, which lets everything drain down into our region. So you can see as the jet stream goes further south, all of the clouds and all the debris comes right down on top of us.
That has to be it then. If the jet stream traveled at 100 miles per hour and Mount Luminous is 7,000 miles away, then it would take 70 hours for the ash to reach our area. With 24 hours in a day, 3 days would be 72 hours. That means that the jet stream could cause the sunrises and sunsets to be red.
I think you guys have solved the mystery.
Thanks, Mr. Eco. We really appreciate your help.
Anytime for the Treehouse Detectives.
I'm so glad that we finally solved our mystery.
But I still think there's one last thing we need to do. Let's email our Kids Club members and ask them if they've been seeing redder sunrises and sunsets.
That's a good idea. That way we'll know it's not just happening in our area.
Great. Also ask them when they first noticed the change.
Okay. We're getting a lot of emails from all over the U.S. A lot of our Kids Club members are saying that they are seeing redder sunrises and sunsets.
Let's organize the emails by states and see when everyone first saw the unusual skies.
Wow, there's a pattern with the states to the West Coast. This email says they saw redder skies only 2 days after Mount Luminous erupted.
The center of the U.S. saw the unusual skies about 3 days after the eruption.
Except for the school in Dallas. Their email says they saw the redder skies just 2 days after the eruption. That's strange.
Well, remember, the jet stream did travel down into their area before it came up to us in Virginia.
You're right. I think that these emails remove all doubt that it was the eruption of Mount Luminous that caused the unusual red sunrises and sunsets. Hi, Dr. D.
Hi. Did you find a solution to your red sky problem yet?
We're pretty sure that we have.
And we did it together with the help of the scientific method. And we learned a lot about light along the way.
We learned the way light travels.
We learned a lot about frequency and wavelengths. Our first hypothesis was that there was a lot of low-frequency waves in the sky.
There was really nothing wrong with our statement. It just didn't explain why the sky was red.
At first, we thought that the explanation might be that light was bouncing around in the sky, but that was just a wild guess.
You then told us about transparent, translucent, and opaque. Thought that clouds might be the solution.
And then we thought about pollution. But what could be causing the pollution? Then we really got sidetracked. We heard a report about a volcano called Mount Luminous that was erupting. We decided that the red could somehow be connected to the red lava.
But we weren't listening to the report very carefully because it clearly stated that there was dust everywhere.
And then we missed the big clue. I mean, we thought that since the volcano was so far away that it had nothing to do with our problem.
Even though our idea about volcanoes was way off, we decided to study them.
Then we were taught about volcanic ash and how it can stay in the air for months at a time and travel thousands of miles. And we began to get back in the right direction.
So we didn't give up. We went back to our hypothesis of pollution and tried to see if it was the volcano that was giving off pollution or aerosols.
We investigated wind and wind patterns and found that aerosols can be transported long distances.
We learned that the higher up in the atmosphere aerosols are, the longer they can stay up there.
Most importantly, we learned from Dr. Olson that it was possible for the aerosols to be scattered from the volcano all the way to Virginia, about 7,000 miles away.
And don't forget, the jet stream helped to draw the aerosols to us even quicker. And the fact that Mount Luminous gave off a sulfur dioxide gas also helped to explain why the sunrises and sunsets were such a deep red.
That's great. You kept on track, researched carefully, kept an open mind, revised your hypothesis, and finally came up with a possible explanation.
It was fun and a lot of hard work. There just wasn't some magical solution, that's for sure.
It was a lot of hard work. But I believe you finally have come up with the most likely solution to the red sky problem. Congratulations.
Thank you. And now, for my final magic act, I'm going to make us all disappear.
Are you still at that? Give it up.
Please. Abracadabra, send them back to their home. Hey, I think I did it. This is great.
Jacob, we're still here. You made us disappear, but we're still stuck in the treehouse.
Try it again, please.
Psst, come here. Is this magic or just an illusion? See you next time.
Yes, look at that.
Okay, guys, ready?
I didn't mess it up earlier. I don't know why I'm not getting it now.
Yeah, 6. Oh, yeah.
All right, bye, BJ. Good luck, man.
All right, thanks.
Don't laugh at me.
Couldn't you hold it or something?
I was holding it the whole time I was talking.
All right, all right.
Let's see what Dr. Tech...
Dr. D. Lots of that.
Matthew on. Ready? Ready to say anything after?
You took this picture from my dad, and he's like, me a shirt.
Okay, Carolyn, get over here and get a picture taken.
No, go over there with it. So you want me to be like holding it on the plate?
All right.
G'day, Troy McCubbin from North Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Time for Tales. This is a very special time for Tales because we're going to talk about a very special person. How many people in here think that their mommy is pretty special? Raise your hand if you think mommy's pretty special. Well, it just so happens May is a month to celebrate mommies. Right, Mother's Day, and we get to talk about how special and wonderful they are because we love our mommies, right? So we have all kinds of special stories today about how wonderful mommies are, and we even have a special craft so you guys can make something special for her and give it to her. But first, before we start, I thought maybe we should all get a little warmed up with our favorite song to sing, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. You guys ready? Okay, here we go. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Great, that was so good. Good job, everybody. Okay, well, I think we should get started because we've waited long enough and we're ready to hear some books about how wonderful Mommy is. And our first one is called I Love My Mommy. Right? Isn't that right? And look, just look at the beautiful pictures in this book. My mommy watches me while I play. My mommy takes me swimming. Do any of you have mommies who take you swimming? I thought so. Are you good swimmers?
Yeah, but I'm a good swimmer.
Yeah? Wow. My mommy helps me to climb. That's probably easier when you're a squirrel, don't you think? Squirrels like to climb. My mommy stays by my side. My mommy cleans me up. Isn't it cute? My mommy feeds me. Yeah? My mommy plays games with me. Does anybody in here have a mommy who plays games with them? You do? Wow. Isn't that great?
My sister wins all the games.
Does she? My mommy works really hard. My mommy carries me when I am tired. Oh, that's cute, huh? My mommy cuddles me. Yeah. My mommy is always there for me. I love my mommy. The end. Wasn't that a nice story? Yeah, mommies are special, aren't they? Because we have some more fun stories to read today. Like, what moms can't do. Can you guys think of anything that mommies can't do? No, you can't think of one thing that they can't do? Not one? Okay, let's just see. We'll find out what they can't do. They can't climb on a ladder? All right, here we go. You got to pay attention so we can find out what they can't do. There are lots of things that regular people can do, but moms can't. Moms can't wait to wake up kids in the morning. They can't make the bed without lots of help. Mommies need lots of help making that bed, don't they? No? She doesn't? No? Moms can never pick out just the right clothes. Did you know that? Okay. And they have trouble keeping things cleaned up. Oh, those mommies. Can you believe that? No? Moms can't have Yummos with purple marshmallows for breakfast. Only coffee, tea, or yogurt, or bran flakes. Yuck! They need a little advice when they're packing lunches. Look what she's packing there. She's trying to put a carrot in that lunch, but what does he want? Yeah, it looks like ice cream, doesn't it? So see, she needs help packing that lunch. No, you like the carrots better? Moms can't run very fast. And sometimes moms can't hear themselves think, whatever that means. Has your mommy ever said that to you before? She hasn't said that she can't hear herself think? Moms are not good at saying goodbye, even to the teacher. No? Moms can't push grocery carts fast enough. And sometimes they need help opening doors.
My mom didn't do that.
No, you don't think so?
My mom didn't do that.
No?
My mom did that. My mom didn't do that.
Moms don't know how to keep salamanders in their shirts or toads in their pockets. Moms aren't very good tacklers, and they can't make a basket on their own. Think so? You think she doesn't need help? She's getting help. Moms are easy to squirt, but they have a hard time squirting you. Usually. Look, she got him, huh? She got him. Psh. Moms really don't like to watch movies by themselves, and sometimes they need protection during the scary parts. They feel much better with someone on their lap. Moms can't let go of a hug without a kiss, or 2, or 9. Moms like their kisses, don't they? They sure do.
I do.
Yeah, you do too? There are lots of things moms can't do, more than you can count. But there's one thing they do better than almost anyone. What do you think? Do you know what it is? What are they really, really good at? You ready to find out? And that's love you. They're the best at that, huh? Yep. And that's the end of what mothers can't do. And you guys didn't think there wasn't anything that they couldn't do.
My mom can do all of that stuff.
Can she? She's pretty special, huh?
My mom too.
Yeah? Your mom's too? I think we have lots of special moms out there, don't we?
My mom.
No, your mom can't do that? Well, how about while we're sitting here so nicely, if we go ahead and read our next story. And our next story is called Mama Love. Mama Love. And Mama Love goes just like this. My mama loves me. I'm the twinkle in her eye. Her heart's pitter-patter. Her star in the sky. My mama loves me. I'm her absolute delight. What are those right there? Do you guys know what those are? Monkeys. That's right. I think that's right. It is a gorilla. She guides me and protects me through each day and night. Mama shares. Right? Do you guys share too? Yeah? That's good. And cares. And is quite inventive. Does your mommy make up some new stuff sometimes? Yeah? Maybe a new game or a new song or a new craft? Mama's strong. Think so? And brave. attentive. That means she pays close attention to you. I love my mama. She is everything to me. The rays of my sunshine, the roots of my tree. I love my mama. She's the twinkle in my eye, my heart's pitter-patter. My star in the sky. And that's the end of Mama Love. That was nice too, don't you think? Okay, thanks. I think we need to stand up for a minute again, because it gets hard sitting there for so long just listening to stories, huh? And let's reach up really, really high. Okay, now bend down really, really slow. Slow, slow, and touch the ground. Okay, now come back up. And roll your hands. Roll them really slow. Roll them just with me. Really, really slow. Now roll your hands fast, 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 fast. Roll them fast, 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 fast. Roll them just like me, just like so. And stop. And now, how about if we sing one more song? Does anybody think of a special song they want to sing to their mamas before? What do you think? Abby?
I think ABCs.
ABCs? What do you guys think? ABC's a good song for Mommy? We did that one. We did Little Twinkle Twinkle. Okay, how about if we do ABCs? Okay, you guys ready? Remember, do a good job. This is just for Mommy. Ready? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? Yay, that was perfect. Okay, let's all sit back down again. And our last book today, that's a story. This is our last book. We'll get to that one. Don't worry. It's called Anything for You. Anything for You. Now, if you guys are ready to hear anything for you, I want you to do your trick for me. Grab your ear and tell me you're ready. Okay, ready? Here we go. Anything for you. Good job. It was almost bedtime. Little Charlie was very tired. He'd been trying to help Mama all day long. First, little Charlie had tried to help Mama clean up the garden. He'd done some digging and collected some apples. But all he'd done was make a mess. Little Charlie tried even harder to help Mama clean up the house. But all he made was an even bigger mess. Oh dear, said Mama. Instead of cleaning the house up, we need to clean you up. Mama filled the bathtub with water for little Charlie. Ready to climb in? Asked Mama. Sure, replied little Charlie. I'd do anything for you. I'd swim to the end of the bathtub for you, said little Charlie, and all the way back again. Would you? said Mama as she lifted little Charlie out of the bath. Let's get you dry. I'd climb to the top of a really tall tree for you, said little Charlie. Would you? Asked Mama. I'd smile my biggest smile for you, said little Charlie, and draw a special picture for you, and give you all my money. Mama, whispered little Charlie, I'd even let you be my best friend. You would? Replied Mama. I would, said little Charlie, because I'd do anything for you. Anything? Asked Mama. Anything, replied little Charlie. Then Mama had an idea. It had been such a long day, and she saw that little Charlie was very tired. So you do anything for me? Mama said. Would you get into bed for me? She asked. Anything, said little Charlie proudly. Would you snuggle down for me? Asked Mama, gently tucking little Charlie in. Anything, said little Charlie, snuggling down deeply. Would you shut your eyes for me? Asked Mama, more quietly this time. Anything, Charlie yawned. Would you sleep tight for me? Whispered Mama. Anything, murmured little Charlie. All night long for me? Whispered Mama. But little Charlie didn't say anything because he was already fast asleep. Mama gave him a good night kiss. And I'd do anything for you too, she said. Sleep well, my little one. And that is the end of Anything for You. Did you guys like that story? Was that a nice one too? Thank you. Well, now, as Abby asked, it's time for us to look up at the blue board so we can hear our last story today. Are you guys looking up there? What do you guys see? A bear. And what does he have in his hand? A paintbrush. Because you know what? He decided to paint a special picture of his mommy for a special day.
I have colors Mother's Day.
That's right, Mother's Day.
I have colors with my home.
Well, that's great. Okay, are you guys ready? One day at school, Mac painted a picture of his mother for Mother's Day. On his way home from school, he was walking through the forest, and he decided to stop and show that picture to Mr. Owl because he wanted to know if it was a good picture. So he stopped, and he showed it to Owl, and Owl looked at that picture. And what does an owl say? Ooh, ooh, right? So he was in his tree, and he said, ooh, ooh. And he looked at that picture, and he said, nice picture. But you made her eyes too small. So Mac looked at that picture, and he got out his paintbrush, and he decided to make her eyes bigger, because he wanted it to be a perfect picture of her for Mother's Day, right? Just sit down, please. So he put on some bigger eyes. What do you think? Okay, you know what? I need you to come over here. Can you see over here? Thank you. Okay, can you guys see those eyes? What do you think? Yeah, you like that better? You like her bigger eyes? Okay, well, he said, how's that? And Al looked and went, whoo, much better. So Max started walking faster so he could get home and show this wonderful picture to his mommy. But along the way, he saw, who's that? Rabbit. Very good. He saw Rabbit. And he decided to get Rabbit's opinion. So he pulled out his picture and he asked Rabbit, Rabbit, what do you think? And Rabbit said, can you sit down, please? Sit down on your bottom. Thank you. And Rabbit, what does Rabbit say? Rabbit. Rabbit, what does Rabbit say? That's right. They don't, right? They hop. Very good. So he showed it to Rabbit, though, while Rabbit was sunning himself. And Rabbit looked at that picture and went, looks just like her, except her ears are a bit short. So Mac decided that he better fix that picture so it would be just right for his mommy. So he made her ears longer. What do you think? How's that? Is that better? So he showed it back to Rabbit and he said, how's that? And Rabbit said, big improvement. So Max started going faster because he wanted to get home. But on the way, at the riverbank, he saw an alligator. And he showed Mr. Alligator the picture, and he said, Mr. Alligator, what do you think of this picture of my mommy? And his mommy, or the alligator, looked at the picture, and he said, pretty, but she hasn't got much of a mouth. Well, he wanted that to be a good picture, right? So he decided to make her mouth bigger. And what do you think? Can you sit down, please, on your bottom? Sit down. Sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, what do you think? How is that? Is that much better? Yeah, you like that? I see you guys saying yes. So he showed it to Mr. Alligator, and Alligator said, beautiful. So Mac took that picture, and he kept going along. And along the way, he saw an elephant. Very good. So he showed the picture to Elephant, and Elephant looked at it and said, good likeness, but what do you think he needs to fix?
No.
Right. Her nose is way, way too short. It's almost invisible. So Mac got out that brush, and he improved that nose. And there we go. Now how does she look? Well, Elephant said, unforgettable. He thought it was perfect. So Mac was all ready to keep going and show Mommy that picture. But he stopped one more time because along the way he saw a giraffe. And he said to his friend Giraffe, oh, Giraffe, I've made a picture of my mommy for Mother's Day. And as you see, I have made lots of improvements. What do you think? Well, Giraffe looked at that picture and he said, nearly perfect, but her neck needs to be a bit longer. So Mac got out his paintbrush one more time and he gave her a longer neck. And there she is. So he said, thanks to Giraffe, and he took that picture, and he ran all the rest of the way home to see Mommy. And when he got home, lunch was all ready, and he said to his mother, look what I made in school for you today. A picture of you. And do you know what his mommy said? What do you think she said? Beautiful. She said, I love it. she took that picture and she held it up, and Max said, "Just the way it is?" And she said, "Just the way it is." And she put it up on the refrigerator for everyone to see. And that is the end. What do you think? Wasn't that good? That was such a nice story. Well, I want to thank you all for being such good listeners today. We've had a lot of fun learning about how special Mommy is, right? Because, one more time, I love Mommy! Good job! Now, though, before we keep going, I just wanted to make sure I said thank you and that this is the Central Library, because I forgot to say that earlier, so don't forget, Time for Tales, right here at the Central Library with me, Jennifer. But now, it is time to make that craft I told you about for Mommy, right? Yeah. And guess what we're going to make her? I already hung mine up on the wall. We're going to make Mommy a sunflower.
I'm Shannon Lamert Park. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Hello and welcome to Pets 90210. I'm Bill Crow, your host for today, and we're here at the new South LA shelter. We've got a really big show, so I want to jump right into it. First of all, I want to tell you about our event coming up April 20th and 21st. It's called Spring 'em. So we want you to come to the shelter and spring all these animals, give them a new home, a forever home where they'll be loved all their life. And you can find out the nearest shelter near you. It's going on at all the shelters at our website, pets90210.org, or the city website, laanimalservices.com. And all of the shelters are listed on the poster, and all of the shelters are listed on the city website as well. So we're going to go right to Jan Selder, Commander Jan Selder, who is going to tell us all about the new South LA shelter, where we are right now. Tell us where we are.
Yes, welcome to the new Los Angeles South LA shelter. Now, we've moved our location. Our new address is 1850 West 60th Street, and that's in the South Los Angeles area, and that's 900...
It's right here.
47. So want me to say it? 90047. And, you know, this is really a community shelter. That's what we want to really impress on everyone. This is a place where everyone can come in. It's full service. Obviously, dog and cat adoptions, rabbit adoptions, all the different animals. You can get your dog license here. You can come here if you're looking for your dog if it got out. So this is just a full service community shelter. There is 260 kennels.
Wow.
It's, yes, much larger, so that's what we're hoping we can serve the community. 50 cages for the dogs, 32 cages for the cat room. And we also have a rabbit room that's just separate for just our rabbits, which is fantastic. Good. Air conditioned inside. Good. And it's all one level, unlike our other shelter, if you remember, was 2 stories. This is all flat. This is very spread out. It's very well landscaped, sort of greenscaped. It's a green facility. So we're very proud of that. So we invite everyone to come down. In fact, this week is actually our grand opening.
Great.
April 4th. From 9 to 11, and we'll have festivities all day. We'll have vendors, we'll have some prizes to give away, and obviously we're going to have some discount adoptions. So if you're thinking about adopting, this Thursday would be an excellent day to come and adopt.
And it's a beautiful new facility, so come on down and give South LA a visit and hopefully find your new forever friend. And now we're going to go to our resident vet, Dr. Karen Halligan, on a section on vet care.
Hi, I'm Doc Halligan here with Pets 90210. We're going to talk about fleas. It's springtime. Fleas are a problem. I recommend prevention. It's so much better to prevent the fleas. One flea can lay up to 2,000 eggs. The life cycle of a flea is like a butterfly. Flea, adult, egg, larvae, and pupae. 95% of your population is in egg, larvae, and pupae. And the pupae you can't even kill. So the point is you want to prevent the fleas from hatching the eggs. So you want to kill the adult fleas. The best way to do this, the most cost-effective method, is there's a product called Pet Armor, which is basically generic Frontline. The active ingredient is fipronil. Now there's a lot on the market, but this is the only company that spent a lot of money and did studies. I saw the results of the studies. I've used it for 2 years. It's safe and effective. You need to use it on all the animals in the household. People think there's resistance. There isn't, but fleas can live on your cats. They can be reservoirs and you won't even see it. So in order to prevent the flea infestation, you've got to use it on all the pets in the household, whether they go outside or not. Product is very safe. I've been using it for 2 years on my cats. Every 3 to 4 weeks, I have no fleas. And the way you use it, it'll come in this type of packet. You open it up, you break it open, and then you want to put it on the skin. This does not go in their bloodstream. That's why it's so safe. What it does is it goes into the little sebaceous glands that holds the hair, and then it kind of migrates along all the hair follicles. There's a lot of copycats that don't work. They just sit there. But this product, again, is generic, Frontline. It works, it's safe, and it's effective. A lot of people want to know, well, how do I know if I have fleas? You want to take a flea comb or like a fine-tooth comb, and you go on the back of the dog, on the rump, because the fleas genetically like to go to the farthest point from the mouth. And then you'll see it looks like pepper. Like it's black like this. If you do that, what that is flea poop. Now, what is the meal of choice for bloods is or the meal of choice for fleas is blood. So if you get that little black flecks wet, it'll turn red because it's undigested blood. So if you see any of that, you know for sure that you have a flea or fleas. All right. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, we see pets all summer long. People spend hundreds of dollars on their dogs and cats for what's called flea allergy dermatitis. And so this is like a little model. It shows the flea is biting the dog. Now when they bite the dog, they put their saliva under the skin of the dog or cat. And then certain fleas, not all fleas, have a protein in their saliva that makes the dogs have an allergic reaction. The flea then jumps off the dog. The fleas do not live on the dog, so people will be confused. They'll come in and they'll say, well, I don't see a flea on my dog, but my dog's scratching, 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 and I don't know what's going on. This is what's happening. It's a flea allergy dermatitis because the flea has bitten your dog. So that's the other thing about the Pet Armor is the flea does not have to bite your dog. The pill that Comfortis that a lot of pet owners are using, the flea actually has to bite the dog to get it to cause it to die. But with the Pet Armor, that topical, they only have to come in contact with the fipronil. So again, if you have a cat or a dog that's very sensitive to fleas with flea allergy dermatitis, then again, the topical is much better than the oral because they don't have to bite them. Now, with dogs with the itching from the flea allergy, they'll itch and lick all over the place. Cats will get scabs all over their neck. And that's a sign of the flea allergy dermatitis. The other thing with fleas is they can actually cause a life-threatening anemia. Now, if you have a cat that has kidney disease, chances are they're already a little anemic. And you can't be afraid to use a topical such as this on your pet if it does have a health problem, because, again, that could make it worse if your cat's a little anemic. The other thing I wanted to talk about is ticks. Ticks, this product, fipronil, is also effective against ticks. So protect your pets against fleas and ticks this summer. They're going to love you for it. Next time we're going to talk about microchipping. I'm Doc Halligan.
We are at South LA Shelter. I'm Sally Samet with Jan and Doctor, and we're looking at Sammy, a Pomeranian. His impound number is A1100838, and boy, does he love this attention. He's about 7 years old. What about Sammy?
Well, Sammy is a Pomeranian. Looks like he's neutered. Pomeranians are great dogs. My mom has Pomeranians, and they make nice companions. Where are we at, Jan? Tell us.
We're at the brand new South Los Angeles Animal Shelter, and South Los Angeles is our new location, and this week is our grand opening. So we have this fantastic little dog who, I think a lot of people don't realize this is a Pomeranian, and yes, they come into the shelter, and they're available for adoption. And this one's already neutered, so although all our dogs are spayed and neutered, it's a service we offer. He's going to have a microchip. He's going to have everything you need to take him home.
And how much does that cost?
The normal price for a little adoption like Sammy would be $122. This week, for our grand opening, they'll be reduced to $83.50.
Fabulous. So you need to come down. In addition to Sammy, there's tons of great dogs down here. And like you said, these are great dogs. Purebred dogs come in. About 25% of the dogs in the shelters are purebred. So come down and take a look and enjoy the festivities. All right.
Okay. You may recognize Lulu. She was on camera with Raina and her dog treat toys. Lulu is a female. Good for your name. Chocolate Lab. She's about a year old. Her impound number is A1378934, and she's a loving lab.
She is. Do you get a lot of great labs in the shelters?
We actually do. Again, here's another, maybe she's mixed with something, but here's another fantastic dog that you may not realize comes into our shelters all the time. And it looks like she may have at some point had some puppies, and perhaps they just decided they didn't want her anymore, and they kept all the puppies. That's a sad thing that happens that we see at the shelters.
You guys get a lot of puppies in the shelters too, right?
We do. We get a lot of puppies. Again, unwanted litter, didn't know that spaying and neutering needed to be done, and they have a litter of puppies that they can't keep. So it's possible a dog like this will come in as the mother, and then we have all her puppies as well.
Right. Well, and if you spay a dog before they have their first heat cycle at 7 months, the chance of them getting breast cancer goes down to 0. So that's another big reason to spay your dog. Plus, you don't want to have all the puppies that come in because we can't find all the homes. But this is a great dog, lab mix, so she has less health problems because she's mixed with a little something. Super sweet. You think she'd be good with kids?
Actually, I do. I think she'd be fantastic with kids. She's going to be high energy, so maybe the older kids, take her out for walks, play ball with her. She'd be perfect for that. She needs something to do. She can't just sit around all day in a small apartment.
Yep, and it's good.
Be fantastic for playing.
And it's going to get you out, so you'll live longer having this dog. Okay.
And she does know how to play with toys, as Raina showed you. Her impound number, A1378934. Okay, we are looking at a male who's about 2 years old. They're calling him a Belgian Malinois. Boy, wouldn't you love to have a dog with a breed like that? His impound number is A1378812. He said, I'm a little shy, little nervous. What do we say about little shy, nervous boy?
Well, it's hard because they come in and they're just so out of their element in the shelter, right, Jan?
That's true. There's over 300 dogs here right now. You can hear the barking in the background. What a scary place. Here you're out in the street, you're scared as it is, and then you're placed in with 300 dogs you don't know who aren't your friends. So it's very scary. The first couple days they're here, I totally understand them being a little bit frightened. This is just a dog that you would need to go slow with. Again, maybe some older kids or someone that's works by himself. I think other animals, if he's good with them, it would be great to introduce him to other animals to break him in.
And also, I see he's not neutered. 90% of all dogs hit by car are
not neutered.
Right. And people go, why is that? Well, because they're running around trying to find the girl.
That's right.
Right?
That's correct. We see that all the time. If they come into the shelter, they've been hit by a car, attacked by another dog, or some injury, 90% of the time we find they're not spayed or they're not neutered. However, when you adopt from the shelter, we will provide that for you. Every animal that we adopt out is spayed or neutered.
And look at, he's just gorgeous. Belgian Malinois. This is a dog that would make a great running companion. And like you said, once he gets out of the shelter and he's neutered, he'll probably be so much calmer and just so happy and sweet and loving.
Yeah. Once he calms down, he's probably a new arrival and he's just still scared. But he obviously is letting us handle him, and he loves treats.
Yeah. So
he knows I have them.
Yes, he does. He's smart. Okay.
His impound number is A1378812, and he's on alert. Come see Mr. Male Belgian Malinois. This is Miss Gray, female, about 3 years old, impound number A1371317. She's available. She must be sterilized.
So, do you see what percentage of dogs are pit mixes coming in?
Well, the pit bull and the pit bull mixes and the breeds that everyone associates. I mean, pit bull is sort of a term that everyone associates: American Staffordshire Terrier, Staffordshire Bull Terrier. So that is the #1 dog that we impound in the shelter, unfortunately. And so we see a lot of these guys. Beautiful dogs, very athletic, and can be great dogs.
Yeah, I think unfortunately they have such a bad rap, and I've really never been attacked by this breed of dog, and I'm going poking and prodding, and I can't say the same for a Rottweiler or a German Shepherd, but they do get a bad rap because it's not the dog coming out mean, it's the people that make it mean, right?
Well, and these are powerful dogs, so you can imagine if you have one that's scared or upset and it bites you, you're going to get a serious bite, whereas if you have a Chihuahua that's scared or upset, your bite's going to be major or very minor compared to this. So you see a lot of media attention on that because the bites are bad.
Yeah.
The dogs themselves are usually quite friendly, and they do make great pets.
No, they do. And look how cute she is. Look, she needs a loving home. Lots of dogs like her, too. So come down to the shelter. We're in South LA. What's the address here?
The address here is 1850 West 60th Street, and that's in the South Los Angeles area, and the zip code's 90047. You can go online at www.laanimalservices.com, and you can look at all our dogs, including this one right here, Miss Gray.
Fabulous. Thanks, Jan.
Okay, we're looking at Charlie the Chow Jindo Shepherd. Pick a breed. A male, he's about 5 years old. He was a stray. His impound number is A1380261. Charlie.
Well, you know what I like about dogs like Charlie? Charlie is a one-of-a-kind. You will never find another dog that looks like Charlie, right?
That's correct. He is a one-of-a-kind dog. And look, one ear up, one ear down.
I love it. And he's what breeds do you think he has in him?
You know, I think he's probably has some Shepherd, and I would be okay with maybe some Jindu. He could have some Chow in him. He's definitely a mix. He's got a little of everything. So we're going to say he has the best of all those breeds' qualities.
That's right. He's like the Heinz 57, and he's going to have less health problems because he's got really good genes. And do you think he'd be good with kids? What do you think with the children?
You know, he's not older for most breeds, but since he's a large breed, he's 5 years old, so he's middle-aged. So I think older children or someone that just likes to take some nice walks, maybe someone that's my age, that would just like to go around the block for a walk. I think Charlie's perfect, and he already knows how to sit. He knows some commands.
Oh, see, that's so sad. That means he was in a loving home, and he ended up here, and now we want to try to find him another home because he needs you to come and rescue him and be his forever friend.
Hi, this is Big Boy. Yes, he is Big Boy. A1379353. He is probably full grown. He's about a year old, approximately. Name is Big Boy.
All right. Well, this is a beautiful dog. He's probably what you think, Bull Mastiff Ridgeback?
Yeah, he looks like he could be Bull Mastiff and Ridgeback. This is a really big dog. He probably weighs almost 100 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like this dog, they're like gentle giants. They're so big, and they don't have to be run around a lot. Their exercise requirements sometimes for Mastiffs isn't like some of the other dogs we looked at that need to be exercised a lot. So that could be an advantage.
That can, actually. If you're not as active as, say, a dog that's going to need a lot of activity, you just want to take some nice slow walks, this is a great dog for you. You wouldn't think so, but they do make okay indoor dogs because you know what? They just want to hang out. They want to watch TV with you all day.
They do. I mean, you could just sit and have popcorn and watch TV with this guy. He's super, super sweet. Was he a stray?
He was.
Is he neutered?
Yes.
Oh, right, and he's already neutered, so he's ready to go.
And he's ready to sit on their laps, but for some reason or other, Jan and the doctor didn't want him on their lap. His impound number, A1379353. You want a lap dog? Yeah, come see Big Boy. All right, we're looking at a little girl, 3.5 months. We've got a little puppy here, a female. Impound number A1380403. She says, wow, I'm on TV with the doctor and Jan.
Jan, so what kind of dog do you think she is?
Well, definitely she's a terrier mix of some type. She could have maybe West Highland or hard to say.
Yeah.
She could have maybe some Cairn Terrier in her.
She's adorable.
She's so cute, and she's so sweet and loving. And what's nice, this dog is so small, you could travel with this dog.
Yeah, this would be a great travel companion. And, you know, she's 3 months old. She's still young. She could learn to get along with smaller children. So if you have a family with smaller children, that would be fine. Although she's a terrier, she's going to need lots of activity, lots of things to do, lots of toys to play with, because terrier.
Terror. Yeah. No, people don't realize that they were bred to catch rats. So this is a good dog, but you just need to make sure that you give her a lot of attention so her environment is enriched, and instead of chewing on your shoes, she chews on her toys and has fun. And it's a great age to adopt a dog because they'll bond with you and be friends for life.
And that's something else. The shelter does get all ages in. We get a lot of puppies in. They're great. If you're not sure, if you're new to dogs, you might want to start with a puppy. A little bit easier, although you do have all the puppy proofing, just like you would if you had to baby proof your house.
Yep, great. Thanks, Jan.
So remember the toys that Raina was talking about. The terrier needs toys, the Bobble-Lot and a stuffed Kong. A little terrier female, A1380403. We're looking now at some 3-month-old puppies. Are they the cutest? Impound numbers 138-1154, 138-1155, and 138-1157. Their cards say they're Chihuahua mixes. Oh, and they were owner surrenders also. We have some cute little puppies.
And this is what's so sad. If the dog doesn't get spayed, it gets pregnant, and then they have the puppies, and then the puppies get turned into you, right?
That's correct. This is a litter of 3 puppies turned in by the owner. These puppies came down with a condition that's called demodectic mange, and the owners couldn't afford to take care of it, so they brought them to the shelter and left them here. So now it's up to the shelter to care for these puppies, which we are doing, and they're doing really well. And you can see 2 of them look great. This one still has some problems, but they all are going to be up for adoption.
Well, and that's the thing, is that this is an easily treatable condition. And so the other reason to spay is because people think, oh, well, I can afford it and we can just, get the puppies adopted. And they can't, because then something like this happens and they can't afford the treatment. And this is just the immune system not working because I'm a puppy. And it's easy to resolve, and you guys are paying for the treatment, which is great. And they're going to be great dogs. So, again, we have wonderful dogs down in the shelters that need homes. So please come down and check out these cute little puppies.
Impound numbers A138-1154, 138-1155, 138-1157, and they're all 3 darling little girls. Darling little girls. How about a trio of girls to take home?
Hi, we have here Lulu, and she's here at the South LA shelter. Lulu is getting introduced to what is called Busy Toys. This is a stuffed Kong, and what it has in it is kibble, about 2/3 of it, and then the upper big third has canned food, and I froze it. It's a little not thawed as much as I want it to be for her, but look how she's going at it. Busy Toys are a way to keep your dog occupied while you're gone, de-stress them in times of anxiety, like separation anxiety when you're gone, or they're destructive in the yard, or bark a lot when they're alone. All those are signs of stress and boredom.